Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku's quirk was a demonic dumbass story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. People are not born equal. I learned that lesson when I was 4 years old. And every other day since then. It all began in China with the news that a bioluminescent baby was born. Soon, all over the world, more and more exceptional individuals began popping up. No one knew how or why this happened. It was just soon accepted that exceptional became the normal. Fiction became reality. With 80% of the population now consisting of superhumans with their own unique abilities, there was an explosion in the crime rate throughout the world. And so, a new profession was born from the brave individuals who took it upon themselves to protect people from evildoers. With government support, people were now able to serve as heroes in an official capacity. My name is Izuku Midoriya and this is the story on how I became the hero that saved the future. January 28, 2236 downtown Musutafu, 10:08 a.m. Izuku Midoriya, a plain-faced green-haired teenager, blinked and rubbed his eyes, a few loose grains of sand having been caught. Where did this come from? Izuku wondered. Looking up at the grey January sky, he couldn't see anything that would have caused sand to move from where he was now. The weather was a bit chilly, but the wind wasn't strong enough to move any sand in his direction. Plus, he didn't see anything remotely sand-filled nearby. It could be a loose byproduct of someone's quirk, but hey, kid. Are you okay? Said a voice below. Izuku looked down and saw the masked figure wearing a firefighter outfit with hoses for hands. AKA the pro hero Backdraft. Oh. Izuku spoke. I'm okay. I just got some sand in my eye. I wasn't asking about that. Oh, yeah, right. Izuku was currently at the top of a tree. The tree was thin with only a few leaves still clinging to its thin branches. How did this even happen? Backdraft asked as he positioned a nearby ladder next to the tree and started to climb. Well, Izuku started. I was taking notes on a fight between Death Arms and a villain up that hill there in my notebook. The villain's quirk was a form of air manipulation. It seemed to create high bursts of wind currents whenever she was moving her arms. However, it didn't come directly from her body but more from the surrounding environment. It might be that she was using circular motion to funnel air into certain directions. And, given how it threw me all the way over here, I wonder how strong she could have possibly made the wind. Perhaps if a small stream of water shot out of Backdraft's hands, snapping Izuku out of his mutterstorm and making him realize that he already reached the top of the ladder. Backdraft chuckled and offered his left hose. Sounds like you have a smart mind, but maybe you can focus better on the ground. Izuku quickly apologized and climbed down the ladder at Backdraft's insistence. Once down, the green-haired wide-eyed teen couldn't contain his fanboy side any longer. The teenager pulled a notebook from out of nowhere titled, Hero Analysis for the Future, number 14 and asked Backdraft for his autograph, which he happily accepted. Pocketing the notebook into thin air again, he thanked Backdraft for his time. Anytime, Backdraft said. Just be careful. Sounds like you're having some bad luck there. Smiling, Izuku said, No, don't worry. This stuff kind of happens all the time. The boy couldn't see the concerned expression on Backdraft's face as he resumed his 5 kilometers run from earlier. As Izuku ran through an underpass and up over a hill trail, he was deep in thought over what he needs to do next. High school exams were only 3 months away and Izuku knew that he had to find some way of increasing his training regiment. Getting into UA, his dream school, seemed like an impossible dream. While feeling somewhat prepared for the written exams, the only way he'd be able to get into one of UA's hero courses was through passing the physical exam. That was a mystery on itself as details of the exam aren't revealed online or on any forum Izuku could find. All he knew was that he'd be at a disadvantage compared to everyone else. Izuku is quirkless, one of the few 20% of the population that was born without a unique superpower commonly referred to as a quirk. That meant that Izuku had to train at every opportunity, learn whatever skills he could to get his body in peak condition. It was one of the reasons why 7 months earlier, Izuku left his own conventional school, Aldera Junior High, and swayed to online learning. One of them. There was a lot more to unpack there. Thump. Izuku's head bounced from the impact from a baseball as two baseball players ran to retrieve their ball. "We're sorry," the two players bowed and apologized. "It's okay. I'm fine," Izuku reassured and continued his run through the grassy trail. Thump. Izuku's head bounced from the impact from a tennis ball as two tennis players ran to retrieve their ball. "We're sorry," the two players bowed and apologized. "It's okay. I'm fine," Izuku reassured and continued his run, massaging his head. Thump. Izuku's head bounced from the impact from a soccer ball as two soccer players ran to retrieve their ball. "We're sorry," the two players bowed and apologized. "It's odish thump." Izuku didn't get to finish his thought due to a football hitting his head from the opposite direction by two football players. As they retrieved the ball and left, one of them reassuring the other that the teenager would be okay, Izuku laid sprawled on the ground for who knows how long. Until a group of 4 young gentlemen in hoodies and cargo briefs noticed the unconscious boy. "Ha!" one of them loudly exclaimed. "It must be our lucky day." Izuku stirred upon hearing the various voices and stood up, taking note of the approaching gang. His mind already going into overdrive, nothing their various quirks. One of them having motorcycle handlebars coming out of their head, another having a complete crocodile's jaw split up between their arms. The guy in front of the group was wearing a camo-themed jacket with a green keychain hanging over the belt area of his breathes and had pink heart-shaped pupils for eyes. He put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and said, "All right, we'll make this easy on you. Hand over anything valuable and there's no need for us to get any violent. Come on, Tetsuo." The only member of the group without a visible quirk interjected. "Let's at least ask what his quirk is first. Don't want to steal from the strong." The guy with the heart-shaped pupils, now identified as Tetsuo, scoffed and looked back at Izuku. "His right. What's your quirk?" Izuku sighed, having a good idea on what's coming next, and said, "I'm quirkless." There was only a brief second of silence as the group processed that fact before they throw their heads back, cackling away. "Oh man. What are the chances? We just pickpocketed a quirkless girl an hour ago," Tetsuo happily admitted as he pulled out a sleek black and metallic train pass with an insignia traced into the cover. "You got anything more useful than this thing? Doesn't even work." Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of the pass. He didn't know what it was, who it belonged to, and what it was capable of. He just noticed that it looks important and worried that whoever it belonged to, they probably wanted it back. Izuku pulled out his wallet, took out all the bills he had, and stuttered, "Here you go. This is all of the money I have. Could I have that thing you have to? Sounds like you don't need it and someone else might want it, 𝐵𝐴BEC." Tetsuo's eyes darted between the pass and the money in Izuku's hands, his mind weighing the pros and cons before he put the pass in one of Izuku's hands and snatched the money from his other hand. He grinned and said, "Pleasure doing business with you." The gang turned and started to head off. The boy felt relieved, glad that this didn't turn out worse. His eyes went to the ground and spotted a discarded cocoa drink can. Izuku picked it up and tossed into the nearest trash can, which then bounced off it and hit Tetsuo in the back of his head. Tetsuo's hand reached for the back of his head and his body twisted to look back at Izuku, who was slightly shaking. "Oh, wait. Where are my manners? I forgot that thing is going to cost you extra." Izuku, used to years of dealing with bullies, closed his eyes and waited for the punch to connect with his face. 30 minutes later, Izuku waked up from having been sprawled out on the ground, again. "My bad luck is really worse today, isn't it?" Izuku lamented. Picking himself back off the ground, Izuku pulls out his phone and checks the news. From above, a glowing ball of light circles the area and spots the unsuspecting boy. The orb goes right into the back of his chest, only a faint trail of sand behind him as proof that anything at all unnatural happened. Izuku then spots the time. "Oh no. I'm late," Izuku says as he changes directions and runs home. "I'm Musutafu Police Station, 11:10 a.m. Are you sure no one's turned it in yet?" "No, not yet, but if you file this report, we will contact you as soon as it does show up." "Okay." The white-haired teen sighed and walked straight out of the police station. This was going to be harder than she thought. She didn't know when she lost the rider pass, but knew she had to find it fast. It was only a matter of time until an Imagine showed up and there was still no one who could be Deno. The girl went to retrace her steps from earlier. She got off Den Liner and went shopping to get a cell phone and some clothes to replace the dirty previously white, now grey cloth she had been wearing for years. Wearing a white jacket over a bright red dress, she was walking down the street and when she bumped into that guy. He must have stolen it from her. Oh my God, she was an idiot. She ran back to the trail she encountered the guy on and searched for any sign of him or the pass on the ground. After 10 minutes of searching, she breathed, hunched over and gathered her breath. When she opened her eyes, the girl noticed something sparkly. It was a green keychain modeled after a Christmas tree reflecting on the sun's rays, sparkling as if it were an actual Christmas tree topper. The girl picked it up and put it in her pocket and continued searching. Milk Dipper Cafe, 12:06 p.m. Izuku walked into his family's cafe, cuts and bruises visible on his face. Sorry, I'm late. The Milk Dipper was lined with bookshelves filled with books of assorted sizes. Most of them were about astronomy, but Izuku filled them with some of his own books about quirk theory and the history of heroes. Customers were talking with one another, laughing and drinking coffee with each other, watching the latest hero fight with their phones. An antique telescope stood in the middle of a rock pit at the center of the cafe. It was a metallic brown with gold highlights circulating the lens, which was pointed up to the nearest window. Oh, Izuku, baby. Are you okay? His mom, a plump green-haired woman, put away her apron, moved around the circular bar around the kitchen, and hugged her son. She looked at her son's face and scanned his body for any other injuries. What was it this time? Manhole or another tricycle incident? Actually, this was all on me. Long story, Izuku reassured his mother. Miura, one of the regulars at the cafe, looked up from his newspaper and whistled. Inko told me about your bad luck, but I didn't realize it was record-worthy. Izuku's mom scrunched her face at that comment and looked back at Izuku. I got a healthy seaweed salad for your lunch. Do you want to eat it now or can I treat your injuries first? Thank you, Mom. I'll eat now and then. Izuku's hand felt the train pass in his pocket. Oh my God, Izuku thought. I totally forgot. Sorry, Mom. I just remembered I have to return something. Izuku. Don't worry, the police station is only about 10 minutes from here. I'll be back soon. You won't even notice I'm gone. Izuku rushed as he headed out the door. On the streets, Izuku was inspecting the pass when someone collided into him, running in the opposite direction. Wham! Both of them fell to the ground, nsng their heads with their items on the pavement. Izuku was about to ask the stranger if she was okay when he noticed who he was. About to talk to, a long white-haired girl with red eyes wearing a white jacket over a short red dress. At that moment, his cheeks blushed and he flustered. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I am this close to a girl. I'm so embarrassed. Hey! The girl exclaimed, snapping Izuku out of his inner shame. She pointed at the pass next to Izuku. That's mine. I've been looking everywhere for that. She then pointed accusingly at Izuku and said, Did you help that guy steal this from me? No. I swear. You got the wrong idea. Izuku stuttered as he grabbed the pass and stood up. I got it back from that bully. I was on my way to turn this at the police station. Please forgive me for not doing it sooner. As he put his hands to his side and bowed, the girl felt a little embarrassed as she stood up. I'm sorry. It's just the thing I would expect, you know. Can we start over? The stranger asked. She reached out her hand and said in an apologetic tone, Hello, my name is A. Thank you for finding my pass. Can I have it back now? It was no problem, Izuku replied. You can call me Izuku Midoriya and of course, you can have it back. The literal moment Izuku extended his hand so A can grab the pass, TWAP. Izuku looks in shock at the arm wrapped around his own like a rope and his eyes traced where the arm came from. From the abandoned park across the street, from the only thug from before who didn't have a mutant quirk. Hey, there you are! The thug yelled. He then looked over his shoulder and yelled to the others who Izuku and Eri couldn't see at the moment. Guys, I found him. With a tug, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's body went flying towards the park. Eri braced herself to run towards the park, and then she noticed a few trails of sand falling from 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's airborne body. She hesitated. Oh no, Eri pondered. And Imagine already found someone. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's body landed on the firm surface of a stone bench, chunks of it falling to the ground. A pained groan escaped his mouth and he tried to hug his sides as if they were about to crack apart. But all he could do was roll around on the ground as the gang members from before Sans Tetsuo loomed over his injured body. Alright, you quirkless piece of trash, how dare you steal from us? Where's the keychain? Yelled the guy with the motorcycle handlebars. What keychain? I didn't steal from Dash, was all 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 managed to get out before the stretchy guy sent a harsh kick to his gut. Don't think we're idiots. You were the only one close enough to take it. Now, where is it? I don't, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 started to say, then a memory came to mind of the green keychain dangling from Tetsuo's loose jeans. Oh, that's what they are talking about, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 thought. Look, this is all a big misunderstanding. I'm sure I can help you guys find Dash, but before 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 could finish, he was met with another kick to his stomach. Stop bullshitting. Soon, all three of them were wailing on the quirkless boy. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 tried to move out of the way, to get up and fight, but the fall from before and every other incident before this already took away a lot of his energy. Get up. Get up. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 told himself. This can't be how I die. Not yet. But then another deep voice inside of 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 replied. I'll handle this. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 felt a wave of energy coming over him. His body felt like he was carrying a great strain on his back, but his muscles roared with power. His hair stood up all on their own, the tips of them turning bright red. His eyes glowed red as if he were a beast on the hunt. The thug with the crocodile jaws threw back his arms for another punch, but as if his body had a mind of its own, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 reached up and caught the punch. I have arrived, escaped 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's mouth as his body folded the jaw back toward its owner, breaking its bones. Ah! The crocodile thug stumbled backwards, clutching his hand with the other. The other two thugs didn't move, their eyes wide from what happened. Sorry, said 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's body. I like a good fight as much as the next guy, but I can't let YA kill my contract holder. So, let me just warn YA. His body pocketed the pass and moved again with 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's command, sauntering over to a metal park sign and with one simple yank, held the pole in his hands as if it were a baseball bat, draped over his shoulder. From start to finish, I'm always at a CLMX. Say your prayers. While the crocodile man was doing his best to not move lest injuring his hands even more, the motorcycle thug revved his handlebars and charged straight at 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's body then threw a punch at the air in front of him, using the air pressure to stop the moving thug in its tracks. The thug fell to the ground as if he were pushed. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's mind was barely functioning. He had no idea on what was going on, why this was happening, and more importantly, who was controlling his movements. He felt like someone in the backseat of a car, watching someone else take the wheel as his body took the chunks of concrete bench and sent them flying towards the gang with the metal sign. The poor excuses for villains started to back away and took defensive stances. For only a second. Then, they glanced at each other and made a beeline in the opposite direction. Whatever was controlling 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 got excited and gleefully said, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." He rushed toward the fleeing cowards and performed a perfect aerial flip over them, landing right in front of them and halting them in their tracks. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 thought this would be absolutely cool if not for the situation. The thugs fell to the ground, suddenly scared of the perceived weakling they saw only a few minutes ago. Fear was the only thing that someone could see in their eyes. Eri finally managed to catch up to the scene, but she was frozen from the scene she was about to witness. Don't run. Let me show you something cool. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's body swung back his arm. The ultimate. His eyes glowed with terrifying focus. My ultimate move. He swung the pole forward, intending to hit the motorcycle man and fracture his skull. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's mind suddenly took the mental wheel as he screamed internally with all of his might, "Stop. That's enough." The momentum was diverted, the tip of pole hitting the ground and creating a small crater in the process. What? How are YA doing this? The entity questioned to 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺. Don't interrupt me at the best part. For a second, the world stopped. Izuku took that time to breathe and asked the voice in his head, "Who are you?" "Why does it matter?" the voice said as he prepared to swing again. "No. I won't let you," said a determined Izuku. He summoned all of the willpower he could, focused on saving the lives of the people in front of him, and retook control. The voice became silent. The pole dropped to the ground. Izuku was back. But Izuku questioned how long that would last. His hands were shaking, he felt a surge of panic overwhelming him. Tears were already welling up. He ran. Ran from the thugs, ran from the park, tried to run away from the demon inside of him. He didn't know where he was going. His legs just moved on their own. Eri watched the boy flee the scene in terror as she was in utter shock from what she witnessed. She thought to herself, "It can't be." He suppressed the imagine. "That boy, he can be." She ran after him. I abandoned district, 12:18 p.m. Finally out of stamina, out of breath, Izuku breathed and hunched over in exhaustion. He took in his surroundings and found himself near an abandoned warehouse. The inner gruff voice spoke to Izuku, "Hey, how were Y able to stop me?" Suddenly, sand poured out of his body. They moved to a spot only a few feet away from him and started to form into something, to take shape. Izuku stumbled back. Izuku had never seen anything like it. The grainy being was humanoid but split in half. What should have been the lower half of the body was floating only a few inches above the creature's head and torso. The jagged head had two horns coming from its forehead, two dark eyes with no pupils, and a constant smile that was filled with a shark's fang. Spikes shot out from the demon's shoulders. There were wavy patterns on the being's chest, arms, and legs, but Izuku couldn't figure them all out. Some of them formed the letters M and O. Who are you? Izuku got out. Why did you control me? Why are you using your quirk right now? How could sand control a living being? Wow, you talk too much, the demon complained through his mouth, not moving 1 centimeter, his feet tapping the invisible ground. Just so YA know. I'm not using something as lame as a quirk. The demon sighed and cleared its throat. Well, let's get on with the formalities. Tell me your wish. I can grant any wish. Just pay me one thing. But Izuku was already slowly backing away, not wanting to listen the demon in front of him. The demon walked forward towards him. Hey, the demon cried. Stop moving. I'm asking again. Izuku said with a confident tone somehow coming from his frantic mind. Who are you? What quirk is this? Do I look like a quirk, you dumbass? That is an imagine, said a voice from behind. Izuku turned and his eyes met with A's, who was walking towards him. Eri. And, I'm sorry, but you're something special too. Eri paused until she was face to face with Izuku. You're a singular point. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. I know there's a lot to explain, but I need your help. Only someone like you can be Den-O. Aye. Before Izuku can ask for a better explanation, he saw a figure in the distance, slowly hobbling towards them all. It took a second for Izuku to recognize the figure as Tetsuo. He looked the same as he did only an hour or two ago, but more disbelieved. His eyes were gazed over, his shoulders were leaning. Somehow, and Izuku could not explain it fully, his heart-shaped eyes looked lifeless. Sand was also pouring from his clothes. He was muttering something, but it wasn't clear to the teenagers until the voice suddenly started to get louder and louder. Give it back, give it back, give it back. That final command came with a disturbing reverb as sonic waves bounced from his throat to the two teens and pushed them backwards to the ground. Hey, back off! Izuku's demon demanded. He ran towards the thug but couldn't do much as a single kick from the thug splattered the demon into loose sand. Izuku tried to think about what Tetsuo was capable of. His heart-shaped eyes, before, was the only indication he had a quirk at all. He had assumed it was a mental quirk before. Izuku's theory before was it involved emotions. It definitely wasn't passive as Izuku didn't feel any different talking to him earlier. Based on his rapid heartbeat, Izuku believed his actual quirk involved controlling the heart rate of whoever he was seeing, which would definitely be a useful tool for heroics. But he still was questioning how sonics were involved. Perhaps it was, hey. "This is not the time for analysis," 𝐼 said, shaking Izuku out of his mutterstorm and making him realize he was saying all of that aloud. "I'm sorry. I know this is all confusing, but you need to transform now." "Transform?" Izuku asked. And, as if it was listening to the whole conversation, the pass began to glow from Izuku's pocket. The boy pulled it out, and as he did, the light from the pass began to move around Izuku's body until it materialized into a detached belt. The belt was silver and sleek with a thick black stripe surrounding it. In the center was a buckle with the emblem found on the pass over a small glass square. There was a single red button to the right of it. The words "Den-O" were on the top of the buckle. Eri put her arms under Izuku's arms to buckle the belt into place. Surprisingly, Izuku was still worried about a girl being this close to him. Too close, he thought. Eri stepped back and Izuku twisted to torso to look closer at the belt. As he did, he moved the pass over the emblem's glass. A sound then came out of the belt and another light shined from the belt's glass, enveloping Izuku's body. As the light faded away, Izuku saw he was not wearing his own clothes anymore. He was wearing a suit of armor. It was a black and white underskin with silver gloves and boots. The belt now had 4 sleek attachments to the sides, 2 on each side. There was a railroad-like silver stripe going down the middle of the chest piece. The same railroad pattern went from the top of the helmet all the way to the bottom of the mouthpiece, dividing the helmet completely in 2. There were no eyepieces, just 2 black half circles where the eyes should have been. The rest of the helmet was white with a gold stripe from the back of the helmet coming towards the front sides. Izuku took in the brand new armor and marveled at it all. He wanted to ask so many questions, but Tetsuo's booming voice sent another shockwave in Izuku's direction, blasting the armored teen through a window into the abandoned warehouse. Izuku's body crashed into a stack of barrels and his body tumbled on the sand-covered floor. He looked up at Tetsuo running towards him. "Okay, Izuku, whatever's going on," Izuku thought to himself. "This guy is acting like a villain. I need to focus and I need to fight back. Now." Izuku stood up and rolled out of the way of another of Tetsuo's sonic booms. The armored hero ran forward through 2 front jabs at the villain's face. The villain dodged each strike. Izuku threw a left hook, but the villain caught his arm mid-swing. Izuku rushed the villain forward to the nearest wall and he jumped off the wall to the right, using the momentum to land behind the assailant. Izuku went to sweep the villain's legs and knock him off balance, but the villain jumped into the air and stays there. The underside of the villain's arms became webbed as they suddenly turned into man-sized bat wings. A sonic screech is sent, added by the sudden gust from the flapping of the bat's wings, sending Izuku spiraling through the air until he landed on his back like a tattered rag. Hey, kid." Izuku tilted his head up to see the demonic sand creature reformed a few feet away from him. "Look, you can't handle this guy right now. And, if you die, I die too. And I ain't letting that happen. Let me take over." Izuku didn't want to admit it, but the demon was right. He already was running on steam, suffering from the other injuries he received earlier, and didn't know how this armor was supposed to help him. He needed the demon's power for now. "Okay, how do I SWCH?" Izuku got out. "How the hell should I know?" was the response. Eri came into Izuku's view as she shouted from the doorframe of the warehouse, "Hit the red button." Izuku found the strength to stand back on his feet and press the red button. The belt suddenly played a jingle as the glass glowed red. Izuku swiped the pass over the buckle. Sword form. The demon vanished and returned to Izuku's body. A ball of light escaped the buckle and circled the hero. The orb's path formed a train track around him. Pieces formed from the track and flipped on the armor to form a red chest piece and shoulder pads. The orb made its way onto the railroad on the back of the helmet. It traveled along the path to the front, turning the track gold with a green gem in the middle. The light formed into a red peach-shaped visor. It split into 2 and the tips of the visor separated as if they were a bug's antenna. There was a small blade underneath each eye. Izuku felt the mind of the demon in the forefront again as his body gave himself a thumbs up and slide a pose. "I have arrived, again." Tetsuo flied straight for the hero. The masked warrior took the attachments on the belts and formed 3 of them into a straight line and 1 over the middle. Then, with a surge of red electricity, the blade at the end extended to its full length. It had become a sword. With one swift motion, Izuku's body slashed Tetsuo mid-flight. The criminal crashed into the ground. It then turned to face Izuku's demon. "Why are you interfering?" Tetsuo's mouth said with a voice that was half Tetsuo's and half something else entirely. "Did you forget our mission?" The demon rested the sword on his shoulder and said with Izuku's mouth, "Honestly, wasn't told that much about it." "Hey." But the demon trailed off for a second as he looked over his new armor. "Whatever this is, seems like it's pretty cooler. So, let me warn YA ahead of time." The armored being pointed the sword toward the bat. "From start to finish, I'm always at a CLMX. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." With faster speed than Izuku ever experienced, his body ran forward towards the bat, and as soon as he was within distance, he slashed the crook's wings repeatedly. He didn't relent, didn't give any time for the villain to do anything, until they were both outside. The villain leaned on a stack of oil barrels. Izuku saw the wings, that were tattered from the demon's strikes, were slowly reforming, stitching together through loose grains of sand. "Oh, no you don't," the demon proclaimed. "It's time for you to see my ultimate move." The demon opened the pass and held it over the buckle. Red electricity sparked from it and traveled to the sword in its hands. "Full charge," the belt announced. "My ultimate move." "Ultimate." The demon braced the sword, held the sword straight up. The blade spiraled away from the sword's hilt, only connected through a bolt of red electricity. He slashed diagonally with the hilt, with the blade following through the same motion. Sparks erupted from the villain's chest. He threw a second slash in the opposite direction. Even more sparks flew. With his arm raised to the sky, the demon delivered the final strike as he slammed the sword's hilt straight to the ground. The blade's momentum increased for those final seconds, and when it connected with Tetsuo's body, it formed a huge energy gash, glowing white in the middle and going all of the way from his head to his torso. There was only a second that the villain could react, but it was too late. He collapsed on the ground and a large man-sized explosion burst out of the gash, completely enveloping him. The demon rested the sword back on his shoulder and commented on his work. "Heh, aren't I the coolest?" Before the demon could do anything else, Izuku, who witnessed what just happened, retook control of his body and unbuckled the belt from his waist. The suit dissolved and the demon's voice faded into the background. Izuku fell on the ground, his hands and knees softening the impact. Eri was saying something, but it didn't matter. Nothing did. In his mind, he just killed someone. There was absolutely no way anyone survived that. It didn't matter if he wasn't in control. He allowed it to happen. Oh my god, what was he gonna do? How could he even think he could be a Hadash? Izuku was suddenly cut from his spiraling by Eri grabbing his arms and squeezing tighter than you would think she was capable of. She looked straight into Izuku's panic-filled eyes and said, "Look at me. Look at me. That guy is not dead. He's okay. You didn't do anything wrong." Izuku looked back, and as the smoke cleared, he could see Tetsuo's body, devoid of the bat wings. There was no grains of sand. There was also the visible rise of his chest as slight breaths were taken in and out. He was just unconscious. Somehow, by some miracle. Tears of joy were already coming from Izuku's eyes. He wiped them away with his arms as he pulled out his cell phone and called for medical attention. As soon as the call was finished, Eri spoke to Izuku softly, "I'm very sorry and I know you have a lot of questions. So, please come with me and I'll explain as much as I can." Suddenly, Izuku could hear a train nearby. He turned in its direction and saw a white bullet train with red windows in the front coming through a white portal with a rainbow-style glow. Railroad tracks were automatically being laid down in the train's path. A few train cars passed the teenagers until it slowed to a stop, with a door already open into a hallway. Eri climbed aboard and turned to see Izuku still mystified by the train itself. She bent down and reached out her hand. "I'm sorry," she spoke in an even softer tone than before. "Can you please come on board? The train will be departing soon." Izuku stared at the white-haired teenager before him, who somehow knew of everything strange that had happened in the last hour. A part of him wanted to wait, to stay with Tetsuo, and make sure he was okay. But then he saw the silent plea in Eri's eyes. The same look of someone who wanted someone, anyone, to help them. Izuku knew he wore that look before. He didn't want anyone to have that look. With a smile, Izuku nodded and grabbed her hand and climbed aboard. The door closed and the train departed, disappearing into another portal. Destination unknown. January 28, 2236 Den Liner, dining car, 1:24 p.m. Would you like some sludge today, sir? Izuku tilted his head in confusion and said, I'm sorry, but what? You know, edible sludge. I don't judge. It comes in assorted flavors. I bet you would like broccoli flavor. Izuku nervously shook his head and declined the generous offer. Are you sure? I can make it no problem. It's my quirk, after all. Izuku suppressed the urgent need to ask all the questions he immediately thought out regarding her quirk and simply asked for some coffee instead. The woman talking to Izuku, Naomi, pouted and walked away to get Eri and Izuku their drinks. The two of them were sitting in their own dining car. Like the outside of the train, the cabin was purely white with windows for each dining table. The area was lined with a few fixed rectangular tables and a single white circular table with its own special leather chair in a corner. There were people that passed by the car, but they paid no attention to Izuku. At the opposite end of the room, there was a small bar tucked in the corner where Naomi was working. Naomi was the steward of the train. She was dressed in a mix between a maid outfit and a flight attendant. She had on long black leather sleeves and breathes with red gloves and boots. There were multiple wristwatches on all of her arms and legs, each one a distinct color and model. She had long black hair that was combed and tied up in a bun. Her most distinctive feature was the strands of pink hair that went down from her hair to her chin. Her quirk apparently was called sludge, which Izuku filed away for later. He wanted to make sure he was safe before getting caught in another sludge-related incident. Outside of the train, there were no signs of any civilization anywhere. All that could be seen were deserted plains and plateaus. The rocky orange colors of the ground contrasted greatly with the rainbow-colored sky. Izuku had seen photos before of the aurora borealis, but that was nothing compared to the moving waves of colors here. Behind the counter, Naomi used a corded phone and announced into the intercom through the receiver, "Hello, and thank you all for riding Den Liner today. I'm your spunky stewardess for the trip, Naomi. If you need anything, I'm your girl. Just say Naomi-chan." With that done, the coffee had finished brewing. She took 2 mugs on a tray and delivered them to Eri and Izuku. Izuku thanked her and took a sip. The coffee helped to ease his nerves a bit. Naomi bowed her head and was about to head back to the counter when a voice from inside of Izuku spoke, "Hey, you forgot to take my order." The same light from earlier appeared from Izuku's chest and materialized into the demon on another table. However, he was different from before. Instead of sand, his texture looked more like leather with the spikes on his shoulders becoming metal. He was entirely red and he wasn't divided as he was, now looking like a fully combined being. The demon held a finger up and asked Naomi for 1 coffee. She cheerfully accepted and went to brew the drink. As he got down, Eri leaned forward and explained to Izuku, "Okay, so, let's start with your first question. This," she paused as she gestured to the rest of the train, "is called Den Liner. It's a train that travels inside of time. Outside of the train, through those windows, is time itself. With me so far?" Eri saw the blank look on Izuku's face as if his brain was short-circuiting from processing that fact, but instead of freaking out, he took another sip of coffee and nodded. "Okay. Please continue." "Got it. So, that thing," she paused, gesturing to the demon with his feet on the table, "is called an imagine. We don't know a lot about them, but here's what we do know. Imagine are creatures that have traveled through time from your future to the year. Do you understand?" Izuku nodded slowly, not ready yet to find the words to ask the hundreds of questions he had. "So, what imagine do?" Eri continued. "They go and find a person and bond with them, using an image from that person's memory to create a body for itself." And, Izuku started, facing towards the demon. "That's what you did to me. What image did you use?" The demon scoffed and loudly proclaimed, "Ain't it obvious? I'm All Might." Izuku silently stared at the demon, thinking of how he should respond, before he shook his head and sheepishly said, "Sorry, but no. No, you're not." "Of course I am," the demon exclaimed. "I got his horns." An image flashed in Izuku's mind of the number 1 hero's hair ears. His eyes, another image of All Might's eyes that were obscured by shadow. "And apparently, his smile," said the demon with his fanged mouth frozen in place. Izuku took in a deep breath and explained in depth, "Well, I can see how you'd think that. But those seem superficial at best. Even though there are a few similarities like your catchphrase earlier and your strength, there's not that much correlation. Honestly, if anything, you look more like Momotaro. I remember reading about him recently for an assignment and did think highly of him when I was a kid. Although, if All Might really was what you were going for, I'd have multiple questions like did you base your abilities off of All Might or if there's any other correlation? Also, if the image you saw was found from you sifting through my memories or was the image chosen based off emotional connection or just enough?" The Imagine cried. "Forget I said anything. And Momotaro, what kind of lame name is that?" Izuku shrunk down in his seat. It's been a while since anyone was bothered by his muttering, but it still hurt whenever someone did. Eri gave Izuku a soft smile and leaned in. "Ignore that meanie. Is it okay if I continue?" Izuku nodded. "Okay, so," she paused, taking a sip of her coffee. "The Imagine takes on a form created from an image in someone's mind. But it doesn't become solid automatically. They can only become full once they complete a contract with the user, and once that happens yeah. That's right," the Imagine said, standing up from his table and jumping into the seat next to Izuku. "Come on, kid. Tell me what's your wish." Izuku started to say. "No, don't," warned Eri. "As long as you don't tell him your wish, the contract can't be started and he can't do anything to you." The Imagine turned towards Eri and said, "Look, why don't you stay out this, you nosy b-" Whatever insult the Imagine was about to say was interrupted by a straightforward punch from Eri. The Imagine winced in pain and nursed his face as he went back to his table. Izuku continued the conversation as if nothing had happened. "Hey, I'm following what you're saying so far, that the Imagine become those sand creatures until they finish this contract, but then, why does..." Izuku trailed off as he looked at the Imagine and wondered what to call him. Until he decided on, "Momotaro's here not look like that." Ignoring the newly dubbed Momotaro's complaints, still such a lame name, Eri looked out the window. "Not sure entirely," she said thoughtfully. "But this place has different rules than on Earth." Izuku looked out the window too, and for a while, the train car was silent with only the background mechanical noise of the Den liner moving across the tracks. Finally, Izuku asked the question that he was wondering about the most. "You said before I was a singular point," Izuku began. "What did you mean by that? Is that something like a quirk?" "No," Eri immediately replied. "It's different from that. What a singular point means is it's someone who is resistant to changes in the timeline. Meaning that, if something changes history, you'd still have the memories of the previous timeline unlike anyone else who'd be affected. I know from experience. I'm one of them too." Izuku filed that away for later and continued his discussion. "So, only a singular point can become Deno. That's what I turned into, right? How does that work?" "Yes, you're correct," Eri confirmed. "Singular points are somehow resistant to an Imagine's control, so someone who is one is perfect to fight the Imagine. As for the belt, I don't know exactly everything the belt is supposed to do, but you're quirkless, right?" Izuku, wondering how she knew, hesitantly nodded. "Well, the belt generates armor based off a user's quirk. That form you used at first, it's called platform, is the base of the transformation. It's the default form for if someone doesn't have a quirk. Your bond with Momotaro's creates the closest thing to a quirk the system can find, so it created a fighting form for him too. Though, it seems like for that sword form to be used, Momotaro's needs to be in control." Izuku had more questions, about what these Imagine want, about how the Deno system works, about how Eri came to be here, but he still had to address his most important concern. Even with all of that said, Izuku sheepishly said, rubbing the back of his neck. "I think I understand why you need to have a singular point as Deno, but are you absolutely sure you need me? I mean, I'm not a hero, 𝐼𝐺 chuckled and said, of course you're not. For my host, you seem pretty weak. 𝐼𝐺 pointed towards 𝐼𝐺 and threatened, don't you make me come over there. She turned back to Izuku and reassured, I don't know a lot about heroes. I know someone who's cursed like me can't be a hero. But, I saw you today. You chose to stop 𝐼𝐺 from going too far with those Jyakas. You wanted to help them even though they wouldn't have helped you. That sounds like a hero to me. Izuku wanted to respond to that comment, I know someone who's cursed like me can't be a hero. But, he didn't know how. He certainly had those thoughts about himself multiple times. It wasn't easy to grow up quirkless. In the end, he whispered to her, for what it is. Worth, you seem like you would make a great hero. 𝐼𝐺's eyes widened at that comment and then gave him a strained smile. Before Izuku could continue prodding, Izuku suddenly remembered. Oh, wait. That Tetsuo guy. He was possessed by an Imagine too, right? Yeah, he must have made a contract and during the fight, those sonic attacks and bat wings were from the Imagine. Though, I don't know what he could have wished for. From his friends, he was really upset about losing this keychain he had dash. You mean this? 𝐼𝐺 pulled out the green keychain Izuku spotted before from her pocket and placed it on the table. I found this on the ground earlier. It looked important, but I completely forgot I had it. Izuku picked up the keychain and inspected it closely. It's safe to return this to him. Yeah, 𝐼𝐺 nodded. 𝐼𝐺's attacks seemed to destroy the Imagine inside of him. So, the contract might be broken now. But, are you sure you want to see that guy again? What if those other Jyakas are there? It doesn't matter, Izuku reaffirmed. Whatever this is, it was important enough for him to be worried enough to attack people. An Imagine twists the contract holder's mind, manipulate them to do whatever it takes to get a contract complete, but I get your point. Is there somewhere we should drop you off? Yeah, there is. I Milk Dipper Cafe, 3:42 p.m. Izuku and 𝐼𝐺 entered the Milk Dipper through the front entrance. Izuku turned and closed the door, hiding the view of the currently stationed den liner in the landscape of time. The pass was safely secure in his pocket. According to 𝐺, the pass would be able to take him back to den liner anytime. All he had to do was concentrate on den liner whenever he opened a door or an entrance. Oh, Izuku, you're back, shouted his mom from behind the kitchen counter. Your lunch is cold now. Did you eat already? Before Izuku could reassure that he was okay, 𝐺 spoke for him. Don't worry, Midoriya-san. Your son's okay. Well, thank you. But, who are you, young lady? I'm sorry. My name is 𝐺. It's nice to meet you, 𝐺 said as she bowed in front of Izuku's mom. I ran into Izuku today, who returned something I was looking for. Then, we both got caught in something else. It's my fault your son was late to return. I'm sorry. Oh, no, 𝐺, it's okay. Izuku tried to excuse. But his mother beat him to it. 𝐺, was it? She waited for 𝐺 to nod, before she continued. I'm sure whatever happened wasn't your fault. My son can find himself in some unlucky situations, you know. Yeah, 𝐺 confirmed. I could tell. Everyone, Izuku included, gave a few chuckles about that. Then, Izuku apologized to his mom about them needing to go out again to return the keychain. His mom relented, knowing that Izuku was going to help no matter what. She at least insisted that Izuku get a change of clothes and drink a smoothie to help him recover a tiny bit. 20 minutes later, Izuku and 𝐺 were out the door, with 𝐺 agreeing to his mom to come over and eat a meal with them sometime. Downtown Musutafu, 4:17 p.m. Izuku and 𝐺 found the thugs from before at the top of a group of stairs near the streets. They were planning on just staying out of sight and waiting for them to lead them to Tetsuo, but thanks to Midoriya luck, a dog peed on Izuku and the girly shriek from his mouth alerted the gang to the two teens' presence. Rather than be aggressive as before, all of them started to apologize to Izuku and promised not to tell the cops or any pro-heroes about Izuku using his quirk on them. Izuku was secretly grateful that this incident wouldn't hurt his chances of getting to UA. After Izuku apologized to them for his actions and was relieved to hear that all of them including Tetsuo were okay, he showed them the keychain. They gave Izuku and Eri the location of where they had seen Tetsuo last so the two of them could return the keychain. However, they also gave the teens a heads up. Apparently, he ran away from the ambulance and officers that Izuku had called for and was still frantically looking for the keychain. He even had tried to attack two civilians who had similar keychains before Kamu Wood stepped in. A few blocks away from where they had spoken to the crew, Eri wondered aloud to Izuku, what could be so important about this keychain that it would be worth attacking other people? I'm not sure. Tetsuo didn't seem like the guy to dash Deku. Izuku turned from Eri and looked at the person in front of them blocking their path on the street. To Eri, it was a complete stranger. A teenager the same age as them with blonde explodey hair wearing an all-black junior high uniform. His face looked like it was stuck in a permanent scowl. He had his hands out as if he was ready to choke the two of them out. To Izuku, that was Kaken. Katsuki Bakugu. Before today, he was probably the only one Izuku could call a friend. The two of them had grown up together. When Izuku was confirmed quirkless as a kid, Kaken always made fun of him for it. Even though every taunt hurt Izuku to his core, he knew Kaken didn't really mean to hurt him that much. Izuku knew with his explosion quirk and his determination, Kaken could become one of the greatest heroes of their generation. Izuku hadn't seen him since he transferred to online learning 7 months ago. After the sludge villain incident and after a particular comment from Kaken that went over the line for him. He only heard about him on occasion whenever Kaken's mom would hang out with his mom. Eri saw the immediate change in Izuku, his shoulders immediately hunched over, the fiddling with his hands, his eyes darting between the boy and the ground, and the nervousness in his voice as he stammered out, "Oh, 𝐻𝐻𝐼KAK Kaken." Eri knew this fear too well. Whoever this guy was, he wasn't a friend of Izuku. "Shut up with that CRP. Bakugu yelled. "What, you bothered to show your face to me after months, running away from me like the loser you are." "Ka Kaken," Izuku muttered. "I didn't run away from you or school. You. No, my mom needed more help with the cafe." "Keep telling yourself that," Bakugu growled. "The fact is no matter what you do, it doesn't matter. You're still going to be the same pathetic weakling you always are. Leave him alone, you bully." Eri interjected. Kaken finally looked in Eri's direction and scoffed. "Bully? That's what your little lovebird told YA." He focused all of his attention towards Eri and stood only a few inches away from her. He pocketed one of his hands, but the other, he let a few small explosions crackle out. "Get your facts straight, you extra. You're looking at the future #1 hero, the one that will surpass All Might himself." Eri's eyes widened at the tiny explosions in Bakugu's hands but stood her ground. With a fierce look in her eyes, she told him, "Certainly not in my future." Eri was prepared to deliver a swift kick to Bakugu's arm and make a run for it, but someone else beat her to the punch. Before Izuku could react, from the den liner, Momotaro's made the jump into Izuku's body and took control. Meet Izuku. When Momotaro's joins Izuku, everything about Izuku's abilities is multiplied. His strength, his speed, even his sense of sight and smell. In only a few seconds, Izuku rushed towards Bakugu. He grabbed him by his jacket and threw him into a metal fence nearby, instantly knocking him out. Izuku took one look at Kaken's unconscious body and focused, regaining control from Momotaro's. "Kaken!" Izuku cried out, gently running towards him. As Eri and Izuku propped him nearby a telephone pole, he could still hear Momotaro's voice in his mind as if he were thinking the words himself. "Would have kicked him in the PP, but I like to save those for special occasions." "Please don't do that again," Izuku thought back. "That's not what a hero should do." "Izuku, I'm not interested in being a hero." Sounds like a terrible thing to be. It's really not. Izuku decided that now is not the right time to go into depth about the appeals of becoming a hero and asked something else. "How did you even take control of me? I thought you were still on Den Liner." "We're connected, Izuku. If you don't like it, hurry up and tell me your wish." "Izuku," Eri said, snapping Izuku back to reality. "There's Tetsuo." Izuku looked where Eri was looking and vaguely saw a figure sitting on top of a flat rooftop in the distance. "I'll make sure this Kaken is okay. You go ahead and I'll catch up." Random rooftop. For 26 p.m. Izuku climbed up the final steps of the fire escape. There, Tetsuo could be seen against the city's skyline, leaning on a metal railing. Tetsuo looked even worse than he was before. There were no signs of any injuries, but he looked exhausted. His skin looked ghastly pale and his clothes were completely disheveled. Izuku waved for his attention and pulled out the keychain from his pocket. Tetsuo was still unresponsive as Izuku walked over slowly. In a soft voice, Izuku said to Tetsuo, "Hello. I don't know why this is important to you, but I'm sorry you were so worried about it. Please don't attack anyone else about it." Izuku knelt down to Tetsuo's side and went to place the keychain in his hand. Momotaro's voice suddenly popped inside of Izuku's mind, "Hold on." But it was too late. The keychain was already in Tetsuo's hands. Sand suddenly started pouring from Tetsuo's body. Izuku stepped back and readied a defensive pose. For a brief second, the Imagine looked how Momotaro's first looked like to Izuku, made out of sand and split into two halves. Then, they joined together and formed into one being. It was humanoid like Momotaro's, but it was black and blue. It had orange eyes and long pointed ears. There were bat-like wings draping his arms and he had a cape that resembled a vampire's. Instead of attacking Izuku, the bat Imagine turned to Tetsuo, who was clutching the keychain to his chest. "Your keychain has now been found. Contract complete." The bat moved his arms as if opening a cabinet. To Izuku's shock, Tetsuo's entire body opened from the center out. There was a swirling green and black portal in the divide. The bat Imagine stepped through the entrance and disappearing in an instant. Tetsuo's body folded back together. "Oh no!" Izuku turned and saw Eri coming from the fire escape. She walked over to Tetsuo's body and pulled out a blank black ticket. Eri hovered the ticket over Tetsuo's head. Numbers and drawings flashed onto the card. Izuku looked as the ticket suddenly had an image of the bat Imagine. Over the top of the image, in digital format, read the date December 24th th, 2233, Eri read aloud. She shoved the ticket in front of Tetsuo's face. "Do you remember what happened this day?" Tetsuo looked at the date thoughtfully and recounted his story. On that day, Tetsuo was messing around with his friends and didn't have his phone turned on. When he finally checked it, there were multiple missed phone calls from the hospital. Tetsuo's mom had been sick for a while, but he had no idea how severe it was. By the time he got to the hospital, his mom had already passed. The nurse gave him his mother's final Christmas present, a Christmas tree keychain. Upon finishing, Tetsuo began crying for his mother. Izuku reached out to confirm him when an explosion ringed out in the distance. Izuku and Eri turned towards the sound and saw chaos everywhere. Smoke rose from the streets. Entire skyscrapers, that were only fine a moment ago, had enough structural damage that they were all collapsing. Bridge supports suddenly disappeared, causing cars to crumble underneath the concrete. From behind, a voice called out to the teens. Izuku and Eri turned and saw the wooden mask and costume of Kamu Woods. "You all need to evacuate the area now. There's a massive villain attack." The pro-hero vanished in a flash of purple light. Izuku's eyes widened and he couldn't hold back his large gasp. He stumbled back and looked back at Tetsuo's tears. Eri grabbed Izuku's shoulder and leaned forward. "This is what the Imagine do. Once they complete a contract with someone, they travel through time to a specific memory of someone's past. In the past, they can cause damage that can immediately impact the present. And with that, the future." Izuku took out the pass from his pocket and looked at it. "I don't understand all of this yet, but I know people are in trouble now. How can I help?" Eri smiled and handed Izuku the ticket and told him to put the ticket into the pass as well as how to pilot Den Liner. You can then use Den Liner to travel to the date on that ticket and destroy the Imagine. Once you do, all of this damage caused by the Imagine in the past will disappear here as if it never happened. Izuku nodded and focused on summoning the belt. The buckle appeared in his hands in a flash of light. He draped it over his waist and locked it in. He moved the pass over the buckle, like before. Henshin. The platform armor appeared over Izuku's body. Den Liner appeared in front of Izuku, the train stopping with the very first door to the train right in front of him. 𝐒𝐿 climbed through the train and found the cockpit, a small room with red lighting. In the center was a sleek blue and white motorcycle. 𝐒𝐿 placed the pass in a little compartment above the motorcycle's dashboard and revved up the engine. A screen in front of the CYCL lit up, showing the train's front view with the ticket's date in the corner. December 24 th, 22:33, 𝐒𝐿 read aloud. "Here I come." The train vanished into the sands of time as it moved to its destination. December 24 th, 22:33 downtown Musutafu, 9:15 p.m. Den liner appeared through the colorful portal to a dark winter sky. Christmas lights were strewn about, illuminating the cityscape. 𝐒𝐿 leaned forward and tried to search for the Imagine through the Den liner's cockpit screen. He couldn't find a bat creature flying through the night, but he spotted what was causing the damage. A large white tanker running through traffic, knocking cars off the road. Blasts of sonic screeches came through the truck's windshields, destroying any buildings and launching anyone nearby, civilians, officers, pro-heroes back. Momotaro's voice rang in the back of 𝐒𝐿's mind. "𝐒𝐿, I'm betting you don't know how to drive a motorcycle. Let me take over. Technically, I'm driving a train." Peach, patch. Same difference. "I know I'm not an expert at this, but I know how to stop him. From what I've seen, his sonic blasts aren't strong enough to knock out something as big as Den liner." 𝐒𝐿 swerved the motorcycle to the right, running the train parallel to the road and to the tanker. 𝐒𝐿 could see the bat Imagine in the driver's seat and a younger Tetsuo knocked out beside him. The masked rider moved the train closer to the tanker. Both car and train touched, their friction creating sparks on their respective sides. The bat Imagine jerked from the sudden impact and turned to send a sonic screech at the bullet train, but it didn't stop the train's momentum nor the tanker from slowing down. 𝐒𝐿 kept the pressure on the tanker. As it was nearing to a halt, 𝐒𝐿 looked through the Den liner systems and saw a little girl on the ground, directly in their path. Both Momotaro's and 𝐒𝐿 cried out in sync, "Watch out!" 𝐒𝐿 pressed a SWCH and the motorcycle disconnected from the train. It launched forward towards the girl. This was 𝐒𝐿's first time actually riding a motorcycle, so the motorcycle wobbled a little now that it was free from the confines of the train. But he kept it steady long enough to stop the motorcycle and run forward to pick the girl up and move her out of the way of the vehicles as they slowly came to a halt a few feet away from crashing into another building. As 𝐒𝐿 looked the girl over and checked her for any injuries, a man watched the masked rider from nearby. He wore a long tan trench coat with various tan caps on his head that hid his face from anyone who would take notice of him. The stranger pulled out a silver Seiko pocket watch and marked the time. He walked away from the scene, confident in what Den-O was capable of. The girl's parents came rushing forward, tears pouring out as they embraced her so tightly. The mother picked the girl up in her arms as the girl excitedly told her parents, "That hero saved me." The parents quickly gave their thanks to 𝐒𝐿 before heading to safety. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't believe it. It was a good thing no one could see his face because his cheeks turned so red and tears were already starting to well up. That girl thought he was a hero. This was a such huge thing for him. He never thought something like this would happen so soon. Oh my God, he felt like he was floating on air. Actually, he was. Because, while he was internally freaking out, the bat Imagine burst open the door of the tanker and grabbed the hero from his shoulders up with his feet, carrying him out into the night sky. 𝐒𝐿 struggled to get out, but the bat Imagine's grip was too strong. All 𝐒𝐿 could do was move his arms and hands. Momotaro's voice was already ringing in his head. "What are we waiting for? Call me in. I'm the star." 𝐒𝐿 was hesitant. He had only known the Imagine for a few hours, and in that span of time, the demon showed he was willing to hurt other people for no reason. He even hurt 𝐭𝐻𝐿 without a second thought. Any sane person wouldn't trust him to save the day. But, at the same time, Momotaro's definitely wasn't as evil as this bat Imagine. Honestly, he seemed more like 𝐭𝐻𝐿, loud and boastful, but genuinely had the fighting skills to back up his words. And, if someone like 𝐭𝐻𝐿 was willing to be a hero, then... "Are you sure you want to fight? I thought you didn't want to be a hero." Momotaro's ts-gate at that comment. "I'm not a hero, dumbass." Momotaro sighed, then continued. Fact is, until you tell me your wish, I gotta make sure you don't die. You can count on me for a fight. That was all he needed to hear. Izuku pressed the red button and swiped the pass over the buckle. Sword form. The light from the belt was bright enough to blind the Bat-Imagine as they both go crashing to the ground to an empty road. By the time the Bat-Imagine was able to see again, Momotaro's was already in control of Den-O, red armor already placed on. Den-O gave himself a thumbs up and slide a pose. I have arrived. To Izuku, Momotaro spoke, good. You left the best kind of fighting to me. To the Imagine, Den-O said, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The Bat-Imagine prepared to take off again, but Den-O was already on top of him with a flurry of slashes on his wings. The Bat-Imagine fell back on the asphalt, his wings already in tatters. Now, let's finish what we started, Den-O said as he pulled out the pass and hovered it over the belt. Full charge, the belt announced. My ultimate move. Ultimate. Part, the demon braced the sword, held the sword straight up. The blade spiraled away from the sword's hilt, only connected through a bolt of red electricity. He slashed diagonally with the hilt, with the blade following through the same motion. The blade hit the asphalt, creating a massive gash in the road. Sparks erupted from the Imagine's chest. He threw a second slash in the opposite direction. Even more sparks flew. With his arm raised to the sky, the hero delivered the final strike as he slammed the sword's hilt straight to the ground. The blade's momentum increased for those final seconds, and when it connected with the bat's Imagine, it formed a huge energy gash, glowing white in the middle and going all of the way from his head to his torso. A massive fireball exploded from the spot and flames completely engulfed the villain from view. Now, he has to be done, right? Izuku internally questioned. You'd think that, wouldn't you? Well, sand started to fly from the ground and into the air. Rather than reforming into the Bat-Imagine, it formed into something else entirely. Its white body was segmented like a wasp, the bottom half now having a stinger, two arms as wings, one having the bat-styled wings and other having the typical bird-styled wings. The head was now a bronze-colored bird skull. Well, ain't YA the stubborn one, Den-O commented. Stingers started shooting from the Imagine's body. Den-O moved backwards to dodge. He snapped his fingers and did a backflip through the air, landing directly on the Den-Bird, the motorcycle already speeding towards him. Den-O hit the throttle and they zoomed away. The Imagine was close in pursuit. How do we fight that? Izuku thought. Easy. Momotaro's responded. We go big for big. And, right on cue, the Den liner came on the scene, opening the cockpit and allowing Den-O to redock in. Now safely in the cockpit, Den-O moved the train up, train tracks covering its path. Den liner circled the Imagine as it flapped its wings. The Imagine screeched as it realized it was trapped with no escape. We got it cornered. What do we do now? Izuku asked. What every cool person does, Momotaro's replied. Press every button until something happens. Before Izuku could protest, Den-O clicked all of the buttons on the Den-Bird's console. The first train cars immediately open, revealing compartments for weapons. Lasers, rockets, bombs, even a bird-styled missile all shoot out towards the Imagine. With each successive hit, the beast roared in agony. Little by little, pieces of the Imagine disintegrated, fading away into nothing but dust. The battle was over. The Imagine was gone. Izuku internally sighed in relief. Momotaro's grinned underneath the helmet and chuckled, that's how I get things done. He took off the belt and the armor faded away, leaving Izuku alone in the cockpit with his thoughts. He watched each piece of damage caused by the Imagine suddenly be fixed in a flash of purple light. Every building, every car, every person be restored. Izuku's eyes sparkled with delight, but then he noticed the tanker was still present where he left it. Tetsuo was still unconscious inside of the car. Suddenly, Eri's voice rang in his head. Izuku, are you okay? Eri, where are you? I'm kind of using Momotaro's head as a walkie-talkie. Honestly wasn't sure this would work. Izuku could now hear Momotaro's grumbling in the background. We need to head back to we can't risk anything else changing history. Izuku looked at Tetsuo and turned Den liner into his direction. Izuku, what are you doing? We can't risk it. It's just something I have to do. It'll be okay, Izuku affirmed. January 28, 2236 Den-liner, 6:45 p.m. Izuku was watching the landscape of time fly by as he thought about the last hour. Before he left 2233, Izuku took Tetsuo on the Den-liner and gave him a ride to the hospital where his mom was. With Izuku's help, Tetsuo was able to be with his mom in her final moments and properly say goodbye to her. It wasn't much in the grand scheme of things. It's not like Izuku could somehow miraculously save her. But, still, the small change to history Izuku knew meant the world to Tetsuo. Eri sat down, opposite to Izuku, and gave him a warm smile. She was super opposed to Izuku's decision initially, but once she saw Tetsuo holding his mother's hand, she understood completely. Momotaro's plopped down next to Izuku and placed his arm over Izuku's shoulder. "So, Izuku," Momotaro said, "have you finally decided on your wish?" "I have, actually." Eri gasped as the blood drained from her face. "Izuku, wait a moment. My wish." Izuku grinned at Momotaro's. "I decided to think about it for a bit." Eri sighed relief as Momotaro's threw his head back, cursing and muttering under his breath. "You heard him," Eri teased. "You have to honor it, you know." "That's not how that works." From behind the counter, Naomi yelled to the table, "Hey, everyone. Your drinks are ready." Momotaro's tone changed completely as he matter-of-factly said, "Oh, really?" Then, his tone changed just as quickly, pointing a finger to Izuku and yelling, "This isn't over," while getting up to grab their drinks. Izuku laughed softly while he watched Momotaro's take too hot of a sip of his coffee and complain to Naomi. As he did, he thought about his real wish. One he would never tell Momotaro's. In all honesty, Izuku's wish is a simple one to figure out. Izuku wanted to be a hero. This wasn't at all how he pictured he could be one. But, for once, he didn't think about how he was at a disadvantage being quirkless. Instead, he thought about all of the ways he could help others. Just as he helped in big ways against the Imagine, the small way he helped Tetsuo at the end gave Izuku such a warm feeling in his heart. Izuku knew that this was all still a mystery to him. Where had the Imagine come from? What could he do to make Den-O stronger? How did Eri fit into all of this? But, no matter what he had to learn, Izuku looked forward to finally starting his journey to be a hero. February 2, 2236 Downtown Musutafu, 2 p.m. Izuku unlocked his phone and checked the time. 2 p.m. Perfect. He still had another hour of training before he had to head home and work at the Milk Dipper. It had only been a few days since becoming Den-O and accepting his new reality. Once he got home, he immediately began working on a new training regimen. Before, since his quirkless and didn't already have a set skill he could train, he struggled to think about how he could train to be a hero. Eventually, he decided to train on skills that would utilize his size and stature. His training regimen consisted of learning martial arts and parkour while building up strength and endurance. The gyms and dojos nearby Izuku's home couldn't fit into his work schedule for the Milk Dipper. That, and there were 1 or 2 locations that were known to be biased against quirkless people. So, he had to compensate for that. A lot of his martial arts training came from both trial and error and watching online tutorials. Strength and parkour skills were being built up from Navarro Park. Navarro Park used to be a place where kids could play, teenagers could listen to their music, and even the elderly could feed the local strays. However, there was a villain attack a few years back that completely trashed it. And, due to distributions of heroes between districts, there weren't anyone available in the area who either had a good quirk to clean it up or just didn't want to bother with it. With junked appliances and trash everywhere, the park quickly became abandoned. So, Izuku took it upon himself to start hauling the trash himself, organizing trips to the dump to properly get rid of them. He worked on parkour by working with some of the larger appliances as platform training and then worked on strength when carrying them out of the way. It was agony, especially in those first few months, but results were now starting to show for both Izuku and the park. Izuku originally was planning to do this for Dagobah Beach, an area that was nearby his old apartment that was also piled on by trash. But another junior high student wanted to use the area for strength training too, and Izuku could not find it in himself to say no. He also continued working on his hero analysis journals while analyzing hero fights. He did not want to admit it, but he knew that his analytical mind about heroes, their quirks, and their fighting strategies was the one thing that he could actively work on. Other kids their age would just watch hero fights and be enthralled by the fighting. Izuku was always mesmerized too. Whenever he saw a fight, he always loved seeing people's quirks and creating questions for them, but he knew how important it was for a hero's mind to react quickly in high-stress situations. He still believed his analysis wasn't that good, but it still was fun for him to continue. Now that he had an idea of what he could work on as Den-O, he knew how to incorporate weapons training in his regimen too. Even though Izuku decided Momotaro's would be the one active in combat scenarios, having more experience with sword fighting could potentially improve his muscle memory and help Den-O in the long run. Momotaro's gave him increased senses and skills for hand-to-hand combat, but he still preferred fighting with a sword, so Izuku figured it was better to accommodate him. Izuku also did a few internet searches about how to drive a motorcycle and a train. He knew that he would never be able to get a license for them until he was older, but he still knew they were important to learn. Right now, Izuku was on the prowl downtown, getting everything he needed to practice kendo. He knew he needed one of the practice bamboo swords and some protective gear. He also could use a hitting dummy as well, though that might take him over budget. Would Eri be willing to help? No, it would not be good to use one of his few friends as fighting practice. Would learning a smaller weapon first like a knife or another two-handed weapon like a staff be better before learning about a sword? No, that would not be wise because, as Izuku was deep in his headspace, he crossed an alley. His bad luck struck again as a stray trash can flew out from the alley into the street where it collided into the side of the teenager's head. There was nothing he could do as his body went limp and his consciousness went to sleep. From the den liner, Momotaro sensed the boy's mind become blank, and if he wasn't already, he would have worn a wide grin. He stood up from his table and rubbed his hands together as he plotted, "Here's my chance." Momotaro's jumped from the train of time into the unconscious teenager's body. His hair stood up and turned red as Emizuku got up and dusted off his clothes, hating that he was forced to wear something so lame, a green hoodie and jeans. Out of curiosity, the being investigated the alley to see what the commotion was about. It was some loser in a loose blue suit with a brown paper bag over his head. He tumbled backward into a set of trash cans. 5 jackasses in the same black suit and had on the same sunglasses were creeping toward him. "Look, I'll get your money, no problem," the loser with the bag complied. But then, his tone and demeanor completely changed as he pointed a finger straight at them. "Get a job. Work hard for your own money." Emizuku pulled the hood over his head. One of the extras tore off their sunglasses and threw them to the ground. "I had enough of this bullshit." He threw his arm back for a punch right for the paper bag. But he couldn't move it any forward. Emizuku gripped the arm and squeezed as he twisted the man's arm behind his back. "Ugh!" The man fell to the ground, his left arm clearly broken. The other 4 dumbass paused for a second before rushing forward at the hooded fighter. They didn't last long. Only a minute later, all of them were knocked into the walls, their unconscious bodies stuck in the now dented walls of the alley. Emizuku sighed, "Man, that was a good time." He turned back and looked at the bagman still sitting in the alley. Momotaro's couldn't tell what the man's expression was, but he could tell he made a cool impression. "Hey, bagman," Emizuku said. "Don't get pushed around like that. Get stronger." Emizuku turned to walk out of the alley, but the bagman spoke. "Oh, senpai. You're so strong. How lame. You could have done better." Izuku turned and gave a disgusted look back at the bagman. The bagman was now scrambling to pick up loose money and wallets from the unconscious men. Once the bagman noticed the hooded stranger staring at him, he got up with the money in his hands and offered, "Are you hungry? Treats on me." "You can't have it." Emizuku groaned. Momotaro's wouldn't have bothered to pay 2 seconds to the weakling if there wasn't a fun fight for him to get into. Whoever the bagman was, his speech was seeing Momotaro's off. "Just pick one thing, damn it." Momotaro's thought. Deciding to not beat him up for it, it would not have been fun to beat up someone so pathetic. Emizuku waved him off and declined. You can keep the cash, 𝐼𝐻𝐸 said. I'm just looking for somewhere to change into something a lot better. And then I'll find another fight. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 couldn't tell if the bagman was smiling, but the bagman enthusiastically said, I know the perfect place around here. A man of your style will love it. You don't have any, so you definitely need it. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 tscate at that comment and nodded at him to lead the way. Yamagoshi clothing store, 2:37 p.m. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 walked out of the clothing store, straightening his new clothes. He was now dressed in a black dress shirt with white stripes underneath a BLD red leather jacket with biker briefs. He ditched Izuku's old clothes in a dumpster nearby and put on the recently purchased mask in his hands to complete the outfit. A cheap All Might mask to be exact. Normally, he would not choose to wear something like this, but he wasn't comfortable being seen in public with someone who casually wore a paper bag over his head. How did he even see out of that? That jacket really suits someone with your strength. The bagman praised, but then hunched over and pointed to the dumpster. Will look great with those other clothes. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 ignored it and headed in another direction, wanting to look around town and find another fight, one without heroes getting in his way. To his annoyance, the bagman followed closely behind. Oi, oi. Why you are following me around like a DMN stalker? We're done, you know. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 couldn't tell the bagman's expression right then, but he strangely felt the bagman's hesitation as the man looked up at the clouds and offered, You said you wanted another fight, right? Plenty of people to fight. We can work together. We'll be a terrible team. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 looked over to the bagman as other extras went about their day, completely unaware of the conversation that was happening now. Now, you're talking. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 excitedly said. When and where? Tonight at midnight here. Everywhere. They had just stopped in front of a large industrial plaza with a pearl-white fountain in the center. There was an underground entrance to a subway station nearby opposite of the giant business building overlooking the city. All right, I'll show up. Count on it. The bagman nodded and 𝐼𝐻𝐸 thought he was about to confirm his plans, but then suddenly, he made a sharp turn and made a beeline for the opposite street. What was that about? Momotaro's wondered. He was about to chase him down when he heard a single thought in his head turn into a voice that got louder and louder with each word. What? Momotaro's. What are you doing here? Where am I? Izuku had finally regained consciousness. Izuku, you're awake now. Momotaro's asked internally. Izuku questioned, was there a fight or something? You could say that. The Imagine trailed off. Say, can I have my body back now, please? Momotaro's relented and Izuku felt his body become his own, hair sparking down. Only when he was sure Momotaro's voice was gone, did he take in his new clothes and register the mask on his face. Before he could take it off, a male voice called from behind. Hey, you! We need to talk to you. Izuku turned and saw two policemen coming over. What is your relationship with that gentleman that just left? Izuku nervously looked around and said, Who? I wasn't hanging out with anyone. One of the policemen furrowed his brow and started to now question the masked teenager. Really? Sir, that man is a wanted suspect for multiple robberies. Are you sure you don't know anything? Izuku could suddenly hear his own heartbeat and noticed his hands and feet fidgeting. Aloud, he calmly said, Oh, really? Bibek, because I don't know anything about that. To Momotaro's, he calmly thought, Momotaro's? Were you hanging out with a villain? What did you do? I didn't do anything, was the loud internal rebuttal in Izuku's mind. Eri's voice rang in his head. Izuku, if you can hear me, try to get to a door. Then Lina will pick you up. The policemen were glaring at Izuku with suspicion. Sir, it would be better if you answer some more questions at the station. As soon as one of the policemen took a step forward, Izuku bolted to the subway station. Get back here. Stop right there. They commanded. Izuku climbed down the stairs and into the underground tunnel. His head darted through the crowded area and tried to scope out a door he could use. Maintenance. No, that's probably locked. Bathroom is too far away. Izuku's internal monologue was interrupted by the sound of shoes climbing down the steps. No more time to think. He ran for the door, narrowly avoiding a mother holding her baby on his path. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 grabbed the pass in his pocket and left for 𝐻𝐿𝐼, leaving behind two very confused police officers staring at a small empty toilet. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, dining car. 2:51 p.m. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 held his head as he slammed it against the table in the 𝐻𝐿𝐼's dining car. Oh my god. I can't believe I just ran away from the co-cops. I don't know what happened. I just panicked. Meanwhile, Eri threw back a hard punch at Momotaro's face. He reeled back from the impact and lost his footing, slipping into one of the dining seats. You always go straight for the punch, Momotaro's complained, rubbing the side of his head. Of course, I do. Eri rebutted. Just what were you thinking? Getting into fights, hanging out with criminals, getting 𝐒𝐿𝐼 chased by the cops. She grabbed the collar of 𝐒𝐿𝐼's jacket and held it closer to Momotaro's. Did you steal these clothes, too? Of course not. I'm not pathetic like that, Momotaro scoffed. I bought them. That statement snapped 𝐒𝐿𝐼 out of his spiraling as he quickly pulled out his wallet and looked inside. It was completely empty. The boy pouted as his eyes started to water, but that was the last of my money. So what? Momotaro's commented. I can't go around looking lame like that. Before 𝐒𝐿𝐼 could think of a good comeback, Naomi came in, practically hopping with a tray of drinks in her hands. She announced, "Orders up," and put in front of 𝐒𝐿𝐼, Eri, and Momotaro's 3 teacups filled with red and blue mud mixed together. Oh, so that's what her quirk looks like, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 acknowledged. Eri looked at her drink with disgust and then back to Naomi. She said, "Naomi, we didn't order these." I know, Naomi enthusiastically replied. They're on the house from Onna. As Naomi skipped back to her counter, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 noticed the figure in the corner, holding up a newspaper. They were wearing a velvet ascot tucked into a white dress shirt, a brown waistcoat with white stripes and matching dress breathes. The boy wasn't sure what the most curious aspect of him was. The fact that the newspaper wasn't just Japanese, but a mixture of languages from all of the world. Or the fact that the figure was a humanoid snail. It was the size of a child and had the head and shell of a snail, but curiously had humanoid hands and presumably humanoid feet underneath his dress shoes. Eri sensed 𝐒𝐿𝐼's unspoken question and told him, "That's the owner for 𝐻𝐿𝐼. He has a name, but everyone here just calls him owner." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stared at the owner with wonder while Naomi arrived to owner's table and placed a dish of fried rice that caused 𝐒𝐿𝐼's mouth to water a bit. The dish was surrounded by 4 sausages cut up as if they were flowers. The fried rice was in a neat round mound with a flag in the center that had a cartoon image of 𝐻𝐿𝐼. While Naomi put on a bib around the snail, owner's gaze turned to 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and he smiled. "My specialty meal," owner explained. "I love eating this and letting the flag fall be the last thing. It's my personal battle." Owner's eyes turned back to the dish and he started to cut through the mound as if he were a surgeon operating. Naomi returned to her station as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 summoned up the courage and walked up to him. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 hesitated. Go on, speak, owner said. "So, if you're the 𝐻𝐿𝐼's owner, I have a lot of questions I want to ask. About 𝐻𝐿𝐼, the Imagine, and Deno." "Like what?" Owner questioned before taking a spoonful of fried rice. As if the floodgates were open, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pulled out a notebook from thin air entitled CLMX Training No. 1. "How does 𝐻𝐿𝐼 travel through time? Are you all from the future or from various points in history? What's your quirk, by the way? Who created the Imagine? Where did they come from?" Owner took in the onslaught of questions and light-hearted laughter filled the train car. "I see," owner said. "Unfortunately, there isn't anyone who can answer all your questions right now. You're doing all of this without understanding it. Look outside." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 looked through one of the windows. Dust flew through the empty desert of time. There was a large canyon to the side of 𝐻𝐿𝐼's tracks. It encompassed the landscape, making it impossible to see anything else beyond it. This train was able to traverse inside all of time itself, owner explained. The past and the future were all destinations we could go to. Until recently, that large canyon appeared, and 𝐻𝐿𝐼 was derailed from entering the future. Owner paused as he took in another spoonful of rice. When it was being investigated, the beings known as 𝐼𝐺 came from across the canyon and entered the year 𝐸 then spoke from her table. In my time, your future, one day, it all disappeared. Everything. It was all just gone. I then found myself in that canyon and climbed out of there. Soon after, I got picked up by 𝐺. I made my own contract with owner so I could help out with the 𝐼𝐺 in any way I can. Izuku nodded slowly as he understood more about 𝐸. 𝐸 was only saved from whatever happened to the future because she was a singular point. She lost everything from her old life and found herself somewhere completely new. She lost her friends, her family. It couldn't have been easy. Izuku wished that he could do more about it. The train started to rock to the side. All of the passengers held onto their seats, but tragedy struck when the mini 𝐺 flag fell from its mound of fried rice onto the porcelain plate. Owner gasped loudly and brought his hands to his face. I almost set a new record, owner sadly remarked. He grabbed a nearby cane and sat up from his seat. See you again. Owner left the dining car, leaving Izuku to wonder how a man like that got to own a time train. Izuku's bedroom, 9:34 p.m. now, dressed in his pajamas, Izuku placed his new clothes and tossed them into an empty takeout bag. He'll probably take them to a donation center later as there was no way he would ever those clothes again. Izuku hadn't explained to his mom about his quirk yet. So when he came home straight from 𝐺, he told his mom his new clothes were just a way of trying something new. To his surprise, his mom was supportive about his new clothes. Too supportive. Izuku loved his mom, but her trying out new slang to compliment his jacket just made him cringe. He plopped down on his bed, threw his empty wallet on the desk next to him, and sighed. Several months ago, after switching to online learning, Izuku had sold off his entire collection of All Might merchandise. And his collection was huge. Toys, figurines, statues, collectibles, hoodies, posters, comforters. Even a limited edition boxer set, which Izuku would swear to you he never wore before. Part of it was because he wanted the extra money to help his family. The other part came from wanting to move on from any sign of the number one hero. From that moment when he... But now, with Momotaro's purchases, his funds were completely dry. Izuku would have to figure something out. Tomorrow. Because today had been a long day. Only a few minutes later and Izuku was fast asleep. And that was what Momotaro's had been waiting for. Momotaro's took control and grinned at the bag of his clothes in the corner. Man, Izuku gets tired so easily. Works for me. February 3, 2236 Downtown Alley, 12:02 a.m. Izuku found the bagman crouched near a construction gate. He was watching a group of suited thugs, similar to the ones from earlier, with each one carrying a metal briefcase. The bagman spotted Izuku and waved him over. Senpai. Thank goodness you're here. For a second, we thought you weren't gonna show up. You hard of hearing. Izuku said. I said I would show up, didn't I? The bagman nodded and then turned his attention to the group of thugs. Alright, so here's the plan. Those guys have super strong quirks, so while you're fighting them, we'll go in and grab the cash. Got it, Izuku confirmed. By the way, can you split some of that with me? I got problems of my own that some cash could help out with. No problem at all. Here, take this in case we get split up. The bagman pulled out a piece of paper and without looking, Izuku shoved it into his back pocket. Now, stand back, the bag extra commanded. Our quirk needs a little room. This is gonna be fun. Momotaro's thought. Looks like sticking with Izuku was a good idea after all. Izuku watched as brown sludge, not the good kind that he usually drank on the 𝐺, dripped from the bagman's fingers. Each droplet landed on the ground, then started to cluster together and build up until they were feet and then legs and a torso and arms and a head. Izuku now stood with 3 identical bag extras. So, that's it, Momotaro's thought. Gotta admit, that'd be a pretty good one to have. But, it's probably the reason why this wackadoodle kept correcting himself. Except just now. And he kept saying "our." Wait, what's that smell? The 3 bagmen charged straight into the building after the gang, and it was only now that Izuku noticed the few grains of sand falling from one of their pairs of breathes. Before Izuku could follow, a fist finds itself thrown on Izuku's face. Oh, wait. This is Izuku's body. I'm sorry. It was the nosy beach. Oh, you're the worst. Are we talking about you or me? Eri rebutted. I knew you'd do something bad with Izuku, but I didn't expect you to be a thief. I'm not a thief. I'm just the muscle. Eri grabbed him by his shirt and held him to the gate. It's the same thing. Well, why not? Izuku argued. I can't stay on that little train forever. The stress will build up. Besides, I did good. I found an imagine. That made Eri release her grip. What? Where? Izuku pointed back in the bagmen's direction. In that building. I can go all out against an imagine, right? Eri sighed in defeat. Fine. But that mask stays on. And? She pulled out from her jacket a pair of pink winter gloves. You put these on too. So you don't leave stuff like fingerprints around. I am not putting on those put it on. Office building, 12:05 a.m. Stepping into the building's lobby, Izuku realized he missed one heck of a party. Bodies in all matching suits were laid across the tiled floor, plants, and knocked through tables. If there was more BLD and more flickering lights, it would have been straight from a horror movie. Izuku sniffed the air. No more was needed. The trail might as well have been marked by flashing lights. He made a move for the stairs then. Ding! The elevator opened and the three bagmen sprinted towards the entrance with their hands holding identical metal briefcases. One of the bagmen skidded to a halt. The one Izuku could tell was the original as it was the only one with sand falling, and addressed Izuku. Hey, senpai. Turns out, these posers weren't as strong as we thought. Come on. Izuku followed them out through the entrance and into the city night, but the escape might not have been easily as they thought. Only after a block away, 3 black cars suddenly pulled up in the middle of the road. With no introduction, a whole squad of assholes in suits came to attack the 4 thieves. The squad of thieves moved to defend the money. Izuku activated his powers and dashed through the crowd and jumped over one of the now empty cars. He picked it up and threw it toward the extras. Most of them dodged out of the way, with some of them using their quirks to divert the car's path. One of them even sent pillows with their feet. Quirks are weird, man. Crash. Boom. Scraping metal hurt the concrete road. Before they could respond in kind, Izuku charged. Knuckles connected with their guts while legs propelled kick after kick. If these guys are smart at all, they'd run, Momotaro's thought, his eyebrows raised. They weren't smart. Get him, one yelled. Izuku grabbed the guy around his arm and lifted him straight off the ground and threw the punk over his shoulder. Ah! He landed on the ground behind Izuku. More extras rushed at the masked teen, attempting to come at him from all sides. A knife glittered and Izuku jumped in the air and slammed the knife to the ground with his feet. He threw a backhanded blow to the knife wielder's chest and he flew back. Man, I'm cool, Momotaro's thought as he turned around and looked at the bagmen. One of them turned invisible and attacked one of the extras from behind. Another shot a fireball through his mouth, tearing open the bag and revealing the wide grin underneath. Gotta be the Imagine's power, he commented. Now that all of the extras are taken care of, I can— Hey, what are you doing? Izuku's voice ringed in his head, loud and clear. Momotaro's involuntarily jerked in surprise. Izuku, you're awake now. You took control of me in my sleep again. Izuku questioned in an aggressive tone Momotaro's had never heard him use before. Look, I'm in a bit of trouble now. We can do this later. This is my body. I'll handle whatever's going on. Get out, Izuku demanded. With that, Momotaro's spirited away back to Den Liner. Izuku was now fully awake and took in the situation fully. He had only noticed the unconscious bodies on the ground only a few seconds ago. But now he noticed the bagmen giving each other high fives and the slight sand trail, showing Izuku that one of them had an Imagine. I don't know what's going on, but I need to talk to whoever that is and figure out what contract they made, Izuku thought. He took a step forward when a figure made their presence known. What made it worse was that Izuku recognized them. They were a pro hero. I'm so dead. February 3, 2236 Downtown Musutafu, 12:46 a.m. Prepare for your inner darkness, the figure dramatically warned. 𝐒𝐿 recognized them as the edgelord hero. 𝐻𝐸𝐲. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 was a somewhat scrawny man with messy hair and an eye patch. His costume was all black and consisted of a jacket with large collars, gloves with arcane symbols, and many belts on his waist, arms, and neck. Agents of chaos, fate has brought you all to me to exact your divine punishment. 𝐒𝐿 stepped back and grabbed a knife on the ground as 𝐻𝐸𝐲 rushed one of the bagmen with his jacket flowing in the night breeze. One of the bagmen threw a punch at 𝐻𝐸𝐲, but he jumped to the side and the fist instead connected to the metal door of a nearby car. The clone melted from the bottom down until all that remained was a pile of sludge. A second bagman spit out a fireball from his mouth, but 𝐻𝐸𝐲 dodged it again, bowing so low the flames missed him. Of course, you all knowingly open your souls to arcane magic. Your lives have lost their meaning, but not to worry. Watch as this hero reveals the pretenders and unveils the true darkness of your sins. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 got close to the second bagman and twisted his arm behind his shoulder. The clone didn't have time to react as it melted back into sludge like the other one. Before the original could react, 𝐻𝐸𝐲 grabbed the bagman by his shoulder, flipped open his eye patch, and ripped off the paper bag from his head, revealing a blonde man with scruffy hair and many bags under his eyes. The blonde man's terrified eyes widened and 𝐒𝐿 saw the man wanted to scream, but was under the influence of 𝐻𝐸𝐲's quirk. 𝐻𝐸𝐲's quirk was called Mind Reaper. It allowed him to force people to expose their deepest secrets or anything shameful from their past. Usually, he used this to confuse his enemies long enough to attack them, but the clones fell easily here. The blonde man screeched and struggled as he tried to not speak but failed. I take the entire toilet paper roll off the holder when I use the toilet. I like to eat McDonald's while in bed. I think I killed the real me. That snapped 𝐒𝐿 out of his observations. The whole time, he had been watching from behind a car both to get an idea of the situation and to hopefully stay out of the pro-hero's way. But those ramblings reminded him that villain or not, criminal or not, the stranger to 𝐒𝐿 was still a victim. He had an imagine that was influencing his decisions. 𝐒𝐿 didn't know the full extent of how much, but knew that if the man got arrested now, with his cloning quirk and whatever the imagine had added, he could do some serious damage to anyone around them. But more importantly, 𝐒𝐿 wanted to help save him. Okay, 𝐒𝐿, think, 𝐒𝐿 thought. 𝐻𝐸𝐲's quirk is touch activated, so I need something around here that will protect me from it if I'm going to get in there. Where? Perfect. 𝐒�L's eyes spotted a pair of full white pillows on the ground, grabbed them by their pillowcases, and got into a fighting stance. Would love to know what kind of quirk made these, 𝐒𝐿 thought as he rushed into the fight. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 finally noticed 𝐒𝐿 and the edgelord laughed at the sight. Oh my goodness! Are you attempting to humor me into 𝐆𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐿 or has your soul truly been driven to madness? 𝐒𝐿 ignored the comment and pushed 𝐻𝐸𝐲 off the stranger with the pillows and gave him a roundhouse kick to the side. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 fought back, but 𝐒𝐿 blocked punch after punch with a push from a pillow every time. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 was forced back each time. 𝐒𝐿 knew he wouldn't last long against a real pro-hero, eccentricity aside, but right now, he had a plan. He hoped it would pay off. With a kick to the stomach, 𝐒𝐿 knocked 𝐻𝐸𝐲 off balance, making him trip on one of the unconscious criminals. 𝐒𝐿 then grabbed the knife from earlier and plunged it into 𝐻𝐸𝐲's collar. As 𝐻𝐸𝐲 attempted to grab the knife, 𝐒𝐿 closed his eyes and delivered a hard punch to his face, knocking the hero out. 𝐒𝐿 lifted 𝐻𝐸𝐲 by his head and placed one of the pillows underneath him. Suddenly, police sirens can be heard in the distance. 𝐒𝐿 went up to the stranger, who had been holding his head and whispering to himself during 𝐒𝐿's fight with 𝐻𝐸𝐲. Come on, 𝐒𝐿 urged. We need to get out of here. He pulled Momotaro's friend up by the jacket and the two of them ran off into the night. Rooftop, 1:41 a.m. 𝐒𝐿 took off his mask and slowly breathed in and out as his body attempted to catch up with him. 𝐒𝐿 and Momotaro's friend had been running for an hour, ducking and hiding in between alleys. Somehow, they had found an empty fire escape and climbed up it. Thank God, 𝐒� praised. I think we're in the clear now. Momotaro's friend had been quiet since the fight, but startled 𝐒� when he asked, Senpai, are you okay? You seem different. The voice in my head is saying you're weaker now. The voice in his head, right? The imagine. Or is it something else? Izuku wondered. He remembered the stranger's confession before. He looked into his eyes. They were sad. Izuku didn't see a villain. He saw someone who needed help. Izuku decided to trust him a little. Aloud, he said, "Yeah, it's okay. I'm all right. Honestly. My quirk put some voices in my head sometimes. You were talking mostly with him." The stranger's eyes widened, his eyes filled with understanding. "Yeah, I can. I can relate. It's CKS. Though, they're usually not too bad. Oh hey, that reminds me." Izuku looked on in shock as Momotaro's friend pulled out a large wad of cash from his back pocket. "We couldn't get the big loot, but I never come home empty-handed. Here you go. Here's YA cut." Momotaro's friend counted some bills and handed over about 10,000 yen over to Izuku. Izuku got flustered and shook his head repeatedly. No. I'm sorry, but I really can't take that. I'm training to be a hero, honestly." Momotaro's friend groaned. "Oh, man. A hero? I was rooting for you. Well, your loss." As the man placed his money back, Izuku realized now was the best time to try and figure out the contract. Izuku stammered out, Well, since I'm not taking your money, I was wondering if I could ask you a question instead." He shrugged. "Sure, what do you want to know?" "I'm an open book." The boy hesitantly asked, Before with odd eye, could you tell me what you meant by that confession?" "Oh, sure," the stranger casually agreed. "See, once I spilled some ketchup packets in bed, I realized No, I mean, about killing the real you." The stranger's casual expression immediately changed, his eyes became more distant as if he remembered something he didn't want to remember. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." Izuku apologized. "Forget I said anything." "Oh, wait, that's not good, too. Man, how do I say this?" Momotaro's friend cut him off. "It's fine, senpai. You don't want to know the whole story. Believe me. All you need to know is that things got a little crazy. Now, I don't know whether I'm the original Jin anymore." That is not how I wanted to find out his name, Izuku thought. I don't want to even imagine what kind of scenario would lead to something like that. But hold on. About his quirk. There must be some way to tell if he is the original. From what I've seen, enough damage to the clone makes it melt. But I'm not comfortable just beating him up to see how much he can take. And, at any rate, it will not do any good for him either. Think of what I saw earlier. Why did the clones melt? Izuku replayed in his mind the fight he saw. The first one threw a fist and the other one had broken his arm. Damage between the two were of varying degrees, so he focused on the first one. The first clone who had his thumb in his fist when he threw the punch. Something like that would break his bones. A terrible idea came to Izuku. "Hey, on second thought," the boy said. "Could I get some money, after all? I need it for the train ride back home." Jin's expression morphed back to normal with a wide smile on his face. His hand offered Izuku the money. "I'm sorry," Izuku whispered before he grabbed the hand and twisted the thumb. Hard. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," Izuku exclaimed as he bowed his head over and over again. Jin was staring at his fingers in awe. "I know that was entirely out of nowhere and probably very painful, but it was the only way to know for sure if you're the original. I don't know much about your quirk, I haven't diagnosed it properly, but it seems like your clones only melt when one of their bones are broken, and this was the only way to check. But good news is you are not melting, which means you are the original. And, again, I'm deeply sorry for not warning you I was going to do this, but I figured that his rambling apology was stopped from Jin embracing him tightly. Tears slid from the man's cheeks. His voice choked as he uttered, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Jin released his hug and stared at his senpai. Are we friends now?" Izuku couldn't help it, but he formed tears of his own and smiled. "Of course, only if you want to. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you." Jin Bubai Gawara. "That feels good. That feels really good." Jin laughed and stood up on that rooftop, loud and proud. "You hear that, world? I'm Jin Bubai Gawara. My name is Dash. Jin suddenly stopped. His face became strained as he held his head in his hands. Involuntary grunts escaped his throat and then a voice. One that was not Jin's. I don't care about any of this. We have a contract. To get you a hell of a lot of money. Izuku stood up, his hands hovered over Jin. Izuku said, Jin, listen to me. Whatever that voice has been telling you, he doesn't want to help you. You shut up. The Imagine said. The Imagine, in Jin's body, pushed Izuku away, stood up, and immediately produced 2 clones of Jin from his hands. Then, those 2 clones produced more clones of themselves, then those clones produced more and more. Pretty soon, there would be thousands of them. Izuku cried, Jin, stop. You don't have to listen to him. As he got up and produced the Den-O belt. One of the clones threw a fireball at Izuku, the force knocking him unconscious on the ground. By the time Eri found him, Jin and the clones were gone. Den Liner, dining car, 7:30 a.m. Izuku set aside his breakfast plate and continued scrolling through the news on his phone. The local feed was filled with reports of banks getting robbed, all of them at once. The perpetrators were all invisible and used fire attacks, so alerts were being made to warn civilians and to have the local heroes be on high alert. This is bad. This is really bad, Izuku muttered as he refreshed the app. Behind him, Eri and Momotaro's were arguing. And staring each other down, with Momotaro's placing a foot on the bench to assert dominance. And, to top it off, you were planning to split it. Eri berated. Momotaro's pointed to Izuku. I just wanted some of it to pay back Izuku. Izuku put down his phone and looked back at Momotaro's. I don't want money like that. Eri left her table to sit in front of Izuku and groaned. Right now, we need to focus on finding that man. Izuku apologized. I'm sorry. If I just done a better job of helping Jin Dash, you did your best, Izuku. Don't forget that. Momotaro's collapsed in his seat as he said, and I did my best. Check your back pocket, Izuku. Izuku reached inside of his pocket and unfolded a piece of paper. The paper was a drawing of a map. Presumably of Jin's hideout. Better be grateful, Momotaro's commented. Izuku stood up from his seat and started to head out the door. Let's go. Eri nodded to Izuku and then turned back to Momotaro's. Don't leave this train ever again, she demanded. Momotaro scoffed and strode over to Izuku. Oh, but I will. When there's a fight, and I'm guaranteeing there will be one, you have to call me. I won't. What? Izuku, still facing the door and away from Momotaro's, continued, I won't call you. I don't want to fight with you anymore. The Imagine threw his hands in the air. You're angry? At me? If this is about the cops, Izuku interrupted, I don't care about that. I'm used to bad stuff happening to me. But, you tried to steal something important from other people and you hurt them just to get it. I don't like that. Not at all. With one glare toward the demon, Izuku said with a fury no one had heard from him before, I won't let you turn me into a villain. What the hell? Momotaro's replied. You don't need to take this so seriously. Izuku walked forward but stopped in the doorway from the dining car. Hey, about my wish. What if it was about Momotaro's separating our bond? That's not how it works, Momotaro's waved off, and stop it with the Momotaro's. Fine, Izuku whispered and he walked away without another word. Eri followed right behind him, leaving the demon in the empty dining car. Whatever, Momotaro's yelled, do what you want. The demon laid back on the bench and rested, knowing it was only a matter of time until Izuku crawled back to him. I mean, what the hell could Izuku do on his own? Warehouse District, 8:25 a.m. The map lead the 2 teenagers to a small crummy-looking warehouse. Izuku couldn't hear anyone inside, so they both grabbed the door handle and slowly opened the rusted metal door open. And all they found was money. Stacks upon stacks of money filled the entire room from corner to corner. They were stacked so high Izuku couldn't even see the opposite wall. The shocked looks on Izuku and Eri's faces would have been comical if this wasn't a life-or-death situation. What's worse was that the only other thing they could see were the discarded piles of sludge hanging from the ceiling. Crash! Sounds of broken glass falling on the ground came from the side of the building. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐂𝐸 glanced at each other and both ran away from the entrance and found an already formed 𝐼𝐼𝐺 hovering over a beaten 𝐵. The 𝐼𝐼𝐺 looked like a humanoid green chameleon with scales on its arms. There were curved purple tails hanging from its shoulders and millstone collars around his neck, wrists, and ankles. He was holding a long purple tail as a WHP. Contract complete, the 𝐼𝐼𝐺 announced. He opened 𝐵 up and jumped into the swirling green and black portal that appeared. 𝐒𝐿 ran up to 𝐵 and propped him on the wall. While he made sure 𝐵 was still responsive, 𝐸𝐸 pulled out a ticket and hovered it over 𝐵's head. An image of the chameleon 𝐼𝐼𝐺 and the date, March 15th th, 2235, lit up on the ticket. 𝐸𝐸 leaned in and asked 𝐵, March 15th th, last year. Do you have any memories of that day? There was no way I could forget, 𝐵 lamented. It became the worst day of my life. 𝐵's eyes had become distant as he began telling the two his story. 𝐒𝐿 didn't dare interrupt him at all. I was out riding my motorcycle when someone came out of nowhere and they got hit. All they got was a broken arm, but turns out, they were a long-term customer of my workplace. They were so angry they swore never to use our business again. They were angry. My boss, who was taking care of me, both kicked me out of his house and fired me. I became homeless. It was so lonely. Felt like I couldn't do anything, like no matter what, I was going to die out there with no one caring for me. No one. So, I used my quirk so that I could have someone I could trust. And, I made more. And, they were all my friends. But, more friends meant more mouths to feed. We all got desperate. As I realized, my quirk meant unlimited manpower, so we went to robbing a lot of people. A lot of them. But, they all shared my personality. We all got lazy. None of us wanted to do the work anymore. And, well, things got a little stabby. 𝐵 turned to 𝐒𝐿. I didn't know what to do next. But, for a while, I thought about how if I had money, maybe I could live life the way I want to, you know. Maybe I could feel whole and not so broken. 𝐒𝐿 squeezed 𝐵's hand and looked into his tired eyes. 𝐵, listen to me. Life just threw some very hard obstacles in your way. Very hard. I can't even imagine how tough for you it must have been. 𝐒𝐿's gaze turned back at the warehouse filled with cash. But, I've only known you for a few hours and I can already tell you're a good person with a good heart. Believe me when I say I know what it's like to not feel whole, to feel broken. It's never too late to start your life again, to do the right thing and live life the way you want. The boy stood up, taking the pass out and summoning the rider belt. My friend and I have to go right now and take care of some business, but I promise I'll be back here as soon as possible. I don't know what you want to do with your life, but whatever it is, I promise I can be a friend to you so something like this won't happen again. He inserted the ticket into the rider pass and stood away from 𝐵. Henshin. 𝐵 contemplated 𝐒𝐿's words, what he truly wanted from life. Whatever he wanted, he would be sure to fix his mental health. Make sure he would never hallucinate again one of his friends getting on a train that appeared from the sky. March 15, 2235 downtown Musutafu, 9:09 a.m. 𝐒𝐿 in his platform and 𝐸𝐸 climbed out of den liner into an alley. They ran to the street and saw 𝐵 blissfully unaware of the sand pouring from his back and forming the chameleon 𝐼𝐼𝐺. The chameleon took off in one direction, using his WHP to swing from building to building. Meanwhile, 𝐵 put on his helmet and rode off in the opposite direction. 𝐸𝐸, I need you to do something, 𝐒𝐿 said, pointing in 𝐵's direction. Use den liner to get ahead of 𝐵 and make sure he doesn't hit anyone with his bike. While you do that, I'll go stop the 𝐼𝐼𝐺. 𝐒𝐿 turned to run towards the 𝐼𝐼𝐺, but 𝐸𝐸 grabbed his arm. Wait, she said. Are you seriously going to fight it without that dumb Momotaro's? Yeah, I will, the rider nodded. Can you please go and help 𝐵? He might not get fired if you help. 𝐸𝐸 bit her lip, but she nodded and headed back to den liner. Deno ran for a block before he spotted the chameleon 𝐼𝐼𝐺 again as it attacked a road crowded with cars. Civilians abandoned their vehicles as they screamed and ran in the opposite direction. The voice hero, present MIC, shouted "YH!" loud and proud at one of the empty cars. It flipped over and was about to hit the 𝐼𝐼𝐺, but the 𝐼𝐼𝐺 disappeared and the car hit the hard concrete instead. Present MIC looked around for any sign of the monster when he suddenly started to violently choke on empty air. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 raced forward through the panicking civilians and took the attachments from its belt and sequenced them correctly to form his sword. It wouldn't be as powerful without Momotaro's using it, but it would do for now. He slashed the open air near Present MIC and sparks flew. The chameleon Imagine's WHP was released and flew back to the now visible Imagine. The Imagine breathed fire at the heroes and Deno pushed Present MIC, still gasping for air, out of the way. "I'm getting real sick of you," the Imagine called out. "Well, yeah," Deno shouted. "If you want me, come and get me." Deno ran toward a parking garage and looked back at the Imagine leaping onto cars to chase him. A man with a long tan trench coat with various tan caps on his head watched among the retreating civilians. He checked the time on his 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 pocket watch and left. Downtown Musutafu, 9:25 a.m. 𝐼 scanned the street scene as she tried to find the idiot who, according to Jin, had thrown himself into traffic. She had been using Den Liner's door system to stay ahead of Jin by at least 2 blocks, but she hadn't found anyone yet. Until... No. 𝐼's head turned at the suited stranger yelling into his smartphone. "How many times do I have to tell you? Miko is way hotter than midnight. Have you seen those massive thighs? They can crush all of my good places, man." Okay, 𝐒 thought. This guy is an idiot. But, is he really the idiot? 𝐒 silently observed the guy brag on his phone call about all of his encounters with female heroes and say a lot of words 𝐒 knew were naughty. He then laughed out loud and proceeded to walk right into the road where Jin was approaching. "Watch out," 𝐒 cried, grabbing the guy by the back of shirt and tugging him back onto the sidewalk. The guy's phone fell down with him, screen cracked in the process. "Hey," the idiot exclaimed. He stood up and faced the young girl. "You broke my phone. You owe me another." "I don't owe you anything," 𝐒 rebutted. "You almost went into traffic and could have gotten yourself hurt. The least you can do is say thank you." "I ain't going to say anything." 𝐿 would never know what else he had to say because she threw one hard right hook to his face, which made him collapse on the ground like crinkled paper. She blew on the fist as if she was holding a gun and then turned toward the road. Jin had parked his bike on the curb and was watching the whole exchange. He opened his mouth as if to say something but stopped before he said something wrong. "Hello," 𝐒 awkwardly waved. "Could you call the paramedics for him?" "Sure." Jin hesitated and then pulled out his phone. "Quick question, though. Why did you do it? Seemed like that guy was a meanie." Jin shrugged. "Less colorful than I would have used, sure. I just..." 𝐒 smiled. "I heard that it's never too late to do the right thing. I hope you don't forget that." With a final bow, 𝐒 ran back to check on her friend, leaving one man very confused to wonder what just happened. Parking garage, 9:27 a.m. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 thought he did it. After he made sure the parking garage was empty, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 enacted his plan. Deno kept his distance from the Imagine while hiding behind the support pillars. The Imagine would aim there with either his tense WHP or his fire blasts. If the Imagine decided to turn invisible and attack, Deno would keep his back to the wall and only attack when he thought he was near. Once enough damage to the support pillars was caused, Deno made sure that one of the pillars was destroyed completely. This caused all of the support pillars to crumble, leaving the Imagine underneath a ton of rubble and crushing it. But 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had forgotten one thing. On top of all the abilities the chameleon Imagine had, it also was made from sand. And, so, before it was crushed, the Imagine creeped away and slithered through the rubble like a snake. Once 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had his guard down, the Imagine reformed and attacked from behind. WHP. Deno was down. Sharp pain seared through his back. The WHP flew through the air again and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 forced himself to roll on the ground. "Hey, 𝐒𝐬𝐽," Momotaro's voice rang in. "You sure about this?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 ignored it and stood up. The hero jumped out of the way to the right of more WHP lashes. The chameleon disappeared from sight. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 gripped the sword tightly and backed away toward a wall. "Not this time," the chameleon yelled. A fireball blasted 𝐒𝐬𝐽 in the air. His body hit a large pole. "𝐒𝐬𝐽!" 𝐒's voice. "She must have just gotten here. Izuku's faint mind said. Call Momotaro's. Please. The girl pleaded. The Imagine swung his WHP around as it waited for Izuku's next move. Izuku waved Eri off and charged toward the chameleon. The WHP lashed and Izuku ducked below the WHP and charged toward the Imagine. Momotaro's voice rang in again, louder and angrier than before. Why a dumbass? You're going to die doing this. Let me in. Izuku swung the sword as hard as he could at the chameleon's chest, but each cut did little to faze the monster. The flurry of attacks was stopped by the Imagine as it gripped Izuku's throat. The rider seized up, his heart pounded in his chest. Not as impressive without your Imagine, aren't you? The chameleon taunted. The chameleon threw Deno over his shoulder straight through the concrete. Down Izuku fell. Okay. I get it. Momotaro's. The Imagine yelled, I won't steal money from anyone. I won't work for criminals anymore. I won't turn you into a villain. Okay. Let me in. Izuku. Izuku's body plopped down onto another floor of the parking garage, sprawled on the ground with the sword barely in his reach. But he was still alive. Izuku took in a breath and shuddered when he exhaled. He finally responded to Momotaro's promise. And? Heh, Momotaro's questioned. And what? What else is there? What about the I'm sorry? Izuku heard Momotaro's cursing under his breath, and then there was a moment of weird silence. Until, I'm sorry. The apology was somehow deafening even though it wasn't something Izuku heard with his ears. And yet, he smiled underneath his helmet. That was all he needed to hear. Izuku stood up, pressed the red button and swiped the pass over the buckle. Sword form. The train track made of light surrounded Izuku. Red armor pieces popped off of it onto Deno's torso and shoulders. The familiar orb slid onto the railroad on the back of the helmet. It traveled along the path to the front, forming the gold track and the red visor. Izuku's mind took a backseat as Momotaro's mind became more prominent. I have finally arrived, said the rider as he gave himself a thumbs up and slid a pose. From her hiding place, Eri smiled. The chameleon appeared in front of the rider. Doesn't matter if you have your Imagine now. It's too late for you. The chameleon spit out a fireball, but Deno dodged it and grabbed the sword on the ground. A long stream of fire shot from the chameleon's mouth, but Deno cut it into two with his sword. It's never too late. Deno jumped up toward the Imagine and hacked the Imagine, giving it no time to react. I'm always at a CLMX from start to finish. The chameleon snapped its WHP at the hero. Why you little dash, but Deno, not bothered at all, caught the tip in his hands. He tugged it back. In a flash, the momentum carried the Imagine straight to Deno. He swiped at the Imagine and sparks flew as the chameleon fell over the side of the building and landed on the road. Deno casually jumped from the parking garage and landed gracefully in front of the chameleon. The flavoring for today's ultimate move will be different, Deno warned as he swiped the pass over the belt. Red electricity moved into a line to the hilt of the sword to its blade, which separated from the sword's base. Full charge, the belt announced. My ultimate move. Part 2, dash. The chameleon charged at Deno before turning invisible. But Deno could smell where the chameleon changed directions and turned accordingly. Deno swiped his sword horizontally. The Imagine was caught in the blade's path and subsequently destroyed in the resulting explosion that billowed outward. Deno chuckled as his job was done. February 3, 2236 Den liner, 8:50 a.m. Naomi had just served everyone in their dining car their orders. Momotaro's lifted his cup of red sludge to his mouth and sipped. Izuku still didn't know how that worked. Nor would he ever. Izuku and Eri finally decided to try out the red sludge like Momotaro's. To Izuku's surprise, it was surprisingly good, with the flavor of peach and the consistency of whipped cream. By the way, there's nothing to worry about. The two teens and the Imagine turned toward Owner in the corner, who eyed his spoonful of fried rice. Preventing a single motorcycle accident didn't change the flow of time, Owner explained. The result of your actions in the past was that Bubaigawara-san wasn't fired from his job. However, his company, as a whole, went into bankruptcy due to some questionable investments in cryptocurrency, and Bubaigawara still became homeless and turned to crime shortly after. He swallowed his rice. Your actions did change one thing, but it doesn't matter to history. Spoon chop chop chopped on the porcelain plate. It's impossible to go against the flow of time. That's why I think it's appealing. At that moment, the dish's flag fell over. Nice try, Naomi cheerfully called out. Owner sighed, well, good enough. The man took off his bib, grabbed his cane, and walked away from the dining car. Izuku briefly wondered on Owner's words, whether all their work on Jin was useless. Even if it was, he still felt like it was worth trying. But he still wanted to check back on Jin in the present. Momotaro's exhaled and put down his now empty cup. Hey, Izuku. He turned to Izuku and stood up, leaning on his chair. I thought you were a weakling, but you actually got some ball, don't ya? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I guess. What you mean by I guess, you punk? Momotaro's teased as he went over and ruffled Izuku's hair. You know, Momotaro's is still a pretty lame name. Makes no sense. But Momotaro's laid back on his bench. Call me that if that's what you want. Okay, Izuku replied. So, Momotaro's, can I ask you a question? Momotaro's waved at him to go ahead. When you said you thought I was weak before, did you think that because I'm quirkless? Momotaro's skate. Never thought about it. I should've, though. Being quirkless is probably the reason you're so ballsy. Izuku gave him a grateful smile and fought back tears even when both Eri and Izuku returned. To the present warehouse district, 9 a.m. Izuku grabbed the door handle and opened the entrance. The warehouse, only hours ago filled with stacks of money, was now completely empty. Izuku double-checked his phone to look at the last few updates. The last day had still happened. Jin had been possessed by an Imagine and had robbed every bank in the city. But there were now reports that a masked individual was found to be returning duffel bags filled with the missing money. Just as quickly as they had been stolen. Eri saw Izuku's confused expression and opened her mouth to say something, but freeze. Izuku yelped and placed both of his hands in the air. Eri followed suit. Now, put your hands in the air. Don't move a muscle. It was then that Izuku and Eri recognized the muffled voice. They turn around and look at the doorway. The figure had on a black and gray bodysuit that covered his body completely, along with gray boots and red and green wristbands. The top half of his mask was gray with white eyelids. There was a stylized T and W over the chest and torso. It was Izuku who spoke first. Jin. Yep, I'm Jin. Call me Twice. Twice? Eri questioned. My vigilante name. You like it? It looks good with this outfit. I've been thinking about doing this for a while. Wait, vigilante. Are you sure about doing something like this? Izuku asked. Nope. Twice confidently said. But I do remember what you said to me this morning. It reminded me of someone else from a year ago. The vigilante looked out toward the windows. I gotta live life like I want. I don't know what that is, but maybe if I help other people, I'll figure out what it is I want to do. It seems like a good start. He suddenly posed like a stereotypical superhero, hands on his hips. I'll hurt all of the bad people. Izuku slowly nodded and repeated the words from this morning. It's never too late to start your life again. Exactly. Good try. Izuku looked at the newly dubbed vigilante and offered, well, be careful out there. If you ever want someone to talk to, you can find me at the Milk Dipper. The teens couldn't tell exactly, but Twice's eyes told them that he was smiling underneath the mask. If I do, I'll try and be quiet about it. And by that, I mean, I'll make sure the cops come bursting through your door. The teens bowed and said their goodbyes. As Izuku was closing the door, Twice hollered, Izuku, you said you were training to be a hero, right? Izuku nodded. In a sincere tone, Twice said, hope there are more heroes out there like you. Izuku clenched his heart as he tried to stop himself from crying. Thank you for saying that. You have no idea what that means to me. As Eri and Izuku left the warehouse yard and made plans for an early lunch, Izuku's gaze turned back toward the warehouse. Jin's words made him reflect on what kind of hero he wanted to be. Last year, Izuku would say he wanted to save people with a smile. But now, helping someone like Jin, someone who people forced a lot of hardship on, is what he wanted to do. He wanted to be a hero that anyone, even those completely broken, can fully trust to talk through their problems. It would be a long road to do that. The UA entrance exams were only a month away, but right now, this is his starting line. February 25, 2236 Rooftop in Deku City, 8:31 p.m. Hey, Energizer Bunny. The pink and white bunny Imagine snapped its head to the side and looked in the direction of the voice just in time to see the bottom of Emizuku's shoe kick him in the face. The Imagine staggered back, blinded from the sudden attack. The green and swirling portal of the unconscious stranger slumped on the ground closed behind Emizuku. Emizuku grinned and flashed his teeth. "You're not going anywhere," Emizuku stated. "But, don't worry. You're going to make a good training dummy." The rider belt was summoned and Emizuku buckled the silver belt and pressed the red button. The familiar jingle started to play. Henshin. The pass was scanned across the buckle in a diagonal fashion. Sword form. The armor formed around Emizuku's body as the orb of light sped through the tracks on the helmet to quickly form the visor. Deno gave himself a thumbs up and then struck a pose. Have arrived. Deno threw the attachments in the air and combined them mid-air to form the sword. Izuku, make sure to watch my swordplay. Izuku, who mentally had a notebook at the ready, complied. Got it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Deno ran flat out, bowling the Imagine over. The Imagine attempted to face the hero, but Deno didn't even give him a chance. Using his sword, Deno smacked the Imagine on the butt. Each slap from Deno's blade forced the Imagine further away from its contract holder. The armored rider steadied the blade and slashed the bunny's back. As the Imagine dealt with its bruises, Deno twirled the sword with both hands as if it were a baton, adding random jabs to the air for no apparent reason. Momotaro's. Izuku started. Is that really swordplay? Of course, it is. But why you told me before I shouldn't be moving the sword that widely? Ah, right. Momotaro's remembered their earlier training sessions and then pointed at the Imagine. Bunny, forget about all of that just now. Izuku, you forget too. Let's start over. Deno gently placed the sword on the ground and cleared his throat. He did his signature pose as he said again, I have arrived. Stop messing around. The bunny Imagine stood up and raised his head. It reared its hind legs and bounced into the air toward the masked rider. Deno snatched up his sword and ripped the Imagine open midair. The body's momentum was cut short and fell near the edge of the rooftop. Let's finish this, Deno announced as he scanned the pass over the buckle. We got entrance exams tomorrow. Full charge. A bolt of electricity surged from the belt into the sword's hilt and then the blade flew through the night sky. My ultimate move. Ultimate. Part Deno slashed the blade through the Imagine twice before he moved the blade up into the air and rained it down on the monster. The Imagine sparked. Briefly before it died in a loud thundering explosion. Deno disconnected the belt and after the armor glowed white, the masked rider is replaced by a plain green-haired teenager. Izuku gently walked over and checked the unconscious stranger for any signs of injuries. Once sure he would be okay, Izuku took out a ticket and hovered it over the stranger's head. The bunny Imagine's image appeared along with the date for June 26. Momotaro said from Den Liner. What are YA doing? We don't need to go there. I know, Izuku whispered. But we usually don't get tickets that aren't immediately used. Maybe it could be useful someday. Yeah, I guess. Momotaro's agreed. But don't go time traveling just yet. Why gotta get some sleep for tomorrow? Are you worried about me? Izuku teased. No. Because if YA are too tired for tomorrow, the nosy beach will OW. Eri must have stepped in, Izuku thought with a slight smile, but complied and headed back home. Izuku's bedroom, 10:44 p.m. Izuku laid in his bed in the dark. Every few minutes, he kept checking the glowing screen of his phone for the time. He wanted to sleep. He knew he needed to sleep, but he just couldn't. The boy would have paid anything to fall asleep, but the wheels in Izuku's mind kept turning and turning. Memories of the last few months. Becoming Den-O, meeting Momotaros. Fighting in life and death situations. Finally telling his mom that he got a quirk. She cried tears of joy when she first heard the news, but then she became concerned after he mentioned it involved an alternate personality. His mom asked him if he needed to see a therapist. Even though Izuku explained that this wasn't the case, she still wasn't as enthusiastic. Izuku then made the decision for Momotaros to possess him and have his mom meet him herself. Momotaros didn't make the best first impression, putting his feet on the table and knocking over a vase, but strangely, his mom accepted it and asked Momotaros to look after her son. Potential test questions and scenarios. Maybe it would be about rescuing fake civilians. Maybe it would be about a free-for-all fight with quirks. Maybe it would be a maze to test their cunning and reflexes. Imaginary scenarios. Talking to Kaken and wondering how to approach him. Talking to his dad and asking what he thought of his quirk. Talking to All Might and asking what he thought of him now. Around and around, the hours ticked away. Exhaustion sank deep into his bones as he finally went to sleep, with his final thought being about his burnt hero analysis for the future number 13 notebook on the bookshelf in his room. The only one he didn't finish. February 26, 2236 UA High School entrance, 9:25 a.m. ping. Izuku pulled out his phone to check his notifications. 2 messages. One from Eri and one from his mom. A. Good luck, Izuku. I know you can do it. Mom, text me when you're done. I got a bowl of katsudon with your name on it. The boy placed his phone back in his pocket with an enthusiastic smile and gazed up at the magnificent building that would hopefully be his school to becoming a hero soon. Unfortunately, the moment was cut short by an annoyed growl. Get out of my way, Deku. Izuku instantly recognized the voice and jumped out of the way of one Katsuki Bakugo who walked with an angry snarl. Oh, hi. Kaken. SS sorry about before. Izuku stammered. G good luck in there. L let's G get in there and do our best tea today. Bakugo scoffed, brushing past the terrified time traveler and ignoring him completely. Izuku took a breath and walked forward toward UA, toward his future. His future was already showing to be unlucky as a random banana peel was thrown on the ground and Izuku unknowingly stepped on it. Or, I'll just die now, Izuku accepted as he shut his eyes, ready to plummet face first onto the hard ground. But it never happened. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself floating mid-fall. Flailing his arms, he spotted a brown-haired girl with pink cheeks next to him smiling. I'm sorry I used my quirk on you, she said cheerfully. She helped him down before pressing her hands together, the effects of her quirk vanishing as a result. But I figured it was bad luck to trip before the exam. Izuku bit his tongue on all of the questions he had about the girl's quirk and introduced himself. Don't worry about it. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Good luck in there. Thanks. You too. You can call me Okako Uraraka. They exchanged small bows in greeting and proceeded to head inside. UA testing grounds, 10:35 a.m. The written exam was a breeze for Izuku, which of course made him even more nervous. The questions were mainly basic school subjects such as math and grammar and an extra section on basic quirk usage laws. He felt like he knew the answer to many of the questions but had double-checked his answers multiple times. But that didn't matter now. Now came the practical exam. Right now, Izuku, Uraraka and a whole group of other examinees stood in exercise clothes before a giant metal gateway that apparently led into a fake urban city. Present MIC, the pro-hero Izuku had helped in the past, was the proctor of this portion of the exam. According to him, the practical exam was a battle against robots acting as villains. They would be spread out throughout the fake city and points would be determined based on the types of robots participants destroyed. Before this, Izuku had some small hope that he could find a way to pass this without using his quirk, but there was absolutely no way he could take on enough robots in time to pass the exam while quirkless with no support gear. Izuku took a breath and called for Momotaros. Momotaros, are you ready? Izuku asked. Hell yeah. I haven't been helping YA train for nothing, Izuku. Over the past month, Momotaros had been an active trainer for Izuku. The Imagine mainly helped him learn to improve his reaction time and reflexes because to Momotaro's, Izuku was the unluckiest BSTRD alive. Exercises were done on Den Liner with the two of them doing safe combat without breaking the train. For example, Momotaro's used a pool noodle as a weapon and Izuku attempted to catch it with his hands. Izuku did good with that one, even though there were sadly times Izuku fell for the old, "Look at that fake thing I'm pointing at" trick. There was no battle for Izuku as Momotaro's mind came to the forefront and his hair spiked up and streaks of it turned red. Now at the backseat, Izuku silently freaked out. "Oh my god, I'm so nervous." Momotaro's responded, "YA don't need to be. YA got me. There's no way YA won't pass." "Sorry," Izuku apologized. "But this test is all I've been thinking about for the past year. I think I need a distraction." A thought crossed Izuku's mind. "Hey, you're a confident person. What would you say to yourself to get you all pumped up?" Momotaro's gave a short before giving Izuku his best pep talk. "What would I say? Easy. I would tell myself that YA can do this. YA can do this. This is a challenge, but you can overcome it. This is a hurdle, but you can leap over it. You're a god with super strong, super cool powers. Some extras may even call YA the chosen one. And they are right. Because Momotaro's." Izuku interjected. "What? You were talking out loud." Emizuku looked around and yep, some of the people nearby him stared at the teenager and already had written him off as a crazy person. "You there," called out a loud stern voice. Emizuku noticed the tall navy-haired boy with glasses approaching him, swinging his arms to the side as if he were a robot. The boy karate chopped the air as if he were trying to swat a fly. "Tell me, what was the meaning of that display, degenerate? Are you attempting to interfere with our preparations and prevent the rest of us from passing this exam?" "Oh my gosh. I'm sorry for bothering you. I didn't mean to. I promise this won't happen again," is what Izuku would have said in this situation. Emizuku, however, crossed his arms and said, "Look, glasses. If YA are that distracted by my cool speech, then YA really shouldn't be here. YA won't last long." That shut the taller boy up with a shocked look. Before he could respond, the metal gates opened and Izuku summoned his energy, jumped above the crowd, and surged through the gate. He immediately zeroed in on the nearest robot. Before the one-point robot could blast him, Izuku grabbed the robot's arm and yanked it off. Sparks flew from exposed wires as he swung the robot's arm through the robot's bottom wheel. It was the only thing holding it up as it toppled to the ground. But, instead of looking to make sure it was properly defeated, Izuku kept on running through the city, not even stopping when fighting some of the robots. It was one of the tips Momotaro's had taught Izuku when fighting. Keep your body moving while dealing with the small fry, but take a second to think when dealing with the main enemy, which in this case were the three-pointers. Momotaro's had said the small fry don't need much attention to take them out. Focusing on the strongest one, your biggest problem, does a lot in the long run. And so that's what they did. Emizuku only had briefly stopped when he ran into one of the other examinees, a tall and muscular young man with gray hair that covered most of his face, a blue mask that covered his mouth and his throat, and 6 arms attached to each other by a web made out of skin. The multi-limbed teen was currently engaged with a lone three-pointer. "Wait. Let's go find another one," Izuku told Momotaro's. "Why not? We can clearly take it from Tako over there." "I know we could, but that's not what I want. Everyone is fighting for their chance to pass and I don't want to actively take away from any of them. Besides, we got a good amount of points already. Let's go." "Man." Emizuku placed his hands on his hips and tapped his foot impatiently. "You really like to go the long way with these things." Emizuku looked around and noticed a two-pointer coming to attack him. Before Emizuku could move, a sparkling laser pierced through the armored shell and broke it into bits. The laser had come from a blonde and feminine boy, more specifically the boy's rather large belt around his waist. "Got him," the boy announced with flair. "Merci beaucoup. Thank you for acting as my decoy. Adieu." The boy ran off to find more robots, leaving behind a very frustrated Emizuku. "Come on. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 yelled, stomping his foot. Stop interrupting my 𝐶LMX. Suddenly, boom! The ground shook as entire clouds of dust swept through the streets. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 stood still as other examinees ran past him in a stampede, full of panic and confusion, including the blue-haired teen from earlier. Crash! 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 looked up at the sound of a building collapsing and saw the zero-pointer. The zero-pointer was originally introduced by present MIC as a hurdle for the examinees to avoid. But no one anticipated the zero-pointer being a green building-sized behemoth. What kind of school is this? Momotaro's had no idea which one of the examinees said this, but he absolutely had to agree with it. Still, oh yeah, this will help with my 𝐶LMX. Izuku said, Momotaro's, we can't take that on without our Deno gear. Let's just help make sure no one gets injured by, www. A faint voice in front of the robot's path. A familiar one too. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 scanned the scene and his heart dropped at the sight. Uraraka was down. Her legs were pinned down by a mess of debris that filled the street. She struggled to move, to lift herself up, but she couldn't anymore. Now, do you want to fight that mecha? Momotaro's prodded. No time was needed to think for Izuku's response. Let's go. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 charged straight toward danger, toward Uraraka. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 started to chuck the debris off the girl toward the robot. The blocks from the fake building made solid projectiles that dented the behemoth, but didn't stop the robot from advancing. There was enough rubble gone that Uraraka could crawl away. Thank you, the girl said as she nodded at her savior. But the zero-pointer's hand reached out to the two of them on the ground. If that thing keeps advancing, we won't be able to protect all of the examinees, Izuku thought to Momotaro's. We need Uraraka if we're going to attack it head-on. I know, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 said aloud. Pink cheeks. Uraraka, still in a daze from seeing the giant robot, turned to Izuku questionably as if she wasn't sure he was talking to her. Get ready to help me like you did before. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 jumped on the gigantic hand of the zero-pointer and ran up across the arm. Once he reached the torso, the boy jumped high into the air. The Imagine and the teenager were in sync as the bottom of their shoes connected with the mecha's head and yelled Rider Kick. The mechanical villain is knocked back away from the examinees as the head disconnected from the entire body and flew backwards through the air. The gigantic robot collapsed back in the direction it came from with a heavy thud. However, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 started to descend toward the street below. And fast. He spotted the little speck of Uraraka on the ground and dived toward her. Uraraka had caught on to Momotaro's words before as she had propped herself up the best she could on her injured legs and reached her hand out to the falling teen. The boy reached his hand out too and their fingers touched, activating her quirk and creating a feeling of weightlessness for the rider. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 sighed and allowed himself to relax as she brought her fingers together and said release. His body came to a gentle rest on the ground. A loud siren played as present MIC's voice boomed throughout the destroyed city. Time's up. Well, that was fun, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 said before Momotaro's faded back to den liner and Izuku regained control. As soon as he did, he turned away from Uraraka. She was throwing up, probably as a result of quirk exhaustion. He felt like he should be courteous to her. A cane tapped on the ground as a short elderly woman approached the examinees. Izuku's eyes gleamed with excitement as he recognized her instantly. The youthful heroine. Recovery girl. After giving some gummies to Izuku and some of the other examinees, Recovery girl approached Uraraka and planted a kiss on her head. A green glow encapsulated her legs and magically restored them to normal. But, even so, Izuku offered to help her out of the test center. As they walked away, the examinees talked to each other about the amazing feat they just saw. Man, that dude was insane. Of course he was. He didn't get any points for fighting it. What was the point? The blue-haired teenager was nearby with his own thoughts on the situation. He realized exactly what Izuku had done and that the judges must have realized it too. UA surveillance room, 11 a.m. The judges for the practical exam, all of them teachers at UA, watched the replay of the practical exams. The gigantic screen showed video windows for each candidate, each one showing off their quirks and their fighting style, but most importantly, their ambitions. Yagi Toshinori, aka All Might aka Symbol of Peace aka #1 Pro Hero of Japan, intensely watched the video of his successor saving other examinees from the zero-pointer's path. Pride filled the empty space where his stomach used to occupy. A woman leaned closer to the video of a girl with pink skin defeat a two-pointer by producing acid with her fingers. We have quite an impressive batch of candidates this year. The hero wearing a cowboy hat agreed, yeah, we haven't seen kids like them do this kind of stuff before. This one seems like he'll get in on combat alone. He was referring to the video of Bakugo standing over a destroyed horde of three-pointers. Indeed, a cheery mouse-like creature chimed in. We also had no one try to take on the zero-pointer before today. The video screen focused on the footage of Emizuku kicking the zero-pointer in the face. Yagi scratched his head, trying to remember where he had seen the plain-faced, green-haired boy before. It was only when the video zoomed in on his face with the wind blowing his hair that Yagi remembered. That's the quirkless boy from the rooftop. Oh my goodness, it's been almost a year since I saw him, Yagi wondered. But, then, how did he? In the corner of the opposite wall, a strange hobo with many bags under his eyes made his own assessments of the candidates. He was a slender pale man with messy long black hair wearing an all-black outfit, a utility belt, and a long grey scarf wrapped around his neck. The hobo sighed. I'm not getting any sleep this year, am I? March 5, 2236 Izuku's bedroom, 9:34 p.m. Izuku sat down at his desk staring at the sealed letter before him. His mother had burst into the milk dipper only minutes ago on her knees, flailing the letter with her hands and shouting for Izuku. His entire future laid on that desk. It was a little heavy, which meant it would be good news, right? They would just send a letter if it was bad news, right? But, should it be heavier? Izuku had walked out of the exam with 49 points. That had to be more than enough. Or was it on the lower margin? There were hundreds of examinees and only 40 spots open for UA's hero course. 36 technically for non-recommendation students. He felt good about this. Or did he? Just open the letter already. Izuku turned and found Momotaro's in his split sand form from before on his bed. What are you doing here? Izuku questioned, looking back at his bedroom door and making sure it was locked. Knew your letter had come and I wanted to see it too. They're grading me too, after all. Now, quit messing around. Hesitantly, Izuku gripped the letter and ripped it in half. A strange disc fell out of the torn envelope and almost instantly a holographic screen projected from the disc of the UA logo and then. A familiar voice boomed from the screen. I am here in the projection screen. All Might popped up, wearing a yellow suit with black stripes that showed off his bulging muscles and smiling widely. For Momotaro's, he shrugged, thinking this wasn't a big deal. For Izuku though, a wave of sick fear and panic swept over him. It's just a normal smile. A normal human smile, Izuku rationalized. You've seen this thousands of times before. This isn't different now. This isn't. But, he knew that was an absolute lie. He couldn't stop his heart from hammering nor his hands from slightly trembling. And, Momotaro's could feel it too. The pre-recording continued. Izuku Midoriya, starting with the written portion of the exam, you got a higher than average score. Well done. As for the results on the practical exam, you scored 49 points against the robots. But, wait. There's more. All Might pointed to the upper right side as a video played of Emizuku running on top of the gigantic robot and kicking it in the face. Rescue points were also included. For your efforts, you gained 60 rescue points for a total of tears of joy were already streaming down the side of Izuku's face. Does this mean? Welcome to your hero academia. Yes. Izuku shouted out loud. A scoreboard appeared with Izuku's overall placement in the exam compared to other students, where he was. Izuku's eyes widened. First place. Momotaro's gave himself a thumbs up and chuckled. Told YA you had nothing to worry about. Don't ever doubt how cool I am. Pure euphoria made Izuku freak out. His dream was finally coming true. He was going to learn to be a hero. He was going to UA. And, All Might was the one who told him. A small part of 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was concerned about that and wanted to question that part a little more, but it didn't matter right now. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 faced Momotaro's with a wide grin. Thank you so much. He would have hugged him, but of course, it's hard to hug sand. He bowed and raced out of the bedroom yelling to tell his mom the good news. Momotaro stretched before he headed back to den liner, but took one last look at the holographic disc and thought about 𝐒𝐬𝐽's initial reaction to seeing All Might. What the hell did All Might do to warrant that reaction? March 25, 2236, downtown Musutafu, 11:45 a.m. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 walked down the street toward the bookstore, moving his arms and shoulders back and forth. He had just finished removing the last of the junk from Navarro Park. His arms felt a little sore, but his day wasn't over yet. The boy had just finished the last of his online schooling with flying colors. Now, he had to go pick up a new notebook for his analysis and some other school supplies before officially starting UA in April. As the boy rounded a corner, he checked his phone and saw that a hero fight was happening nearby. He could even hear the sound of police sirens in the distance. I still haven't picked up my notebook, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 thought. But, still, I can't miss seeing a hero fight. I'll just have to remember everything for when I pick it up later. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 ran to the scene, taking a shortcut through an alleyway. He scooted past the large crowd of people to the front of the police barriers. Two pro-heroes were already fighting in front of the bank. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, a man in full armor flying with a jetpack, and 𝐒𝐿, a blonde curvy woman with 3 snakes slithering from her hair. They were up against 2 villains. One of them was using a puddle's water to reflect 𝐻𝐿's air blasts back at him. The other villain's chest had an embedded slot machine where his belly button should have been. The slots finished turning and lined up to reveal 3 pictures of a surfboard. The villain then shot a full-length surfboard through his mouth at the snake hero. God, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 loved Quirk so much. He wished he had his notebook to write down all the questions he had. Did the type of liquid affect its defense? How many objects could be created with the slot machine? Could the water be used as a form of transportation? Did a different combination of slots change what items were created, or would all of them appear? As 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was muttering these questions to himself, nearby, a little girl with brown hair was walking by herself. She was lost in thought, conflicted about what she had done to her friend. The slot machine villain upchucked a porcelain toilet and aimed at 𝐒𝐿. However, the water villain had unintentionally got in his way. The toilet hit the water mirror and the surfboard's momentum was reflected to the side, shooting like a bullet in the lone child's direction. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 noticed the kid first and pushed through the crowd to help. Hey, watch out! 𝐒𝐬𝐽 cried. Just as she looked up and her eyes widened, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had embraced her and shielded the girl with his body. The porcelain throne had struck 𝐒𝐽's back and knocked both kids into a wall and then down on the ground. The girl laying atop the boy's stomach blinked and looked at the boy who saved her. The plain-faced teenager was out cold. And there was someone who was waiting for this. An orb of light had been keeping its distance from the singular point, but now, it dived from up high to the boy like a hawk catching its prey. Suddenly, the orb of light was knocked off balance by something and was almost splattered in the dirt. The orb yanked back in time and swept the ground. As everyone who had bothered to check on the poor boy looked back at the fight, the orb went through 𝐒𝐽's chest. 𝐒𝐽's eyes then opened. But 𝐒𝐽 wasn't the one who opened them. His eyes glowed blue. Den liner, 12:06 p.m. son of a beach. Eri snapped her head at Momotaro's sudden outburst. He had been quietly drinking his coffee quiet for Momotaro's anyway until now, as the Imagine stood up and punched the table. Momotaro's glanced at Eri. 𝐒𝐽's been possessed by another Imagine. Another one. Yeah. Momotaro's tapped his foot in frustration. BSTD should have known 𝐒𝐽 was already taken. Can you find him? Not right now. 𝐒𝐽's knocked out, and whoever this BS is, they're blocking me from finding him. Okay, here's what we do, Eri stated, grabbing her jacket. I'll try to find 𝐒𝐽 on my own. Go to recent hero fights because that's the most likely place he could have been. You keep trying to take control of 𝐒𝐽 away from the other one. Call me as soon as you get control. Don't tell me what to do. But, regardless, Momotaro sat down in his seat and squeezed his hands tightly. He closed his eyes and grunted loudly. If any of the other passengers had come in the dining car, they would have swore that the Imagine was trying to use the bathroom. Eri ran out of den liner through the door of an alley. Izuku, where are you? Musutafu. General Hospital, 3:42 p.m. 𝐂𝐩𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐝, aka Recovery Girl, stalked the halls of the hospital. Normally, she worked as the main nurse of UA High School, but today, she had been called in to help with some patients who had been recent victims of a villain attack. She did all she could with her quirk and would have left the hospital earlier, but she was frustrated. All of the nurses on the second floor of the hospital weren't at their stations and none of them were bothering to answer the calls from patients. Honestly, what's taking them all so long? She grumbled. This can't be how nurses of today operate. When I find them, I'll give them a good ol'. Her thoughts were interrupted by giggling from one of the patients' rooms nearby. The healer poked her head in and found all the nurses. They were all fawning over the patient sitting upright in his bed. The patient was someone 𝐂𝐲 recognized. The Midoriya boy from the entrance exam. Only he looked different from back then. Instead of the messy hair, his hair was now smoothly combed over. A streak of light blue hair was visible from behind his right ear. The boy's eyes were glowing blue and he wore a thin pair of black glasses. One of the nurses was feeding him diced fruit. Another asked him if there was anything else he wanted. Midoriya's response was, "What do I want? Love, I suppose." That caused them all to giggle like they were schoolgirls. At that point, 𝐂𝐲 got ready to teach them all a lesson. "All right, that's enough." All of the heads in the room turned toward the elderly woman standing in the doorway. Some of the nurses nervously hid behind the others. Good. They should be afraid of me, 𝐂𝐲 thought. What are all of you doing? Recovery Girl lectured. You all should get back to work. I'm sure you have patients that have been calling for you. Go. Go. A few of the nurses ran back to their stations. And, you. She leered at the teenager and pointed with her cane. A hospital is where you heal from your wounds. You're going to be a hero student soon. You should already know how important it is for healers to do their jobs properly. Her lecture was cut short when Midoriya held on to her free hand with both of his hands. He looked at their hands with visible sorrow. I am truly sorry. I was so desolate being all alone. Holding your hand, hero, makes me feel at ease. He gripped it tighter. Like my older sister, who passed away the year before last. My older sister who felt like the only person in the world who believed in my dreams. 𝐂𝐲 felt pity for the poor boy. Perhaps she was a little too HRD on him. Suffice to say, 𝐂𝐲 was hooked. It's okay, 𝐂𝐲 reassured him. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Midoriya silently looked deep into her eyes and small tears started to flood her and the nurse's eyes as well as the other nurses still present. Izuku, baby. Are you okay? Izuku's body turned to the door and saw his mother and the male doctor approaching. I came as soon as I got the phone call. How's your head? Is it still hurting? The doctor berated the crowd of nurses and soon all of them, including Recovery Girl, were forced out of the room. The new Izuku was annoyed by this. I'm sorry you rushed all the way down here, mother, but the only pain I feel is in my heart. Izuku's mother was about to reassure her son that it was no problem for her to take care of him when it finally registered to her that he looked and acted different from when she saw him use his quirk last. You're not Izuku, are you? Midoriya put his finger up to his lips and gently shushed her. He stroked his chin as if in thought. Be careful. Behind every word is 100 hooks. 1,000 fabrications, 10,000 lies. If you're okay with that, let me you reel in. 𝐒𝐿 didn't know how to respond to this new Izuku but decided to watch him for now and reassured the doctor that he'll be fine. As they prepared to leave, the new Izuku made his move. Mother, he started. I know this quirk must feel weird to you. I can't even imagine how difficult it must be for a strong woman to be taking this on. You're truly brave. I'm not, she admitted. I'm just doing what I can. And we all can agree that you're doing your best. There's no one else who we would want to take care of us. Izuku's mom rubbed her eyes to stop any tears from coming out. Thank you for saying that. It's all right, mother. I wouldn't want to trouble you for this, but could I borrow your wallet? It's been a long day and I'd like to purchase a snack from the vending machine nearby. I can go do that while you answer the doctor's call for him to see you in his office. That part about the doctor's call didn't happen at all, but it was a part of this new Imagine's power. Making someone believe any lie he could tell. Of course, sweetie. She pulled out her wallet and asked him to meet her outside. As the Imagine walked down the halls in Izuku's body, he tossed the wallet in the air, satisfied that his lies have been reeling everyone in. He walked out the entrance to the hospital, eyeing the females around him and giving them a cute grin. Suddenly, a voice reaching out for Izuku had finally found him. Don't get cocky. The current Imagine had heard it too and was surprised to feel himself pushed to the mental backseat. Izuku's hair spiked up and his eyes glowed red as Momotaro's took control. I have arrived. Izuku yelled out loud. Then, he addressed the other Imagine. How dare you come into someone else's house without permission like some common criminal? Oh! The other Imagine put on his best innocent voice and let out a soft gasp. I really had no idea. It looked empty to me. Bullshit. Momotaro's tried to think of what to say next when the other Imagine pushed him aside and retook control, glasses appearing out of thin air. How about you let me use this body for a little while? No freaking way. Both Imagines fought to take control of Izuku's body, and it was at that moment, feeling the mental energy that came off their struggling, the fighting, the kicking, the headlocks, that Izuku regained consciousness. He registered the presence of another Imagine inside of him. The clash of their energies was too much for one person and Izuku had to force them out. As they did, Momotaro's went back to 𝐴𝐻𝐿iner, dragging the other Imagine back with him. Izuku kneeled on the ground, holding himself up and steadying his breathing. Even though he just woke up, Izuku felt very tired, like he could barely move. Izuku! Eri ran up to him from inside the hospital and supported him up with her shoulder. Are you okay? Yeah, I am. Don't worry, Izuku reassured. You have two Imagine now, Eri whispered. This has never happened before. Asking again, how are you feeling? Izuku took a moment to describe how his body is feeling. My body feels heavier. Like before with just Momotaro's, it was like giving someone a piggyback ride. My muscles felt stiffer, but I could move normally. But, now, it feels like I'm carrying them both and I'm being dragged down because of it. We'll talk to owner later. Maybe there's something he can do about it. But, I'm sorry. We have another problem. There's another Imagine on the loose. Ay. Izuku took a moment to compose himself and realized he was at a hospital and had just seen Eri come out of there. Oh my god, Eri. Are you hurt? Eri shook her head and reassured him. I'm okay. I wasn't the one attacked, but you should see who was. Come on. 𝐴𝐻𝐿iner, 4:08 p.m. Momotaro's and the new Imagine hung around the counter in the dining car as they sized each other up. Naomi was there too, judging the new Imagine's appearance. This new Imagine looked like a turtle. It was a mix of light blue and dark blue with silver shells around his chest, shoulders, waist, hands, wrists, and forehead. Patterns on his body formed hexagonal shapes across his chest and legs. There were 3 small fins coming off his head. His eyes were a deep orange and he had no mouth but a small indentation instead. I know we're formed around an image from our contract holders, the turtle Imagine remarked about Momotaro's. But, I never knew there was one that could be so gaudy. Gaudy? Momotaro's responded incredulously. Don't make fun of Izuku's lack of sense, you turtle. Don't call me turtle. I have more dignity than that. Then, what do we call you? Naomi chimed in, dramatically presenting this new Imagine's name. Isn't it obvious? Since we've been calling you Momotaro's after Momotaro, he's basically Urashima Taro. His Urataro's. Urataro's. The imagining question repeated as Momotaro's gave a full hearty laugh. Good work, Naomi. Now, about you, Urataro's. Momotaro's placed his foot on the table to show Urataro's his diamonds. Let's settle this. Musutafu General Hospital, 4:13 p.m. Izuku moved with Ai to one of the upper floors of the hospital, with Izuku walking on his own. He had insisted that he needed to force himself through this for now and get used to the new weight. Otherwise, How else would he deal with the Imagine if he couldn't even move? As soon as the elevator doors opened, Eri clutched to Izuku's side. The boy glanced over to look at his friend. She was slightly shaking. Sorry, Eri apologized. It's just hospitals remind me of. She didn't finish her sentence. It's okay, Izuku reassured. Just take it one step at a time. When the two teens stepped into the hospital floor, they are immediately greeted by a bunch of frantic doctors running around. Some nurses gave Izuku a wave as they passed by, which he was very confused by. But other doctors and nurses, they looked mad. Some looked scared. A mother rushed to the head doctor. Dr. Hojo. What's happening? What's happening to my baby? Dr. Hojo was one of the mad ones. What's happening? That's a good question, and right now, I wish I had the answer to it. This is a crisis right now and we're doing everything we can to help, but we have no idea what kind of quirk this is. So, please stand back and let us do our jobs. A group of nurses rushed a gurney past Izuku and Eri. Izuku still felt weak, but it became even worse. At that moment, he felt nauseous. The gurney held a little kid with a soccer uniform on. He was caught in a fit of coughing and gasping, but that wasn't the worst part. His throat had visible veins. The bottom half of his body was shriveled up, wrinkled up like an old prune. His skin was turning pale. It's not just him, Eri whispered. There are more kids like that. Izuku's face could barely conceal the rage he was feeling. He turned away from the scene and whispered to Eri, "Tell me everything." Eri whispered, "Okay. I heard you were possessed by another Imagine and went looking for you. I didn't know where to look, so I went to places that had a recent hero fight. That took me to Aldera Elementary School." Izuku registered the name of his old elementary school and nodded at her to continue. "I went to the playground behind the school, and when I didn't see you there, I was about to go jump somewhere else when I saw a little kid running away. I saw that he had an Imagine and went after him, but he disappeared in some orange gas. I went back to the playground and found a kid gasping for air. I called for an ambulance after that, and I went with him to make sure he was okay. Then, I spotted you outside the window and came to help." Gas, ₂. Izuku put his finger to his chin. "Describe it for me." Well, it was a big cloud. I couldn't see through it. I couldn't tell what it smelled like. Take your time, Izuku reassured her. The cloud was there for a few minutes. Oh. The grass turned brown after he left. Does that help? It does, Izuku said. You said the cloud was there for only a few minutes. What happened to it? A car ran over a puddle and the cloud got splashed away. Thank you, I think I know how this quirk works now. A voice near them said, "Excuse me." Izuku and Eri turned to look at the voice. It was the little girl Izuku had helped earlier. She had a bandage wrapped around her head. "Did you say gas? From a quirk? What kind of gas?" The mother talking to the doctor had overheard the little girl and nearly pushed everyone out of her way to speak to the boy. "You know what quirk did this to my boy? Do you know how to help?" "Why, Izuku stammered and then took a breath. "I don't know exactly what quirk this is, but I have a good idea. This quirk works by producing a gas. The gas in question is attempting to absorb moisture. The gas must be trapped in those kids' throats, and since it can't find any water, it's been skinning it from those kids themselves instead." "Son," Dr. Hojo interjected. "We figured this was some form of severe dehydration and we've already been giving them 4 fluids with no effect." "Yeah, but the gas is still trapped in the body," the teenager explained. "It's been draining the body dry from the bottom up. That's why the effect is happening from the feet up. It's been going up to the throat where the kids have been choking this time." "Still, the 4 fluids," Izuku interjected. 4 fluids aren't pure water. They have sodium and electrolytes and you're entering them in the wrong areas. I think what these kids need is just pure water. Actual water for them to drink." Dr. Hojo had a slight quiver of doubt. "I still don't know whether we should be trusting a random kid's theory with these kids' lives on the line." "That's exactly why you should." Everyone turned to see Recovery Girl had interjected herself into this conversation. "These kids are losing precious time and frankly, his theory is sound. It's just my humble opinion, but you need to get your act together and use whatever possible to heal your patients. That's what a true healer would do. Dr. Hojo cleared his throat and gave a quick apology to Izuku. He then began shouting at the nurses to begin giving water. Recovery girl addressed Izuku. Midoriya, I hope this works. Izuku sighed, so do I. March 25, 2236 Den Liner, 5:05 p.m. Izuku's plan worked. Administering water to the first victim immediately stopped his violent shaking and coughing. His body was still weak from the dehydration, but Dr. Hojo told Izuku he believed that the victims will all be fine after a few days of rest. Especially with the help of Recovery Girl's Quirk. All of the parents of the victims made sure they thanked him and squeezed him practically to death, which was both uncomfortable and overwhelming for the poor boy. Even his mom, who had heard about what he did from the other nurses, kept telling him how proud she was of her son. With one problem down, Izuku turned to the other issue. The Imagine was still out there. Talking to the parents, Izuku realized that there was no real defining connection between any of the victims. The only relationship they all had was they all went to the same school, and that would be a lot of suspects to search for. Eri noted that the little girl, whose name was Rina Okiyama, seemed to know who they were talking about when she overheard their conversation. Eri told Izuku she'll interview Rina about the contract holder's identity while Izuku deals with the new Imagine on Den Liner, which was where he was right now. Which was a mess. Apparently, Momotaros and Yuritaros were fighting each the whole time, leaving a lot of sludge stains on the ceiling, floors, and tables. Naomi had left the dining car to get some cleaning supplies. Wait, so, you wanted to bond with me specifically? Izuku asked the Imagine. Why? I'm a singular point. Did you know you wouldn't be able to control me completely? What about the contract? How did you know about me? What exactly is your power? How did you dash? Yuritaros held his hand for the boy to stop. You cast your line too far for any fisherman. But, simply put, I heard about an Imagine that swam in the wrong direction and was helping to fight the other Imagine. Izuku leaned in closer. From who? From our creator. The man who made us Imagine. Izuku blinked and turned to Momotaros. Wait, have you heard about this too? From your creator? Nah, my head's been quiet since I established our bond. Digesting that information, Izuku turned back to Yuritaros. So, once you heard about me, you wanted to bond with me so you wouldn't have to work for your creator anymore. What about the contract? Yuritaros sipped his blue sludge courtesy of Naomi. There are some guys that want to do that, but our creator's bait didn't reel me in. I prefer to do something much more fulfilling. Like flirting with nurses. Izuku said as he pulled out his phone. I now have a lot more phone numbers than when I left my house this morning. The boy made a mental note to change his passcode later. All Might's birthday was clearly too easy to guess for the future hero student. Momotaros gave a grunt. You joined up with Izuku just to be a sick pervert. Yuritaros put down his cup. I heard you want to be a hero, Izuku. Is there not a greater purpose for a hero than to protect true love? And, would you really want to stop someone trying to reel in that something special? Izuku gasped. He scratched the back of his head and squeaked, Oh, I didn't know. Maybe we can dash. Momotaros slapped the back of the teenager's head. Izuku, don't fall for this. Look at those beady little eyes. We can't trust this pervert. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but Yuritaros stopped him. You don't have to say anything, Izuku. I should have expected this. The Imagine looked out the window toward the sands of time. The empty sand-filled horizon Den Liner moved past. You see, I wandered in those sands of time for years. I saw Den Liner moving through the sky like a hero. My hero. I thought to myself that someday I will get on that train. With the taste of sand in my mouth, I gritted my teeth and clung to that hope. Momotaros choked up. He didn't dare move his gaze from this poor soul as he reached for a box of tissues on the counter. But now, I've finally obtained it. Freedom. Momotaros wiped a few tears from his eyes and whispered, Izuku. Maybe we can cut the poor turtle some slack. He's suffered quite a bit. Now, Izuku is a very sympathetic guy. He's always willing to believe in people's good intentions. He's the first one who would willingly do whatever it takes to make someone happy. The quirkless teen had suffered a lot in his own life, and a part of him related to Yuritaro's story. Being inspired by a hero. Wanting the freedom to live your own life. But he wasn't buying this for 1 second. Izuku closed his eyes and sighed. He couldn't believe Momotaro's was being tricked like this. Hold on. I thought all of the Imagine were only created a few months ago. How have you been here for years? Yuritaro's eyes didn't give it away, but Izuku saw the moment he realized he had made a mistake. Momotaro's dropped his tissue. And all of the Imagine get their bodies after bonding with a host. So, how were you able to grit your teeth when you were just made out of sand? Defeated, Yuritaro's slipped back in his seat and lamented. Oh my! I used the wrong bait. Momotaro's entire body shook with rage, his fingers practically digging into his own fists. UBSTRD. That's it. I'm shutting you up for good. Well, I doubt you can, Yuritaro's replied. You can't change the length of your fishing rod. What's that supposed to mean? In other words, Yuritaro's got up from his seat and walked around Momotaro's like a shark circling its prey. Your fishing rod represents your power. What's he trying to say? That my rod is shorter. Yuritaro's chuckled. Well, it's not very long, is it? At that point, the two Imagines were on opposite ends of the train car. The air was filled with tension. They turned to face each other, each one preparing for a full duel. Another standoff was about to begin. Have a taste of my rod. The two of them ran straight at each other, both of them starting with a high kick and knocking the other one down. Izuku stood up, ready to interfere, when his back pocket buzzed. He pulled out his phone and checked his phone for the full text. Hey, Rina's not talking to me. Think I need your help. Crate Park, 5:55 p.m. I kept trying to talk to her and tell her how important it is that she tells us everything she knows. But she hasn't said anything to me the whole time. Eri was talking to Izuku in Crate Park underneath the shade of a tree. Rina was silently fidgeting on the rock bench nearby. Her gaze focused on the grass below her feet. Apparently, after Izuku had left for Den Liner, Rina had left the hospital after Eri's interrogation. That made Eri more frustrated and convinced Eri that the little girl definitely knew something about this. She had called Izuku to see if he could get her to talk. Izuku approached the bench slowly. He had an idea on how to approach this. Okay, Izuku thought. I'll ask her how she's feeling after this morning and then ask what her quirk is, and hopefully, the distraction from what she's really thinking will help her open up. A voice chimed in Izuku's mind. That won't work. Yuritaro's. Izuku questioned. I thought you and Momotaro's were still fighting. No, we came to a mutual understanding. Izuku didn't believe that. That owner man threw one of those rice flags at us with surprising accuracy and forced us to stop. Okay, that he believed. Listen, Izuku, the Imagine continued. If what's troubling this girl is quirk-related, bringing the subject up, even casually, you won't be able to reel her in. Izuku had to admit. It was a good point. You don't need to worry this poor girl anymore, Yuritaro's reassured. I know who the contract holder is. I met them when you were knocked out. Hey, really? On the one hand, this could be a good opportunity to find the Imagine quickly without bothering Rina. On the other, this could be another ploy from the turtle Imagine to use Izuku's body again. Yuritaro's had been proven to be an untrustworthy person, constantly lying and scheming to get his own way. But Izuku remembered the one truth Yuritaro's had told him. He didn't want to work for his creator that was trying to change Izuku's present and future, didn't want to hurt people. Sure, he seemed only interested in lying for fun and constantly scheming. But, still, if someone wasn't interested in hurting others, they couldn't be all bad, right? Okay, Yuritaro's. SWCH over. The Imagine's mind kicked in and Izuku noticed the changes to his body. The stylized hair, the blue eyes, the new pair of glasses. Eri stepped forward as she noticed the changes too. Izuku, wait a second. Meet you, Izuku. This suave gentleman will reel you in with his lies. With his smooth words, he can create a new memory in his victims or change anyone's memory within the last 24 hours, but he has to make his lie really convincing. Works on anyone. The young man took Eri's hand in his. Yuzuku offered, "Leave it to me, Eri-san. I'll guide you. Let's go." If I recall, he's in an amusement park. Eri pulled back. "Nice try. Do you like lying?" "Almost anyone." Yuzuku froze in place. "Oh." He turned back to face her. "Looks like you didn't take the bait." Eri responded, "From what I heard, it's impossible at this point. All you've been doing is lying." Yuzuku held up a finger. "One lie makes life more interesting than 1,000 truths." "All of your lying is you running away from the truth," Eri huffed. "I hate cowards like you." "It's fun to be cowardly," Yuzuku said with a shrug and a mischievous grin. Eri gave her own snarky grin back at the Imagine. USCK. At that moment, Rina stood up and bowed, interrupting the two's exchange. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know who made that gas. It was Daiki." Yuzuku let out a long sigh, disappointed that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation anymore. Eri's eyes widened. "His quirk is called gas," Rina explained. "Whenever he farts, it creates a large orange gas cloud. But it's supposed to smell like fruit, flowers. It's not dangerous. He's not a villain, I swear." Eri prodded and held the girl by her shoulders. "But, still, you should have told us." Rina looked down at the ground and found the courage to speak. "I was scared. For him. And of you." Eri paled. "Of me? But why? I thought you were mad at me. You were in my face. You kept yelling." The white-haired teen frowned and let go of Rina. She backed up and looked down at the ground. "I'm sorry. I never had the chance to talk with someone as young as you. This is the only way I know how to talk." She lowered herself to Rina's level. "I'm not mad. I'm sorry." At this point, Yuritaro's went back to Den Liner, figuring there wasn't any point in staying around any longer. Izuku's mind came to the forefront. He knelt to the ground and questioned Rina, "What did you mean when you said you were scared for him?" Rina explained, "Daiki never showed off his quirk in public until a soccer tournament last year. He couldn't hold it in and released his gas on the field in front of everyone. It cost his team the game. A lot of people are still making fun of him for it. Calling him names. Bullying him. Being mean. This morning, I thought I wouldn't be able to make many friends if I was still hanging out with him. I said I didn't want to be his friend anymore. So, when I heard from you that he may be hurting the other kids, I kept quiet. I figured the least I could do was not be the one to tell on him. I owed him that much." Eri and Izuku glanced at each other, with Izuku speaking first. "So, those kids in the hospital are the ones that made fun of him?" Rina nodded solemnly. "Are there any more that you didn't see in the hospital?" Rina hesitated and then nodded again. "I think there's one more. I know where he lives." And, with that, the three of them ran as fast as they could to find Daiki. Aldera District, 6:31 p.m. It was only a few blocks away from Crate Park that they found Daiki. It was outside of an apartment building. The little boy was paralyzed from fear. He was on his knees next to another kid. The other kid was like the others in the hospital, slightly pale and rolling on the ground while coughing violently. "Daiki!" Rina yelled. Daiki turned to find Rina running up and hugging him. "Daiki, there you are. I was so worried about you. Are you okay?" The boy was trembling and stuttering as he desperately hugged her back. "Rina, what happened? Where am I? What happened to me?" Rina whispered, "I think you hurt some people, Daiki." Daiki's eyes widened as he thought of a response to deny it, but one look at Rina's eyes confirmed his fears. Eri and Izuku exchanged a look, realizing the same thing. The Imagine finished its contract already and was on its way to the past. Izuku pulled out some water bottles he grabbed from Den Liner earlier and lifted the sick boy's head up so that he can drink. Meanwhile, Eri knelt down and looked the two kids in their eyes, speaking as gently as she could. "Listen to me, Daiki. You were under the influence of a villain. You didn't do anything wrong. But if I did hurt people, wouldn't I be a villain? Eri shook her head. You're not. I don't know what you were feeling today, either of you. But a real villain wouldn't be feeling sad that other people were hurt. With a reassuring gaze, Eri placed her hands on the kid's shoulders. I'm not lying when I say even though you feel like there's no need to blame yourselves for what happened today. As long as you do the right thing in the end. Izuku had finished giving the sick kid his water and his condition started to stabilize. He saw that the kids have calmed down a bit and gave Eri a small smile before pulling out a ticket over Daiki's head. The ticket glowed with an image of a seaweed green imagine and the date. You stay here with these kids, Izuku instructed. Call the paramedics and let them know what happened. I'll go do my thing. Izuku ran into the distance toward the setting sun. He placed the ticket in the pass and prepared to head back in time. Den liner, dining car, 6:40 p.m. Den liner was on autopilot heading back in time. Right now, Izuku was asked to come back to the now cleaned dining car where he found Onna and Naomi in the back with both imagines silently waiting for him. Izuku, Onna spoke, walking toward the teenager with Naomi mirroring his movements behind him. I was made aware of the situation regarding our newest passenger. Normally, quarreling in the train would lead to both passengers being kicked out, but since Deno is a special situation, Izuku, the choice is yours. Choice? Izuku repeated. The burden of carrying multiple imagine shouldn't fall on a teenager or anyone really. These imagine are staying on Den liner as part of you sharing your pass. If you choose not to share your pass with this imagine. Onna gestured in Yuritaro's direction. I can immediately remove him from Den liner and this should sever your connection with him and relieve you of the strain. Momotaro's cheered, yes, that's good. Izuku. He slung his shoulder over the teenager. Drive this guy out already. Yuritaro's was dead silent, looking at Izuku's face and trying to read his decision from his expression. Izuku frowned, thinking about the decision for a moment or two. If I do, what will happen to Yuritaro's? With a devilish smile, Onna said, he will wander through the sands of time. Eternally. Den liner was nearing its destination. Izuku would have to go and fight soon. This was a choice that needed to be made now or else there was a chance Izuku's body would be dragged down with the extra weight. But Izuku had already made his decision. Okay. I made my decision. Everyone in the dining car hung on his answer except for Momotaro's. He was all ready to throw out the turtle himself. Yuritaro's will stay. Naomi tilted her head in confusion while Onna gave a sly smile and walked out of the dining car. Momotaro's pointed at the turtle imagine, that's right. Don't let the door hit you on the way dash. He then processed what Izuku had said and turned to the teenager. Wait, what? Hey, Izuku. Rina only told us the truth because she saw Eri get angry at Yuritaro's, Izuku explained. He stepped forward toward the turtle imagine who was frozen in a state of shock. You knew all along, didn't you? You purposefully lied in front of Rina so that she would talk to us. Izuku's smile widened. Lying is a bad thing, but if you're doing it for the right reasons, then you're not a bad imagine, after all. As Izuku left the train car, Yuritaro's reeled from the fact that he was just saved by the fish he caught. October 15th th. 2235 Aldera Elementary School, 10:28 a.m. Daiki wished his quirk was invisibility so he didn't have to deal with everyone laughing at him. He thought this was his big moment to score the winning goal for his soccer team. Instead, he had let it rip and was so lost in panic that he didn't even notice the sand pouring from his body and forming a crusty green imagine behind him. Daiki fell onto the grass and crawled back, absolutely scared out of his mind. Everyone, every bystander in the stands, every member on the team had started to run away. The crustacean imagine took out his weapon, a pair of gigantic scissors with one of the handles resembling a sword's hilt. It pulled the scissors back at his waist and hurled it sideways. The scissors shot through the air and would have hit people in the stands if it wasn't for Den liner popping through time at the last moment and blocking the shot. Izuku jumped from Den liner with the Deno belt already buckled in. There was now a new button underneath the red button. This one was blue for Yuritaro's. But Izuku decided he would wait until later to use him. Momotaro's, let's go, Izuku said. Yeah. 𝐒𝐿, Momotaro said in the teenager's mind. You're a weird guy, why no? 𝐒𝐿 gave himself a soft smile. Like I haven't heard that before. He pressed the red button. The familiar jingle played. Henshin. He swiped the pass over the buckle. Sword form. The armor appeared in a flash of light, the chest piece and eye visors locking into place soon after. Deno gave himself a thumbs up and then struck a pose. Have arrived. From the stands, a man with a long tan trench coat with various tan caps on his head watched Deno's arrival. He checked the time on his 𝐒𝐿 pocket watch and left. Deno rubbed his hands together and rushed the Imagine. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The green Imagine backed away from Deno's initial punches. I don't have time to fight you. Well, I have plenty of time. Deno grabbed him from behind and gave him a good left hook to the jaw. The Imagine reeled from the punch, but then leapt over the masked rider and ran away from the field. Hey, don't run. Deno summoned Den Bird and they rode to confront the Imagine up front. Dagobah Municipal Beach, 11:19 a.m. Dagobah Beach. A public beach that used to be a appealing spot for anyone to hang out at, but pollution SC case. It brought a lot of trash to the beach's shores and made it into a practical junkyard. At this moment in time, the beach was 60% cleaner due to the other student 𝐒𝐿 met before that wanted to clean the beach. Luckily, the other student wasn't here either because it was a school day right now. 𝐒𝐿, in the back of his mind, thought that he should come and see how it looks in the present. Maybe later. Not now when he and Momotaro's were chasing after an Imagine. The crustacean Imagine ran across a pier near the edge of the shores. Deno revved the engines to speed up, but couldn't stop the Imagine in time from diving into the blue water. The masked rider got off Den Bird and ran up to the edge of the pier. 𝐵𝐵. Momotaro's cursed. Now what, 𝐒𝐿? Let's head back to Den Liner, 𝐒𝐿 suggested. Maybe it can withstand the water pressure. Deno turned its back toward the ocean. At that moment, long seaweed shot from the ocean's surface and wrapped itself around the hero. With no time to react, Deno was dragged underneath the crashing waves. The masked rider struggled against the tightening seaweed as he was dragged into deeper and deeper water. At around 200 feet, the Imagine released its grip on Deno. Deno flailed its arms in the water. 𝐒𝐿, I can't swim. OCRP. Momotaro's cursed. How do people do this with their arms? Is it forward or backward? Momotaro's, calm down. Calm down. The first thing you do is WHATIF. The underwater Imagine rammed Deno with the momentum of a torpedo. The impact stunned him, disoriented him. For a few seconds, Deno couldn't see straight. He was aware of the Imagine ramming into him with rapid succession. Each hit spun him around in the water and knocked more and more air out of his lungs. 𝐒𝐿's lungs were on fire. He could feel his throat spazzing as his lungs fought to fill themselves. His guts felt like jelly. His body was getting weaker, cramping up from the lack of oxygen. The Imagine realized his job was done and left a sinking limp Deno for the ocean to take him. Momotaro's thoughts were fading fast and 𝐒𝐿 panicked. This is bad. What do I do? What do I do? I need help. A voice from Den Liner appeared in his frantic thoughts. 𝐒𝐿. Yuritaro's. The turtle Imagine stated, I won't let you trivialize my lies. 𝐒𝐿 questioned, what are you saying at a time like this? I lie so that I can lie, Yuritaro said. There's no deeper meaning to that. No, like I said. Yuritaro's continued, ignoring the interruption. But my ability to swim isn't a lie. 𝐒𝐿 understood what he was saying and pressed the blue button. A different jingle played and 𝐒𝐿 hovered the pass over the buckle. Rod form. The armor from sword form popped off 𝐒𝐿's body, the visor sliding off the helmet and disintegrating away. With a clang, the chest armor unfolded into something completely different from before. The chest piece was now blue with an orange rectangle separated between the center tracks, and the shoulder pieces now reached down and covered his biceps. An orb of light appeared from the belt and moved up to the back of the helmet as a metallic aquatic creature. The visor unfolded to give Denno's helmet two large orange eyes that connected other orange lines to form a blue jeweled hexagon in the upper center of the visor. A long blade curved backwards on both sides of the helmet at the top and a mini propeller sat below each orange eye. Izuku felt a sudden burst of energy as Momotaro's returned to Den Liner and Yuritaro's took control of Denno. He turned Izuku's body upright and kicked his legs toward the surface. Whoosh! Denno rocketed out of the water and landed on the rocky shores in front of the shocked Imagine. Denno rubbed his two index fingers of his left hand with his thumb. He addressed the Imagine, "Hey, you. Mind if I reel you in? UBSTRD." The Imagine was off and running back to the ocean, but he was too slow. Denno caught him his collar and pushed him back. Every time the Imagine attempted to fight, Denno took an attachment from his belt and then kicked him back towards the junked beach. Soon, all of the attachments formed a straight line and surged with power to extend to the size of a full-length fishing rod. Denno used it as a spear and swung it at the Imagine. It got knocked near the water. The crustacean saw his opportunity and jumped into the water. "Looks like we need to take another swim, Izuku." "No, we don't," came the enthusiastic reply. "Eri told me there should be a train specific to every user's quirk and abilities. Maybe it can help." And, on cue, a small blue bullet train appeared from a portal through time. Railway tracks appeared underneath it, barely touching the water. From its compartment, a turtle-like machine disengaged and glided over the crashing waves. A fisherman isn't without his tools, right? Denno jumped onto the turtle and cautiously scanned the ocean in every direction. The hero found the Imagine as it swam out to sea. "Hey, Izuku," Denno said aloud. "Does he not know there's a big whirlpool up ahead?" The Imagine turned toward Denno. "What?" The fisherman raised his rod up high and cast his hook on the seaweed Imagine. It caught his back and swung the monster all the way back to shore. Thud! The monster rolled on the ground as Denno jumped off the robotic turtle onto the hard sand. UBSTRD. How cowardly. "Well said," Denno responded with a slash with his rod. The Imagine staggered back and then made another beeline for the ocean. Denno positioned the rod in his path, tripping forward on the ground hard. The hero pointed his rod toward the ground and poked the Imagine as if he was spearfishing. The Imagine rolled and attempted to get up, but it couldn't stop Denno from swinging his rod. Swish! 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 The Imagine fell to the ground. It barely could stand. The rider slung the rod on his shoulder and showed off the pass. "It's about time to bring the harpoon down." Denno hovered the pass over the buckle. Full charge. A blue bolt of electricity ran from the belt through the bottom of the rod. The rod tingled from the electrical current as Denno threw the rod like a javelin into the Imagine's chest. However, rather than it piercing the monster's skin, the rod disappeared into a small portal of light. As the rod became smaller, a hexagonal shape resembling a turtle's shell became more prominent in its place. The Imagine couldn't move, frozen in place. Denno jumped up high and shattered the shell with a rider kick, resulting in an explosion. The force of the explosion flung the Imagine back into the water. However, instead of dying, the sand from the Imagine reformed into a gigantic brown eel creature with sharp spikes acting as its fins and tail. Denno sighed and put his fingers to his head. "I heard caught fish only look bigger, but I guess that's not true." The eel fired blindly at the hero. Denno dodged the blazing hot fireballs, but only barely. He jumped back onto the robotic turtle as it stored itself in the blue bullet train. The blue bullet train and the Den Liner moved across the water on separate tracks and then combined into one with the blue train taking the lead and Denno in the cockpit. The eel tried to dive deep into the water, but Denno activated the weapon systems of Den Liner, sending bombs underwater. Explosions rocked the sea and forced the eel back up. Once it surfaced, Denno sent his turtle to attack it. The turtle extended two lasers from his fins and converged together to slice the eel completely in half. The resulting explosion of energy completely blows the eel into chunks that disintegrate into the water. Den Liner soon made its trip back to the present. March 31, 2236. Den Liner, dining car, 3:16 p.m. Eri finished sipping her coffee and asked, "So, Daiki will be okay?" "Yeah," Izuku smiled. "He'll basically be on house arrest for a few weeks, But the good news is he'll get therapy to deal with any trauma he might have. And I hear Rina is enjoying hanging out with him again. After returning to the present, Izuku had found that Daiki confessed to the police of his crime, even though his memory was faulty. Honestly, it was the only real evidence that Daiki did anything. None of the victims actually saw him when he attacked, and his family were willing to testify and get medical evidence that his quirk wasn't poisonous at all. And Izuku made sure that none of the blame would be put on Daiki when he offered his statement. He talked to a detective Tsukochi who had a lie detector quirk which made Izuku very excited. The detective was able to confirm his description of the true villain for the poisonings. The description of the crustacean Imagine was indeed correct. Though, Izuku felt bad that the police are continuing to search for the villain who manipulated Daiki and somehow changed his gas to become poisonous. Yurotaro sat down next to Izuku and wrapped his arm around the young man's shoulder. Izuku, I've been thinking these last few days. That little confession to the police. You've got the makings of a true fisherman. In any other context, this would have been a weird thing to say. But, in this case, Izuku stammered, "What? No, I'm not. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell the full truth. Besides, I was super nervous the whole time." Yurotaro's mused, self-deception. Lying. Fabrication is a part of life. I believe my job is to teach you how to use it to the fullest extent. Eri spoke up. Yurotaro's. Stop it. Remember, Turtle BSing. Momotaro's butted into the conversation too. You're only here cause Izuku took pity on YA. Don't act so big. Of course, Yurotaro's complied. Senpai. Senpai. Momotaro's questioned. Well, I'm the newest fish in the pond. Doesn't that make you my senpai? Diamond right it does. Momotaro said, confidently walking to Naomi's station to get himself some sludge. Yurotaro's leaned in and whispered to Izuku. First lesson. You don't need much bait to deceive a fool. I heard that, you BS'd. Momotaro's immediately ran over to Yurotaro's and grabbed him by the collar, shaking him violently. Eri and Izuku pulled the two Imagine apart as they hissed and kicked to start another fight. Well, Izuku thought. UA is only a few days away. Whatever it's like, it can't be as crazy as what it's like in here. April 9, 2236 UA High School, outside of Class 1A, 8:28 a.m. Izuku stood outside the massive sliding door of his new homeroom class, Class 1A, with an excited smile on his face. He was in his brand new official school uniform with a gray blazer and a red tie. Izuku actually couldn't tie it properly this morning, so he had Yurotaro's possess him to fix it in exchange for the Imagine to flirt with women on the train ride over. The most promising students in the country are on the other side of this door, Izuku muttered. In his mind, he immediately pictured Kaken wearing one of his signature, "I'm gonna kill you" faces and the blue-haired boy from the entrance exam ready to scold him. The green-haired boy shook his head as if to literally shake them out of his mind. A part of him wondered how he would fare being in a class with other kids so talented. But then he remembered his mother from this morning. The teenager had one foot out the door, worried that he'd be late for his first day to UA. Then, his mother, with tears in her eyes, told him how much she's proud of him. With a hint of confidence, Izuku opened the door. "Oh," Yurotaro's voice ringed in. "Looks we got some good fish here." Izuku thought back. "Don't even think about it." "Relax, Izuku," Yurotaro's reassured. "I prefer to catch more older fish. Though, there's plenty in the sea for you I can help with." The classroom had white walls with a blue floor. Each of the desks were white and had a blue seat to them. A chalkboard and podium were at the front of the room. A majority of the students were already sitting in their seats. Izuku recognized the multi-limbed teen and the blonde naval boy from the entrance exam. The teenager that Izuku met before, the one who wanted to clean Dagobah Beach too, was also present. Izuku made a mental note that he should thank him for making the beach clean again. He had gone by there after fighting the crustacean Imagine and it was a appealing spot now. But, most importantly, there were two students in the back of the classroom arguing. And, sadly, Izuku recognized them too. Kaken and the blue-haired teen. Stupid Midoriya luck. Take your feet off of that desk now. The blue-haired teen berated. Bakugo narrowed his eyes and smirked. Ha! The boy made an odd perpendicular motion with his hands. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. Bakugo sneered. You kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your butt or you were just born with it. Yep, that's kakin alright, Izuku thought. The blue-haired teen straightened up and introduced himself. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from the Sumi Private Academy. Sumi, here. Bakugo hissed. So you must think you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one. Ida gasped. You would threaten me? Your own classmate. Are you sure you're in the right place? He would have questioned this clearly suspicious individual more, but then noticed the plain-faced teenager standing in the doorway and stood straight. He whispered, "It's him." Everyone turned in his direction. Izuku felt all of eyes staring at him as he gave a small wave and stammered, hi. With no hesitation, Ida walked forward to Izuku like a robot, his arms waved and moving in 90-degree intervals. The tall boy greeted, "Good morning. My name is Tenya Ida." Izuku cut him off. "Yeah, I heard. It's super nice to meet you." Midoriya, Ida stated in shame as he grinded his teeth. You realized there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? I completely misjudged you. As a student, you are far superior to me. Ah. Izuku scratched the back of his head. It wasn't really about that. I just want hey, I recognize that messed up hair. Hi, Midoriya. Izuku turned and found Uraraka with a bright smile. Izuku had gotten better at talking to girls since being friends with but he immediately blushed and hid his face to stop himself from thinking about how cute she looked in that uniform. I was hoping to run into you since the entrance exam. You kicking that robot was amazing. She began doing her own kicks with her feet as if she was a little kid after seeing a hero fight. Bakugo was silently stewing, glaring at the green-haired kid. The explosive boy had wanted to go and confront the quirkless teen for months now, but every time he wanted to, Deku was always either working at Milk Dipper in the company of his mom, Katsuki's auntie, or somewhere completely random and hard to track. Bakugo thought to himself, I'm gonna ruin that little BS right after I figure out how he got in. The school bell rung, starting the official first day for these students. Uraraka was still pumping her fists. I wonder what our teachers are like. I can't wait to meet everybody. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the teen's conversation. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now. Izuku gasped. His eyes stuck in a state of shock. Ida wore a similar expression. Uraraka saw their expressions and shakily looked over her shoulder. None of them knew what to say about a gigantic yellow caterpillar with a blank man's face on it. It wasn't actually a yellow caterpillar, but a yellow puffy sleeping bag holding a tired man sipping from a juice pouch. Yeah, that realization didn't clear much up for the teens. Welcome to UA's hero course. The man stood up inside the bag and unzipped it to reveal a man with long disheveled hair in an all-black outfit with a gray scarf around his neck and shoulders. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not gonna work. Time is precious. Rational heroes would understand that. The man stepped into the classroom and addressed the 20 students. I'm Shouter Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Izuku tried to rack his brains for who this was. Since he was a staff member of UA, he had to be a pro hero, but Izuku was drawing a blank at the moment. From his sleeping bag, Aizawa pulled out a blue gym uniform with the letters UN in white across the body. He instructed, put these on and head on outside. UA High School, PE grounds, 8:42 a.m. Most of the class, now dressed in their gym uniforms, reacted simultaneously to their teacher's statement. What? A quirk assessment test? Uraraka was the first to voice her concerns. She whined, but, the entrance ceremony. We're gonna miss it. Aizawa stated matter-of-factly, you don't have time to waste on pointless ceremonies if you wanna get in the big leagues, kid. He leered at the young girl, freezing her in place. UA's unrestricted in how it runs its curriculum. That means us teachers can approach our classes however we want. Standard physical tests. You all have done these in middle school, yes. Without waiting to hear their response, he pulled a baseball out of his scarf. The teacher said, the government still insists on thinking we're all equal, prohibiting quirks for these tests. It's not rational. The Department of Education is slacking. Now. Midoriya. The teacher tossed the ball for Izuku to catch, who caught it in midair. You scored first place during the entrance exam, so you go first. What was your distance in middle school? Izuku nervously said, about 40 meters. Sir. The boy did his best to ignore the few snickers and snorts coming from his classmates. Izuku was confident he could do a lot better than that now. Maybe 70 meters if he tried hard enough. Aizawa didn't make a comment about the below-average score. He instructed, try doing it with your quirk. Anything goes. Just stay in the circle. Izuku walked to the chalk circle, deep in thought. Kaken is the only one here who knows about me being quirkless. Should I take it easy? Maybe don't rely on Momotaro's for this one. I don't know whether or not Kaken remembers meeting him back a few months ago. Either way, once I use Momotaro's, there's no way around it. He's going to have questions. Of course, I can't tell him about the Imagine or time travel, but maybe I can. The Imagine in question appeared in the back of Izuku's mind. His voice rose as he spoke. Izuku, what are we waiting for? Let's drop their jaws. Izuku gave a slight nod. Can't hold myself back, he muttered aloud. Let's do this. Momotaro's mind filled his brain as his hair stood up and a red streak appeared. Emizuku's eyes glowed red and he threw a smirk at the homeroom teacher. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Don't just throw it, Izuku instructed mentally. With your speed, you can build up momentum and then release it to get some good distance. Emizuku extended his arms parallel to the ground. He spun his body around and around, faster and faster as if he were a human tornado. After a few seconds, the boy chucked the ball toward the clouds, dirt on the ground being blown from the intense air shift. As the ball started to descend at a long distance away from the class, Aizawa lectured, pulling out his phone with the distance recorded from the baseball's sensors, 4 meters. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Most of the class gawked at the high score. The blonde naval teen commented, could have used more flair. Ida put his finger to his chin as he tried to understand Izuku's quirk. Uraraka raised her arms and cheered, that's so cool. His true power. A girl with pink skin and fluffy hair excitedly said, I wanna go. That sounds like fun. A black-haired slender teen with circular elbows grinned. This is what I'm talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want. That was so cool, Momotaro's. Izuku's voice spoke. Told why, Izuku, Emizuku said, placing his hands on his hips and moving his mouth into a smirk. I'm the star. Emizuku's heightened senses picked something up, and while the entire class reacted to the cool quirk usage, Emizuku's eyes spotted a familiar pair of blonde hair shaped to resemble ears hiding in the bushes behind the students. Izuku and Momotaro's both questioned this at the same time. All Might. What is he doing here? The Imagine thought, Izuku, this is a school, right? He's gotta be a teacher, right? The boy responded, well, no, I mean, maybe, it makes sense if that is the case, but if he is, it would have been made front-page news already. And even so, it doesn't explain why he's hiding like that. Izuku's mind tried to rationalize this, but his mind kept going to the worst-case scenario. All Might also knew Izuku was quirkless after he asked the hero a very important question about it a year ago. But, it was so long ago. Would the hero have already forgotten about it by then? Or was he here just waiting to spring up and completely pull the rug from underneath Izuku by revealing his quirkless status? No, he couldn't be that mean. Could he? Meanwhile, Bakugo was not taking this well. His eyes and mouth were wide open in shock. If his mouth were any wider, he could have caught flies. What the hell was that? The explosive teen thought. If he had a quirk, he would have gotten it when we were kids. This is impossible. Nitroglycerine sparked in his hand and the boy dashed forward with one hand out to grab Emizuku by the neck. Deku, you bastard. Tell me how you did that or you're dead. That snapped Emizuku out of his thoughts. Izuku would have froze in place and screamed, but Emizuku assumed a fighting stance and happily yelled, "Bring it on, you Pomeranian." Suddenly, without warning, Momotaro's went back deep in Izuku's mind and Izuku was in control again. A long thin grey cloth wrapped around Bakugu's head and torso. It tightened and restricted him from moving any further. Bakugu struggled to break free and use his quirk, but no sparks appeared. "Why the hell is your diamond scarf so strong?" Bakugu yelled at the homeroom teacher. "Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy," Aizawa explained as his eyes glowed red and his hair and scarf briefly floated in the air. "Now, stand down. You'll be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eye." As the rest of the class marveled at the teacher's power, for a brief second, Izuku forgot all about All Might and Kaken. Izuku's eyes widened and he gasped as he finally realized who his homeroom teacher was. "Oh my god, Hero Notebook number 10, page I know you. You're Eraserhead. You can look at someone and cancel out their powers. You're the absolute coolest." Aizawa tilted his head and briefly wondered how one of his new students had already heard about him. He was an underground hero, meaning he wasn't supposed to be known to the public. Not to mention, he noted the kid's behavior had suddenly changed from arrogant jackass to energetic fanboy. But now's not the time for that. He had a whole class to teach. "A lot of you have the wrong idea for heroics. It's not a game. It's not fun," the teacher said as he released Bakugu and sent both him and Izuku back to the crowd of students. "You have 3 years to become a hero. If you honestly think it'll be all playtime, you're sorely mistaken. In fact, let's make this interesting. 8 physical tests to see your potential. Whoever comes in last has none. And will be expelled immediately." At that moment, while everyone gasped at the news of expulsion, Momotaro's voiced himself in Izuku's mind. What the hell was that? I couldn't possess YA. What kind of power was that? "Erasure," Izuku silently responded. "It's only able to stop people from using their quirks. So, how did it affect your ability to possess me?" A moment of silence and then, "Hell if I know." Meanwhile, Uraraka protested, "You can't send one of us home. I mean, we just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair. Oh, and natural disasters are. Or power-hungry villains. Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities. No," the teacher sighed. "The world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try and combat all that unfairness. If you want to be a pro-hero for the next 3 years." He grinned madly, the one time the teacher had shown his class any real emotion that didn't look like apathy. Aizawa gestured with his finger for his students to face UA. "You need to go beyond. Plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here." The class psyched themselves up as they showed off what they are made of. "Can't worry about All Might or Kaken now," Izuku thought. "I've got a test to finish." Test number 1, 50-meter. Izuku wanted to pull out his notebook and jot down all of the cool quirks he was seeing, but with expulsion on the line, he didn't want to distract anyone. But he took notice of Ida's engine quirk, one that allowed him to move at high propulsion speeds. He also rooted for Uraraka when she used her zero-gravity quirk to make her clothes and shoes weightless and ran against a blonde guy with a giant tail. When it became Izuku's turn, of course, he had to be paired with Bakugu. When the dash started, Bakugu had extended his arms backwards and released a succession of ear-shattering explosions and launched himself forward, getting a good time of 13 seconds. However, with Momotaro's help, Izuku's speed was increased and he zipped through the 50 meters with a time of 55 seconds, narrowly beating Ida's score as well. Which may have hurt his pride a little. Test number 2, Grip Strength. Mizo Shuji, the masked multi-armed teenager from the entrance exam, passed his dynamometer to Hantashiro, the boy with the odd elbows. 540 kilograms, Zero read off the display. "You're such a beast." Minoru Mineta, a nearby boy with purple ball on his head, and who looked so small that he should have still been in preschool, commented too. "Like a muscly octopus." Nearby, Urataro's couldn't help but think, it makes sense that the boy with the sticky ball looks up to those tentacles. Izuku groaned, "Don't force me to comment on that, please." At that moment, 𝐿 gripped the dynamometer in his hand as it read 630 kilograms. Piece of cake. Test number 3, standing long jump. 𝐿 grinned as he jumped high in the air, going over the tiny sandpit and landing on the other side of it. He raised his arms high in celebration. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Test number 4, repeated side steps. 𝐒𝐿 had to do this one on his own since there was not much for Momotaro's to do, and sadly, Momotaro's got a little confused on what direction he was supposed to go. Most of the other students couldn't find a use for their quirks either here, so that was something. Though, there were exceptions like Mineta bouncing himself between piles of purple ball. Test number 5. Ball throw. 𝐒𝐿 sat this one out since he already did it in the beginning for demonstration. Bakugo was pretty mad when his attempt to launch the ball with one of his explosions still didn't beat 𝐒𝐿's record, only going 2 meters into the air. He was even more annoyed, glaring daggers at Uraraka when she beat his score too by using her quirk to float the ball into space and giving herself a score of infinity. Test number 6, endurance run. It was during this test that 𝐒𝐿's body started to strain itself. During training all of those months, 𝐒𝐿 did tests like these easily and gotten good results. However, he hadn't managed to go on a run after bonding with Urataro's. Now, only half the distance in, his body was getting more tired underneath the weight of 2 Imogens. But he still kept going, even though he was practically out of breath. He had a good lead so far with Momotaro's, but he didn't want to just settle. The boy wanted to do his best on these tests no matter what. And Aizawa took note of the determination in the teenager's face. Test number 7, seated toe touch again. 𝐒𝐿 had to do this one on his own. He didn't know whether or not the Imogens weighing him down affected his flexibility, but he made a note to himself that he should try yoga. Test number 8, sit-ups. 𝐒𝐿 was paired with Uraraka for this one. 𝐒𝐿 had to be the one to keep count since the Imagine kept counting on his own and getting them mixed up. Momotaro's left when it was Uraraka's turn to do the sit-ups. Though, 𝐒𝐿 was happy to help a friend. Results. And, finally, Aizawa presented the results through a holographic projector. 𝐒𝐿 had gotten 5th place, right in between Ida and Tokoyami, a student who had a blackbird head with a sharp beak. Last place was Mineta, who was sobbing a little after seeing his result. Still, 𝐒𝐿 tensely waited for the teacher to speak, knowing that teachers are the ones in charge of the classroom. They make the rules, and in this case, they could easily still expel 𝐒𝐿. Aizawa could just expel him for not giving it his all, or because Momotaro's left a bad impression on him, or because All Might could jump out any moment and out his quirkless status. Was he also willing to expel one student just to prove a point about life being unfair? 𝐒𝐿 had already learned that lesson so many times in his life. If Aizawa wanted his class to be rational, was he really expecting good results from everyone on the first day? If Mineta was going to be expelled, was there something that, and I was lying? No one's going home. The class blinked. With a wide grin that showed off his teeth, Aizawa said, that was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all during these tests. A loud gasp escaped most of the students' throats. Just how many times were they going to be surprised today? Urataro's chimed in. I like this teacher already. Momorozu, a tall dark-haired girl, dryly commented on everyone's reaction. I'm surprised the rest of you haven't figured that out. I'm sorry. I guess I probably should have said something. Gee, why think? We're done for the day, Aizawa said. Midoriya, stay behind. The rest of you, pick a syllabus up from the classroom. Read it over before tomorrow. Class 1A walked toward the locker rooms, some of them looking back and wondering what their teacher wanted with Midoriya specifically. 𝐒𝐿 and Aizawa soon stood in the field in awkward silence. The boy stood there, fiddling with his fingers, a blank expression on his face as he waited for whatever punishment he was about to receive. Midoriya, you're not in trouble. 𝐒𝐿 blinked, but didn't make any movement yet. Aizawa said, I wanted to talk to you regarding your quirk. Here it comes, thought 𝐒𝐿. I noticed the change in your paperwork, the Erasure hero explained. Specifically, the quirk form you submitted for admittance. How you were only listed as quirkless only a few months before the entrance exam. 𝐒𝐿 wanted to run away at that moment, but his feet wouldn't move. He waited to see if there was any sign of a cruel expression on his teacher's face, but it wasn't there. Aizawa's tone softened a little. He bluntly asked, "Were you? Did people treat you differently than other kids your age?" The boy gave his homeroom teacher a curt nod, hoping this wasn't going where he thought it was going. Aizawa sighed. "Look, I don't understand psychological quirks that well, but I have read of a few rare cases where they can manifest later than normal and that can be difficult to suddenly readjust to. Honestly, haven't heard of one coming in this late. But, for only a few months, you do seem to have a handle on it." Aizawa placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "I want you to know that if you ever need help with your other sides or any discriminatory issues you have dealt with in the past, UA has a variety of resources that can offer you any extra therapy or counseling you would need for you. Or, if you just want someone to talk to, I'm not the best at that, but I'm willing to listen." Izuku understood what his teacher was talking about, but he'd rather not focus on counseling if he thought he was going to get treatment for dissociative identity disorder. The last thing he needed was his teacher thinking he had a problem he didn't actually have. The boy certainly could have used counseling, but definitely not for what his teacher was thinking. The rider got flustered and shook his head and hands frantically. No, it's not like that. It's just a quirk. I swear it's nothing like that at all. I don't need to talk about it. I'm handling it fine on my own. But, I promise, if I ever need help with it, I'll talk to someone about it." He would talk to A, but he wouldn't say that aloud. Still, he gave a small shaky smile toward the teacher. This is the first time a teacher actually tried to help him with something, so that was nice. "Thank you for the offer, though." Aizawa offered a small nod of his own, glad that at least the problem child had some sense in him about his mental state. "But, now back to business." "You're welcome. Now, could I talk to that other you? If that is all right." Izuku's head tilted but complied. Soon, Emizuku crossed his arms and rudely asked, "What do you want, you hobo?" "Momotaro's, you can't say that." "I want to make this clear." Aizawa stared daggers at him. "Midoriya is the one with the right attitude to be a hero. You're strong, but that attitude of yours would make you a liability in the field. When you're in my class, this isn't a game. And if you don't understand that, I won't hesitate to expel both of you. You understand?" Emizuku smirked a little and then made sure he rose to his full height. "And, let me make this clear. I don't care about being a hero." If he was in control, Izuku's heart would have stopped. Izuku is the dumbass that wants to be one to help people or whatever. I'm only here for the ride. But, YA best believe that if this school throws as much crazy stuff at him as I saw during the entrance exam, I'll go all out. From start to finish, I'm always at a CLMX. And... Emizuku reached out his hand. "YA can count on me playing nice for your class. Let me prove it. YA got any more ball in that weird scarf?" Aizawa stared at him. "For what reason?" "I want to show YA there's something I really wanted to do during your test. But, didn't cause I didn't want to make a big fuss for YA." There was a moment of silence as Aizawa tried to understand the boy's intentions. Was he seriously about to do something that risked expulsion again? But, curious, the teacher relented and tossed him a ball. Emizuku played with the ball in his hands. Izuku nervously asked him, "Momotaro's, what are you about to do?" "Something cool. Trust me." Emizuku turned quickly and threw the ball at a high speed toward the bushes, where All Might was still hiding. The symbol of peace stood up and grabbed it with lightning reflexes. There was a brief moment before his face turned into one of nervousness and shock. He honestly had thought no one noticed him. Aizawa asked the boy, "You noticed him, too?" "Yeah, I did," Emizuku replied. "And I kept my eyes on him the whole time." "Why? Ain't it a hero's job to look out for shady guys?" All Might felt a bit wary. "Shady?" Emizuku crossed back his arms. "You were hiding and watching kids. Don't care who YA are. I ain't dealing with another pervert." "Pervert?" All Might repeated incredulously. "Now, hold on." Aizawa interjected, "He's your heroics teacher for this year." Izuku wanted to yell out into the void. "Stupid. Midoriya. Luck. That doesn't explain why he was watching, though." All Might stuttered, I was curious about who would be in my first class, that's all. Izuku didn't need Yurotaro's to know that there was more to the answer there, but didn't prod and take away control from Momotaro's. The last thing he needed was an awkward conversation with All Might. Aizawa spoke to Izuku. Alright, that's enough for now. Midoriya, get back to class. Momotaro's went back to Den Liner and Izuku issued a quick nod before running away, not daring to look back at All Might. UA High School, entrance, 12:08 p.m. Izuku stretched and let out a long yawn as he exited through the main UA entrance. He sent a quick text to A, telling her that his first day of high school went great. He heard footsteps from behind and turned to see Ida walking toward him. Hello, Midoriya. Would you mind if we talked? I would love to receive more insight of today's class from you. Sure. We can walk for a bit. Thank you. They walked toward the gates, making small talk about Eraserhead and the tests today. Ida still couldn't believe that their homeroom teacher would pull such a dirty trick on them. As they talked, Izuku thought about Ida more and realized that his initial impression of the engine teen had been wrong. He thought Ida was mean, but he was just really into school. Izuku could relate to that. Hey, a voice called out. Wait up, you two. Both Izuku and Ida turned to see Uraraka running and waving to catch up with them. Oh, Ida remarked. You're the Infinity Girl. Thanks. But my actual name is Ochiko Uraraka. And, don't worry. I know who you guys are. She pointed to each student and confirmed their names. Tenya Ida and Izuku Midoriya. She gave a coy smile as she looked in Izuku's direction. Or should I call you Deku? What? Uraraka questioned. It's what Bakugo called you, right? Your nickname, right? Izuku made a few gestures with his hands. Actually, that's what Kaken calls me to make fun of me. Ida crossed his arms. That's not sportsmanlike. Uraraka put her hands together to apologize. Oh, I didn't know. I'm so sorry. I just thought Deku has a you can do it vibe to it, no. Izuku's cheeks blushed at the cute girl standing before him. You can absolutely call me Deku. Ida frowned. You just said that was an insult. Soon, they all walked to the train station together, their first day as UA students officially over. Milk Dipper, 6:19 p.m. Izuku recounted his first day of high school to his mom over a bowl of katsudon for dinner. The whole time, his mom just nodded and smiled, glad that her son made some new friends. When Eri appeared, he seemed happier and more confident in himself. It brightened her day to see Izuku had more people he could rely on now. People that didn't live in her son's head. The boy rambled. And oh my god, I can't believe that I didn't recognize Eraserhead at first. I mean, I've only read descriptions of him online, he didn't have any good photos to him, but still. His mom cut him off. I'm really happy for you, Izuku, but please don't eat while you're talking. Oh, of course. Thanks, Mom. He swallowed his food and grabbed a napkin to make sure his face was clean. His mom asked, You're ready for your first heroics class tomorrow? Izuku froze in place. The teen hesitated, The boy's thoughts were conflicted, some of them excited about learning heroics, others feeling dread for having to interact with All Might daily. But, nonetheless, Izuku reassured, Yeah, of course I am. Okay, sweetie, his mom responded. Don't forget to bring the coupons to school when you can. I can't wait to meet your friends. Izuku trailed off. Okay, Mom. I won't forget. His hands tapped the table as his gaze turned to the antique telescope in the center of the room. His thoughts went back to All Might as his teacher, back to the day he met All Might. His mom followed his gaze. As soon as he registered his mom was looking, Izuku studied his mom's reaction. Her face twitched and her mouth mouthed the words won't forget. Her expression had changed from being excited for her son to a completely blank expression. A single tear ran down her left cheek, but she took no notice of it. Her hands were slightly shaking. Izuku quickly stood up and composed himself. Mom. I just remembered. Can you help me get something from the kitchen? Let's go. Without waiting for her response, he started to pull her toward the kitchen. His mom had snapped out of her dazed state. What is it, Izuku? Don't push. The teenager practically pushed his mom into the kitchen and then took one last long look at the telescope. As much as I want to forget about the day I met All Might. Izuku thought. I really wish Mom would remember it. April 10, 2236 UA High School, Class 1A, 1:15 p.m. The next day, the students began their regular classes. After homeroom came English lessons from Present MIC. Admittedly, it was a little boring, but Present MIC's enthusiastic energy hyped up the experience for Izuku. Then came Modern Hero Art History lessons from the R-rated hero, Midnight. Midnight was a tall, curvy woman with blue eyes and purple hair. Midnight's uniform looked like someone who really shouldn't be at a high school. She had on a breastless, black leather corset over thin skin-tight white spandex with black, thigh-high garter stockings, black knee boots, and a red DMX mask. Izuku couldn't concentrate throughout the whole lesson. Not because it was boring. It's because Izuku spent the whole time mentally convincing Yuritaros not to try and reel her in. And Izuku was praying to God Midnight wouldn't interpret him trying to keep Yuritaros at bay as him keeping something else from rising. Then came lunch with gourmet meals served by the cook hero, Lunch Rush. Yep, there was a hero for literally everything. Then, it was back to Class 1A. Students had heard about a new heroics teacher starting this year and they were all speculating who it was. Since Izuku already knew the answer, he kept his head down making space in his newest notebook for his friend's quirks. Even when a loud voice boomed from outside, "I am here." Coming through the door like a hero. A lot of excitement erupted through the class with some people cheering and saying that this year was going to be the best. It was then that Izuku slowly exhaled and paid attention to his teacher, his face showing off a very neutral expression. It was a good thing he had found out about this earlier. Otherwise, he would be spiraling right about now, wondering if All Might still remembered him or even if he wanted All Might to remember him. Last night, he realized it made sense for All Might to teach. When Izuku had met him, All Might displayed an injury to his stomach that drastically reduced the time he could use his quirk. Whatever it was. No one had any clear answer to it. Teaching was probably the best way he could still have a presence without actively risking more injuries. As for himself, Izuku decided that as long as he managed to not be alone in a room with him, he could probably be okay with this. Plus, All Might was the #1 hero for a reason. There had to be something useful Izuku could learn from him, right? All Might was dressed in his Silver Age outfit, red all over with a white circle in the middle with a large blue cape. As he made his grand introduction, marching his way to the podium, he welcomed the heroes of tomorrow to heroics class. All Might pulled out a white card with the word battle on it and declared that they would all be participating in battle training. Real combat against each other. But, one of the most important things about being a hero is looking good. The symbol of peace pointed at the walls of the classroom. They opened up revealing 4 rows of 5 metal suitcases, each one with a large green number in the center. Each suitcase was assigned to each member of the class based on their seat number and for that specific student, it contained a costume made by the support department to their specifications they submitted before school had officially started. As All Might dismissed everyone to go change and meet him at ground beta, students leapt out of their seats and crowded around the wall so they could grab their costumes. Izuku waited until the crowd had cleared before walking up and grabbing his own. He left the classroom quickly before he was alone in the classroom with All Might. UA High School, male locker room, 1:18 p.m. Before school had started, Izuku talked with Onna at length about whether he could use the Deno belt for school. Onna had made the decision that Izuku was allowed to use it for his official hero training. If ever a situation came up where Izuku had to fight and imagine with other people around, it would be better to have people know about the Deno belt from the start and create an explanation for it rather than randomly pull it out of nowhere. Plus, Izuku wasn't the only factor here. For funsies, Izuku had asked Momotaro's and Yuritaro's earlier what a normal hero outfit would be that incorporated the two of them. Both of them argued for hours and more fighting between them ensued. In fact, it had gotten so bad Yuritaro's threw a prank on Momotaro's that completely knocked him out for a few hours. So, all that was in his suitcase was an extra Deno belt and pass. Okay, Izuku thought. I should just go in a little corner of the locker room and transform there. What? Momotaro's called out. They're going to find out anyway. Let's wait until the actual fight. We should be keeping a low profile. Besides, I'm a little nervous to do it in front of other people. What's there to be nervous about? Trust me on this. Everyone will think it's cool. Izuku sighed, knowing that there wasn't any real point in arguing about this. As all the boys changed into their hero gear, Izuku changed into his UA gym uniform from yesterday and then buckled the Deno belt on before pocketing the pass. Most of the guys had already left for ground beta, so Ida, who had stayed behind, was the only one left in the locker room to notice Izuku's costume. Ida was dressed up as his own masked rider with a helmet and white armor on his upper body and legs with a leather blue suit and gloves underneath. His helmet had a black visor and exhaust pipes coming from the sides. Midoriya, Ida chopped into the air. Did you not submit the proper support paperwork in on time? A UA student should always be punctual with their deadlines. Izuku shook his head, his shoulders hunched and his hands in the air as if he were caught red-handed. No, Tich, this is actually a choice. Ida gasped. A hero's costume should be suited to fit their strengths and weaknesses. With your strength quirk, clearly, there is more protection that you'll need in this line of work. A simple belt won't be enough. I'll be okay, Izuku slowly nodded. I'll be fine. With a huff, Ida dropped it and the two of them joined the rest of the class in the streets of the fake urban city from the entrance exam, where All Might was already posed dynamically, waiting for them all. UA. High School, Ground Beta, 1:25 p.m. Oh, hey, Uraraka. Why you look great. Uraraka's costume was a tight spandex suit that covered her body was a mix of black and pink with 3 black dots down the middle. Complementing that were large pink boots and a headgear that was worn behind her ears. Izuku wished he was already transformed so that he could hide how red his cheeks were. Looking at it closely revealed how tight it was on her body as it clearly outlined its curves. Thanks, Deku. Uraraka replied. I should have been more specific, though. Didn't think that it would be so tight. She tugged at the tight fabric before noticing Izuku's gym uniform. Oh, Deku, did the support company make a mistake or something? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck before giving a small smile. Don't worry. It's kind of a surprise. Uraraka tilted her head, but accepted his answer. Once All Might quieted the class down from the excitement of wearing their costumes for the first time, the teacher explained today's battle training. The scenario would be 2 students acting as heroes that would go into a building that has stored a bomb on one of its floors versus another 2 students acting as villains that would guard the bomb and defeat the heroes. The win conditions for the heroes would be if they captured all of the villains through provided capture tape or if any one of them placed their hand on the bomb effectively disarming it, while the villains would win if they defeated the heroes or keep the bomb away from them before the time limit. Teams would be determined based on random lots. When that was said, Ida raised his hand. Sir, is it at all effective to have these teams determined by chance? Izuku interjected. Actually, in emergencies, heroes usually have to team up with whoever is available, so random lots seem like the best choice. Ida karate chopped the air. Of course. My apologies. With that, the lots were drawn and Midoriya luck striked again. His hero team was up first against Bakugo's villain team. Bakugo's costume consisted of a jagged orange and black eye mask that resembled an explosion across the side of his face, a black tank top with an orange X across the middle, a metallic neck brace with 3 holes on each side, a belt that carried grenades, baggy briefs, and black combat boots. On each arm, there was a large grenade-like gauntlet that covered his entire forearms. Izuku had a vague memory of the drawing for them when they were kids, thinking about what kind of heroes they'd be. From what he remembered, they are supposed to build up the nitroglycerine sweat from Kaken's body and store it inside to increase the range and power of his explosions. After the teams were announced, the rest of the class went to a viewing room. Bakugo gave Izuku a deadly grin as he and his partner, Koji Kuda, went into the building first to do any setup before the room. Izuku felt terrible for Kuda as he looked even more nervous about this than Izuku usually was. He hadn't even heard him speak once since school started. Izuku and his partner, Kyoka Gyro, were given 10 minutes to study the building plans. Gyro's costume gave off a punk rocker look to it. a leather jacket and breathes over a salmon shirt with white fingerless gloves and boots with stereos built in. A single red triangle was painted on each cheek below her black eyes. The most noticeable thing about her came from her quirk, flexible earphone jacks that hung from her earlobes. Momotaro's voice ringed in. Izuku, why the hell are you shaking like that? We're about to go up against 𝐭𝐻𝐿. What if we can't beat him? Seriously. I already beat him up back in January. That was different, and you know it. Gyro looked up from her paper. Hey, you nervous? What makes you think that? Izuku shakily replied as his entire body was shaking, practically tearing the paper in his hands. It's pretty obvious. Izuku steadied his hands and gave a smile in return. Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm about to fight against 𝐭𝐻𝐿. 𝐭𝐻𝐿. Izuku clarified, Baku, sorry. It's just we grew up together and I idolized him. I still do. It's not just his quirk, but his determination to be the best. I'm not sure I can beat him. Gyro just stared at him. You for real? Ay. Gyro sighed. I don't know a lot about you, but you got a strong quirk and you got first place in the entrance exam. You must have something Bakugo doesn't. Momotaro's voice popped in again. Yeah, he does. Me. We've taken on monsters together. We can totally win this. Izuku replied to both of them. Thanks. I needed to hear that. The boy took in a deep breath and his mind put a plan together. Okay, so, I know 𝐭𝐻𝐿 better than anybody. I might have an idea on what we should do. Got it. What's the plan? Izuku began explaining. As soon as the match starts, he's going to come straight for us, leaving Kuda to guard the bomb on his own. Your quirk makes you even more vulnerable to the sounds of his explosions, so we're going to have to. UA High School, Ground Beta, Building, 1:40 p.m. Match 1. Heroes Izuku Midoriya and Kyoka Gyro vs villains Katsuki Bakugo and Koji Kuda. Izuku peeked around the corner from the top of the staircase to the second floor. He motioned with his hand for Gyro to stay there while he checked the dark hallway. Gyro was only briefly tapping her earphone jacks in the walls to search for the bomb. The building itself had no light pieces in the ceiling, so any light inside the building was all natural light from the windows, which this hallway was devoid of. His earpiece suddenly pinged twice. Code for Bakugo is coming. Get ready. Izuku leapt backwards and covered his eyes as dust and rubble had been sent flying forward by a small explosion. Bakugo's figure could be seen as the smoke started to clear. Nice dodge, but you won't be able to do it again. A year ago, Bakugo's sadistic grin would have stopped Izuku in his tracks, but now, as Bakugo swung his right arm forward ready to deliver one large explosion, Izuku grabbed his arm mid-swing and used the momentum to throw the explosion boy over himself. Slam! Bakugo's body hit the floor, the wind escaped his throat and his eyes briefly became dazed, experiencing something that had never happened before. You always start a fight with a right hook, 𝐭𝐻𝐿. I know how you fight. I've seen it. I've experienced it. But, it's been a year since I saw it last. I've changed since then and I hope you have too. Momotaro's recognized his cue and took control. If you wanna fight a Deku, Izuku scoffed. Sorry to disappoint YA, but from what I've seen, the only useless guy here is you. Bakugo snarled. He didn't recognize this Deku anymore, but it still felt like the DMN nerd was still finding a way to fight him, to always get in his way. I don't need to change anything. Stop pissing me off, Deku. Izuku sent a quick message through his receiver. Bakugo launched forward and at that moment, Gyro came out of the stairwell behind him and plugged the jack into her speaker. Sonic waves shouted from the boots and it threw Bakugo forward to Izuku. Izuku grabbed the capture tape and started to wrap it around Bakugo's torso. Get out of the way, Izuku warned. He's about to fire another one. Izuku rolled forward toward Gyro as Bakugo leaped over him, the tape dangled from his chest. The hero pulled out the pass from his pocket and pressed the red button. The familiar jingle started to play and Izuku grinned. Time to show you my cool transformation. Henshin. Sword form. A shocked Gyro backed up as armor formed around his body and a peach visor slid down the helmet from the back before separating into two large eyes. The hero gave himself a thumbs up before striking a pose. Have arrived. At the viewing room, most of the students were in awe to see the transformation. Yo, that's so cool, praised Denki Kaminari, a kid with blonde hair with a single black electric bolt pattern in his hair. Or, no fair. I want one, pouted Mina Ashido, a girl with pink skin and matching pink hair. Uraraka smiled to herself. So, that's what he meant. Wish we could hear what they are saying. All Might was one of the few who didn't show an outward reaction. Young Midoriya. A normal high school student wouldn't be able to procure technology like that. So, who gave you that belt? Did they give you something else as well? Bakugo wasn't fazed by this new armor at all. You think some fancy armor can stop me? Deno pointed at the teen. Let me warn YA ahead of time. From start to finish, I'm always at a CLMX. Gyro and Bakugo simultaneously said, Here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Deno rushed forward through the hallway. Die. Bakugo delivered a swift explosion to the face, but Deno didn't stop. He slammed him again into the ground. The boy's vision blurred and he couldn't stop the masked rider from kicking him in the sides of his gut. Bakugo rolled out of the way and got up, only to be met with the back of the rider's foot as it sent him flying towards Gyro as she plugged in another sonic blast for his eardrums. However, Bakugo used an explosion to leap over the girl and then another one at her back which sent her flying towards Deno. Deno ran and caught her before her body hit the ground and the debris from Bakugo's explosions. Izuku took a quick look and saw that she wasn't too injured, but her face showed she was dealing with the pain. In the dark hallway, Izuku noticed something that absolutely terrified him. Bakugo was smiling. The boy raised his right hand at him, readying his grenade gauntlet. Izuku realized exactly what was about to happen. If he was right, he thought Bakugo would have been smarter than this. Yuritaros, Izuku called. I need your help now. Izuku, Momotaro's whined. What are you doing? Izuku ignored him and continued asking for the turtle Imagine. Yuritaros, I need you. Say whatever you need to stop him from pulling that pin. Yuritaro's voice appeared. I wish you wouldn't call me when you're only in a bind. Still, Yuritaros pushed Momotaro's back to Den Liner and took control. Bakugo started to monologue. You know this because you're a DMN stalker, but ignoring him, the rider stood up, pressed the blue button and slid the rider pass over the buckle. Rod form. The red bug eyes and chest piece flip off the rider's body before unfolding into the blue shell of rod form. The metal aquatic creature grinded on the railroad tracks of his helmet before unfolding and revealing two large orange eyes and a bladed fin on each side. Bakugo escaped and reached for the metal pin of his gauntlet. Looks like you already know what this does. But, it doesn't matter. I'll show why. At that moment, Deno fell to the ground next to Gyro and gripped his sides as if he were in pain. He whispered to the young girl, just follow my lead. Addressing Bakugo, he put on a strained voice. Keiki-kaken, can you help us to the infirmary? Bakugo's hands stopped moving. His eyes narrowed. Here. Deno coughed and tried to clear his throat as if gasping for air. All Might already declared you the winner. Why your explosion from your gauntlet had already destroyed an entire floor. Could you help us please, back to the viewing room. For a brief second, Bakugo's eyes are in a trance. Deno knew what was going on. This was his power. Bakugo was falling for the lie. Memories were being flashed in his mind of All Might praising his strength, the same voice telling him to return to the viewing room, of a powerful explosion searing through the hallway and hitting both Deno and Gyro. His arms fell to his sides and then he blinked. His eyes returned to normal and he grinned madly. Help yourselves, you DMN nerd. Told YA. You'll never beat me. You're nothing. The boy laughed as he went down the stairs as he headed to the viewing room, expecting to finally receive some praise like at his old school. Deno held his breath until the sound of footsteps disappeared. He whispered to Gyro, can you still hear him? Gyro put her jack into the ground and listened. No, he's out of the building. Good. Deno stood up and wiped the dust off his armor before helping Gyro up and supporting her. Are you hurt, Ms. Gyro? Thanks, but I'm good. But, how did you? Deno held the girl in his arms and responded, I'm a fisherman with many rods. The hero looked deep into her eyes. Mind if I reel you in? Gyro's cheeks blushed red a little and she looked down at the ground briefly. Momotaro's chimed in, Turtle. This is no time for flirting. Deno sighed before letting her go. Ms. Gyro, could you find the bomb for us now? Gyro was still questioning the rider's intentions, but she jacked her plug back into the wall and pointed up. I can hear Kuda's heartbeat and a few smaller ones upstairs. Probably a few small animals that Kuda is controlling with his quirk. Then, let me take the lead again. I wouldn't want to let a rodent be caught in by your lures. The two of them walked up the stairs and Deno grabbed the handle and opened up the metal door a few steps ahead of her. The room had 4 large stone pillars and a large silver object in the middle of the room. The bomb. Deno stepped through the door and at an instant, a few little white rats start to crawl all over him. Oh my! The armored rider shoos at them with his rod as he gets backed into a corner, more and more of them coming out of nowhere. He spotted Kuda, a boy with a rock-shaped head, in the corner, constantly whispering to his little rat minions. Kuda's costume was a tight yellow suit with a large red stripe in the middle and had the picture of an open mouth. Deno called out, I don't want to know where you found these vermin in this school, but boy do I have my hands full now. It must have been good luck that you were paired with Ms. Gyro. Kuda's eyes became blank and then blinked again. The girl listened for her cue and then entered the room. As part of their plan, she shot forward a sonic blast at the rider. Deno was slammed into the wall and some of the rats scurried away. Kuda's eyes widened, panicked that the animals might have gotten hurt, but still made no move to attack Gyro. Gyro moved across the room, as if she was circling the rider, ready to blast him. But, really, she was moving closer to the bomb. She extended her arm and tagged the bomb with her hand. All Might's voice boomed through the microtransceiver. The bomb has been secured. The hero team wins. Kuda looked around the room, trying to find an explanation as to how the hero team won. Gyro was on his team after all, or so he thought. Could you please get these things off of me? Deno cried out. I may be a catch of the day, but I'm not interested in what these rats are offering. UA High School, ground beta viewing room, 1:50 p.m. Deno, still in rod form, walked into the dark viewing room with Kuda and Gyro right behind him. Bakugo was currently yelling, what the hell are you extras blabbering on about? I won. All Might said so. Zero put his hands up. Dude, that's not what happened. He gestured to the screen, where a video played of Gyro reaching the bomb while Deno was being crowded by mice. Bakugo's eyes became wide, his fist started to shake in rage. He and the other classmates noticed the 3 of them walk into the room. Bakugo strangely didn't make a move against the masked rider. All he could get out were the words, what the hell did you do? In Deno's mind, Yuritaro's offered, Izuku, I can use my power again. Make sure none of them remember what just happened. No, Yuritaro's. I did what I had to do back then, but I'm not going to lie to Kaken again. Suit yourself. Deno unbuckled the belt and the armor vanished as Yuritaro's returned to Den Liner. Now back in control, Izuku looked at the expectant class. He explained, it was a form of memory manipulation. Basically, it made Kaken believe that All Might had already declared him the winner even though the match was still going on. The whole class stared at the green-haired boy. They certainly weren't expecting that. What? Bakugo hissed. Izuku fiddled with his hands and continued, it was the only thing I could do to stop you. If you had used your gauntlet in that hallway, you could have seriously hurt everyone else in the building, and not just me. All Might stared at the young boy, his mind trying to process what he had just said. His smile faltered for a second before clearing his throat and addressing the entire class. Anyway, back to the business at hand. Who do you believe was the MVP of the match? Yorozu raised her hand. I believe the MVP for this match is Midoriya, sir. Kaminari chimed in. Shouldn't it be Gyro? I mean, she was the one who actually disarmed the bomb in the end. True, but she was following Midoriya's lead. Midoriya worked closely with Gyro and adapted well to the situation, distracting his opponents to prevent any harm from coming to his teammate. All Might said, Well said, young Yorozu. Now, let's go to the next match. He pointed dramatically to the screen as the next two teams left the viewing room. Izuku decided to pull out his notebook and take notes on his classmates. He looked off at Bakugo, who didn't look angry anymore. Just a blank expression on his face. The boy sighed and turned his attention back to the other matches. Match 2, Heroes Tsuyu Asui and 𝐴hero Kirishima vs villains Minoru Mineta and Hantashiro Mineta and Zero. The villains for this match had scattered the bomb room with sticky tape and ball all over the walls and the door. When Kirishima, a boy with spiky red hair, had burst in through the door with his hardened skin, the door acted as a shield from the tape and ball the villains attempted to throw at him. Asui, a girl with frog characteristics, had leapt in behind Kirishima. Although all of the sticky tape and ball on the walls prevented her from using her full jumping capabilities, she dodged the villains' attacks and stuck out her long tongue at the bomb, winning them the match. Asui was declared the MVP. Match 3, Heroes Mizo Shuji and Tenya Ida vs villains Ochiko Uraraka and Denki Kaminari. Shuji had easily located the location of the bomb, changing the ends of his arms into human ears to hear their location. Ida ran with Shuji full speed into the room, but didn't anticipate their attack plan. Uraraka floated the bomb to the ceiling while Kaminari had closed the door behind him and unleashed an electrical attack that spread 3 million volts across the room and easily incapacitated the heroes before they could react. Uraraka won MVP since it was her plan. Match 4, Heroes Toru Hagekure and Momorozu vs villains Mina Ashido and Rikido Satoruzu had kicked in the door open since the door handle was melted from Ashido's acid. Yorozu fought Ashido and Sato, a big muscular guy, with a sword and shield she created with her quirk. Hagekure, with a quirk that made her completely invisible all the time and a costume that Izuku didn't want to ask if it was just her gloves and boots, couldn't sneak directly to the bomb because it was surrounded by a river of acid from Ashido. So, Yorozu dropped her shield accidentally and Hagekure used that as a stepping stool to quickly reach the bomb. Yorozu won MVP status. Match 5, Heroes Shoto Todoroki and Fumikage Tokoyami vs villains Mashiro Ojiro and Yuga Ema. The final match turned out to be the most interesting match yet at the same time, the fastest one. Todoroki's costume was a simple white buttoned-up shirt and breathes with ice covering his entire left side with his left eye glowing red underneath it with the flames. He had red and white hair that split across the middle and a huge burn covering his left eye. Izuku assumed this was from a quirk accident. Tokoyami's costume was a black cloak that covered his entire body. Izuku had only seen his quirk during the quirk assessment test, but it was fascinating. A sentient quirk that emerged from his body and resembled a dark bird-like shadow with piercing yellow eyes. Izuku couldn't wait to see more from it. Sadly, he would have to wait a little longer. As soon as All Might had announced that the heroes could enter the building, Todoroki told his partner to stay back as he placed his right hand on the wall and completely encased the building in ice. He walked through the building like a robot and found the room with the bomb. Ojiro, a martial artist with a long tail, was unfortunately barefoot and his feet became frozen to the floor. Ema tried to blast off the ice off his partner, but Todoroki was too fast for him and froze him as well before reaching the bomb and ending the match. Everyone in the viewing room was in chills as if they were the ones frozen themselves. Bakugo especially couldn't believe the power Todoroki had. There was zero question on who the MVP for the match was. Once Todoroki had melted the ice with his left hand, All Might called everyone out back into the fake city to dismiss the class. Now, watch how a pro leaves the scene. All Might ran at full speed away from the class, a dust cloud created in the teacher's place. And as others were remarked at how fast the pro hero was, Izuku remembered All Might's time limit. Izuku thought, he must be running low right about now. If he barely has the time to teach a class. UA High School, main gate, 3:36 p.m. Izuku's legs have been bouncing in his seat, waiting for the end of the day. As soon as the bell sounded, Bakugo had silently slunk off out of the classroom with his school bag over his shoulder. Izuku gave it a minute and then rushed out toward him. Ida had stopped lecturing Tokoyami for sitting on his desk to berate the green-haired teen as he ran off. The sky was a vibrant orange, the sun setting in the distance of the skyline, as Bakugo reached the metal-arched entrance in front of the school. Kaken! Bakugo froze on the spot. Izuku couldn't see what expression was on his face as Bakugo said in a soft but threatening whisper, "What the hell do you want, you liar?" Izuku looked down at the ground. "I want to tell you the truth." He gripped the rider pass in his pocket, reminding him about his new life. "Look, there's so much I want to tell you about what happened since I left 𝐿𝐷era, but I can't. All I can tell you now is the truth. I wasn't lying when I was 4 and told you I was quirkless. I wasn't lying about it throughout elementary or middle school. And I'm not lying when I tell you now that a part of me is still quirkless." Bakugo shifted slightly so that he could look at Izuku's eyes and see whether or not he was making this up. "That day back in January, when I ran into you on the street, that was the first day that this all happened. This power literally appeared out of nowhere." The green-haired teen looked at his hands and then back at the light coming off his old friend, practically looking like a shadow illuminated by light. "I know you're going to be a great hero one day, the legend I always knew you'd be. But, right now, I am going to do what I did last year, do something for myself. I'll work on being a great hero in my own way. And I hope you're okay with that." At the end of his speech, Izuku took a breath and then noticed Bakugo's eyes had a burning rage in them. His teeth were clenched and his hands were already fists at his sides. Izuku closed his eyes in regret. The boy thought, "Okay, maybe I shouldn't have added that last part." Bakugo turned so that he was directly facing Izuku. He was burning up on the inside. He couldn't use his quirk on Izuku, so he released an explosion another way. He yelled, "What the hell? Out of nowhere. You honestly expect me to believe that bullshit? You're just trying to make a fool out of me, aren't you? I lost. To you of all people. The one person who shouldn't even be here." It still wasn't making sense to Bakugo. He never lost before, not even once. But Deku had been the one to do it. Quirkless Deku, just an insignificant pebble on his path to being a hero, but now. "I don't need you to tell me I'll be a great hero. I know that already. Enjoy your victory because from here on out, I'll beat everyone here." Bakugo shook his hands in rage as if he were planning on launching a series of explosions. Instead, he stomped toward the entrance and proclaimed for the whole world to hear, "I'll be the next #1 hero. The one who will surpass even All Might." Izuku watched him walk off into the distance. The boy looked up to the sky and nodded too, telling the world in his own way that he'll be a hero too. His pocket suddenly ringed in his pocket. Izuku fished it out and answered, "Hello." Eri's voice rang through the speaker. "Izuku, Momotaro's asked me to ask you if you could come to Den Liner and explain, and I quote, what the hell is Kaken's deal?" Izuku sighed. The Imagine were staying with him after all. They were going to have to deal with Kaken too. They deserved to know the full story. Or at least everything Izuku was comfortable saying. "I'll be there in a couple of minutes. Let me just go back and grab my stuff." Izuku turned toward the building, already thinking of the long conversation he was about to have. Unbeknownst to him, All Might was hiding nearby. He was hoping to have a conversation with his successor, but that would have to wait. The pro-hero thought, "Young Midoriya. First, you told me you were quirkless, then I discover you do have a quirk, then you reveal you have multiple, and now. What I just overheard. I need to find out if you have any relationship with him." April 13, 2236 UA High School, main entrance, 8:11 a.m. It was a start of a brand new school day. The weekend had flown by for Izuku. Telling the Imagine about his relationship with Bakugo had felt nice. Well, most of it. He didn't dare mention the All Might stuff. Izuku expected other people to judge him for it or find a way to get Bakugo in trouble for some of the stuff he pulled over the years. They didn't judge him. If anything, they thought Izuku was stronger than he led them to believe. The only thing that came out of it was that Momotaro said he'd kick Kaken's butt to the moon if he tried anything stupid again. But, really, that's just what Momotaro's common reaction is to anything. Walking to school, he found it funny that he could easily talk to demons and yet, talking to a bunch of reporters almost gave him a heart attack. Like Izuku predicted, once news of All Might being a teacher at UA spread, newscasters had camped outside of the entrance, waiting to interview the symbol of peace teaching for the first time. They acted like a swarm and shoved a microphone at every student that tried to enter. Izuku had managed to get through safely with his nervous response to their questions. Sorry, I have to go to the nurse's office. Yeah, right away. When she got there, Uraraka gave them very simplistic answers. His super muscle why? Yeah. And Ida's through explanations weren't exactly what the reporters were looking for. His leadership and wisdom remind me on a daily basis that I attend the world's most prestigious educational institution. Of course, he's the personification of honor and integrity that one would expect, but he's also not afraid to show his students a more humorous side. It's truly a unique opportunity to be under the direct tutelage. Aizawa eventually got them to back off his students, telling them that All Might wasn't at UA today and shooing them away. One of the reporters put their foot down and said, "If you won't bring All Might out, I'll dash." But, at that point, she had stepped too far into the school's perimeter and thick metal walls rose from the ground and surround UA's campus. "What's happening?" the reporter screamed. "It's UA's defense system. Designed to stop anyone that had a special pass or student ID from campus. Guess it works." The reporter became annoyed that she didn't even get a single comment on the record. But, there was nothing else the reporters could do. It's not like they could get through UA's defenses, right? UA High School, Class 1A, 8:30 a.m. Aizawa slid open the door to Class 1A, where all of his students were in their seats, ready for class to begin. "Good, your response time is getting better." Aizawa walked up and placed a stack of papers on the podium at the front of the room. "I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results." Bakugo. Said teen had his face in a scowl, his head being supported by his right hand on his desk. "You're talented. So don't sulk like a child over your loss." "Okay." Bakugo looked away before replying, "Yeah, whatever." Aizawa continued his discussion. "Midoriya." Izuku sat straight with his gaze on the desk, ready to receive any criticism that he had. "Your plans and strategies were well executed. That said, in the future, the basis of your plans shouldn't be you becoming the target for your enemies. Remember that." Izuku nodded and Aizawa continued with the rest of the evaluations. Once he was done with every student, Aizawa said, "Let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future." His gaze pierced through most of the students as they feared another quirk test was coming. "You all need to pick a class representative." A majority of the students let out sighs of relief, grateful that they are doing a normal school activity. And soon, everyone was raising their hands and volunteering to take the role. "Pick me, guys. I wanna be class rep, I'll take it." "Yeah, you're gonna need me. Someone with style will be the best." "I'm totally the right pick." "Hey, pick me. I'm your only choice." You could probably guess who said that last one. It made sense why everyone would be interested. In a normal classroom, a representative's duties would be just a bunch of extra work. But, in the hero course, it's a way of getting noticed by agencies and prove you can lead a team like a real pro. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't interested. As good of an opportunity it would be, Izuku had enough on his plate as Deno literally during the weekend, he had to fight off a crow imagine and return to a couple their long-lost wedding rings. He could let everyone else figure this out. "Silence, everyone, please." All voices stopped to look at the student shouting above everyone else, "Ida." Once he realized that he had their attention, he furrowed his eyebrows and spoke in a serious tone. "The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. The most logical way is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader." His hand shot straight up, volunteering for the role, already shaking with anticipation. The class responded with, "It's pretty obvious you want us to vote for you." Kaminari asked, "Is this really the best idea?" Asui put a finger to her chin. "We've only known each other a few days. How do we know who we can trust?" Kirishima added, "Plus, everyone will just vote for themselves." Ida commented, "That's precisely why anyone who manages to earn multiple votes will be the best individual for the job." He then addressed Aizawa, who already was zipping himself up in his sleeping bag. "This is the best way, right, sir?" Do what you want. Just decide before my nap is over. And with that, their homeroom teacher immediately collapsed on the floor. And soon, everyone had cast their vote. Izuku decided to vote for Ida since he managed to grab everyone's attention at once. That's a good skill for a leader to have. But, as it turned out, how did I get 3 votes? Izuku yelled in amazement. How in the world did he win essentially a popularity contest? Bakugo stood up from his desk in fury. Okay, you idiots. Who voted for him? Zero gave the ash blonde a look that said, "Are you serious right now?" Uraraka whistled innocently. She thought, maybe I'll just keep my vote to myself. Ida was slouched forward on his desk, his arms shook in frustration. Only 1 vote and it wasn't even mine. And so, Izuku was forced to stand up in front of the class as class representative with his deputy, Yarozu. Izuku thought, this day couldn't get any worse. UA High School, lunch rush cafeteria, 12:30 p.m. Izuku, this will be great for you. You can beat up students that break the rules. You'll be the law. Izuku internally sighed. Tch, that's not what a class representative does, Momotaro's. Urataro's voice echoed in. Ignore senpai, Izuku. But, this will be good for you. After all, there are many fishes that can be lured in by someone in a position of power. Not you, too. Uraraka spoke up. What did you say, Deku? I couldn't hear you. Izuku jerked his head toward Uraraka and Ida. He didn't realize he was muttering again. He thought he curbed that back since talking regularly with the Imagine. Guess that wasn't something he couldn't fix overnight. Oh, sorry, I was just talking aloud. Izuku paused to grab his lunch from Lunch Rush. He exited the line and the 3 of them walked toward an open table. I'm kind of nervous about being the class rep. Ida sat down in front of him. You'll be great. Your courage and quick thinking under stress will help make you a worthy leader. Not to mention the strength you've demonstrated. Those are the reasons I voted for you, at least. Oh, really? Izuku questioned. Because I actually voted for you. The spectacled teen opened his mouth wide in surprise. His eyes sparkled with honor as he asked, You were my 1 vote. Uraraka stopped eating to add to the conversation. Oh, you voted for him, Deku. Why? It was the glasses, right? Ida adjusted his glasses as Izuku gave a little chuckle. No, I thought he was already being a good leader back in class. And, honestly, I really didn't want to be class representative. I already am busy with my job. Oh, you have a job? Uraraka questioned. What is it? Fighting time traveling ghosts. Izuku racked his brain for a good excuse. Oh, you know. I got to, oh yeah, serve coffee. Yeah, that's my job. Ida narrowed his eyes at the weird response to a simple question. But, Uraraka's eyes lit up. Oh, cool, Deku. Where do you work? At the Milk Dipper. It's my family's. Izuku stopped as he suddenly remembered the cafe coupons he was supposed to be giving out to his friends. Despite his promise to his mom, the boy had forgotten to give them out on Friday and today, he left them next to his shoes by the entrance. Oh my gosh. I need to grab something. I'll be right back. Izuku got up from his seat and bowed his head to apologize to his friends before he walked quickly through the halls of the school to the shoe cupboard near the entrance. Once at his destination, he found the coupons tucked away in a little corner in the back. Okay, now. Izuku thought while he pocketed the tickets. How do I approach this? It'll be like inviting people over to my house. It could be weird. Oh boy, how do I ask Uraraka and Ida first? Suddenly, Momotaro's voice stopped his inner ramblings. Izuku, I smell something near you. Izuku jerked his head up. He scanned his immediate surroundings and got his body ready to move as if he were about to be attacked. You smell and imagine. And no, it's not that. It's different, but I know I've smelled it before. Somewhere. Momotaro sounded unsure but at the same time a bit nervous. Izuku had never heard this side from him before. Where? Outside. Near the gates. With that, the teen ran to the front entrance and opened the door. Meeting the fresh air from the outside, Izuku stopped in his tracks. The metal gate that blocked the reporters that morning was quickly crumbling into actual dust. Some of it floated away in the air while most of it fell to the ground and showed the hero student who was on the other side. The reporters were standing back from the gate, but there was a slim man in the center of it with his right hand up in the air. The stranger had a black hoodie on with dark breathes and sneakers. The hood barely covered his messy light blue hair. Izuku couldn't see too much detail from him, but he saw the stranger had very pale and wrinkled skin. For a brief moment, the stranger's cold red eyes locked onto Izuku's green eyes. But then, the floodgates were fully open. Reporters gasped at the opportunity before them and scrambled to grab their cameras and get through the gate. Izuku could hear the muffled sound of an automated alarm sounding inside the building. It must have been automatically triggered when the gate was destroyed, Izuku thought. The teenager couldn't see the stranger anymore, his head lost in the crowded mass. He wanted to run after him, but at that point, the reporters were already swarming around the entrance like cockroaches. Izuku put his hands up and attempted to calm them down. Hey, calm down. Calm down. Look, All Might isn't here, alright, so you need to go back to the gate now, please. One of the reporters shouted, Look, kid. We're not leaving until we get All Might's statement, so go get your teachers and bring him out. Izuku could practically hear Momotaro's hands rubbing together in anticipation. Izuku, I don't know what's going on, but I'm coming to help. No, don't. I can handle this. A voice behind the teenager spoke in a deadpan voice to the crowd. You're trespassing on UA property. Please leave. Izuku turned to see his homeroom teacher and present MIC standing behind him. Aizawa gestured for the kid to step to the side to let them through. As the crowd was getting restless and demanding more, Izuku let his teachers handle the crowd while he spoke to Momotaro's privately. Can you still smell him? No, his scent disappeared really fast. His quirk was what he did to the gate, so it wasn't that, Izuku thought. He must have gotten picked up by somebody else, which means he isn't working alone. Momotaro's, did you recognize that stranger? A moment of tense silence as Izuku waited for the Imagine's answer. We'll talk after school. Izuku wanted to know more right now, but at that point, police cars parked outside of the entrance and helped the two heroes disperse the crowd of reporters. Aizawa asked for him to give his statement and Izuku complied, giving the police his description of the stranger. One problem at a time. Izuku thought. UA High School, Class 1A, 3:30 p.m. During the reporters' break-in, apparently, everyone in the cafeteria had panicked, thinking it was an actual villain attack. Students of all types, heroics, support, and business, had created a stampede in the hallway outside of the cafeteria. Students were being trampled, stomped on, squished. Ida was the only one to notice the reporters outside and realize it was a false alarm. With Uraraka's help, he floated above everyone else and gotten their attention and calmed down the situation. When Izuku had heard about this, he used the incident to convince everyone that Ida was their class's best choice for class representative. Which most of them agreed to, especially because Izuku was the one recommending him. Izuku secretly felt bad that he found a way out of being the class rep, but not too bad. Izuku wasn't paying too much attention for the rest of the day. He wanted to get to Den Liner as soon as possible. But, first, he had a promise to keep. Once Aizawa dismissed the class, Izuku called out, Hey, Uraraka, Ida. Wait a second. The teens in question hadn't left the classroom yet. Most of the class was still there, mostly chatting to each other and exchanging contact information. Sure, Deku. What's up? Back at lunch, I left to go give you guys something, but I didn't really get the chance with all of the commotion. The boy pulled out 2 coupons from his briefs pocket and held them out. So, here you go. 1 free drink at the Milk Dipper. I hope to see you guys there sometime. Ida bowed before grabbing the coupon. Thank you for the gesture, Midoriya. Sweet. Uraraka practically snatched the coupon out of his hands. Thanks, Deku. When can I check your family's cafe out? Izuku smiled as he replied, Oh, whenever you're in the mood for some good coffee or snacks. I gotta do something after school today, but I hope I can see you there later. Uraraka gave him a thumbs up. You can count on it. Seitu, who had been nearby talking with Tokoyami, Shuji, and Kuda, interjected into the conversation. Midoriya, I couldn't help but overhear. Your family owns a cafe. Oh, yeah. Izuku pulled out more coupons. My family's owned it for years. It's not that far from here. If any of you want to check it out or get a free snack, take one of these. Here you go. More students had come over to Izuku after hearing about the prospect of free food. Soon, he was handing out coupons to everyone in Class 1A except for Bakugo and Todoroki, who had left already. Nice. Kaminari said, reading the coupon over. Cool. Ashido exclaimed. This could be, like, our class's own hangout spot. Hagekyu chimed in. Totally agree. Uraraka gave a playful nudge to Ida. Hey, maybe you could bring your brother. I'm sure Deku would love to meet him. Here. Ida pushed up the rims of his glasses and explained, of course, you weren't there. Uraraka was informed of my brother being the turbo hero, Ingenium. Kirishima commented. Whoa, sick. Other students began crowding Ida, asking questions about his brother, and as much as it pained Izuku to not ask all of the questions about one of his favorite pro heroes, he used the opportunity to leave. But, not before leaving a coupon on Aizawa's podium, because God knows how much that man needs a coffee. Soon, Izuku ran out the main building and through the gate what was left of it, but then backtracked and stopped to look at some of the gate's dust that was still on the ground. The boy crouched to the gate's remains and touched it with one hand. The other hand rubbed his chin. Izuku muttered, this isn't the result of a rust quirk. That wouldn't have taken out the gate so easily. Disintegration is the effect I saw, but it wouldn't leave the dust like this. Decay. That's it. That's the quirk. And, the stranger had one of his hands up, so he must have been touching the door for his quirk to activate. Besides, if he could do it from the distance, he probably wouldn't have risked getting so close to the gate with all of those reporters swarming. How could Momotaro's have known this person? He went over everything he knew about the Imagine. The Imagine were beings that were created in the future by an unknown person and then sent back in time to Izuku's present to change the timeline for an unknown reason. They don't have a body until they bond with someone. Once they do, they use images pulled from someone's memories and create the basis of the body. However, it's made entirely out of sand until... Wait. Sand. Dust. Izuku's face paled. His eyes went wide. He backed away from the dust as if it were alive. All at once, he knew. The villain who would one day create the Imagine is Den Liner, Dining Car, 4:32 p.m. all for one. That's his name. Momotaro sipped his sludge carefully before setting it down. Izuku sat across from him, already leaned forward and took inventory of his every word as he held his breath. Are you sure? Izuku asked. YA got a hearing problem, kid. Yeah, all for one. Urataro's leaned into the booth. As Imogens, our earliest memory is of the individual you met earlier today creating us from actual sand. He told us to call him all for one and that we had a mission. We don't know what exactly that mission is, though. We were simply sent back in time to your present to go and complete contracts. Izuku slumped back in his seat, his mind reeled from the information. But, still. I can't believe it. All for one. Even with what he knew, he had a tone of wonder in his voice. Izuku. The boy looked over to Ona's table in the corner. His plate of tapioca pudding had been halfway finished. The flag in the center was still standing. The man already had another spoon at the ready. Have you heard of all for one before? Yes, I have. Izuku got up from his table and slowly approached the snail. I did a lot of late-night deep dives on the internet, looking at tons of articles on quirk theory and doing tons of research on quirks in general. I love doing that kind of stuff. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck with an awkward smile. There were a few blogs and posts scattered that mentioned the name All for One. From what they said, All for One was this being from centuries ago, back when quirks were starting to appear. His quirk, which was just called All for One, according to them, allowed the user to transfer quirks, either giving a quirk to someone else or taking a quirk away from them. Oh, really? Ona said with a mysterious smile, wiping his mouth with a napkin. What happened to him? What do you think of him? Izuki admitted, honestly, since the information was so little and there was nothing official, I always assumed he was just some myth. But, if there's now a chance that his real dash, make no mistake, Owner gulped another spoonful of pudding. All for One is real. For as long as quirks walk the earth, the sands of time has seen all sorts of stragglers come through here, all of them who have lost their quirks to All for One. History tends to forget the ones who become powerless. Wait, what? Stragglers? Izuku pondered. Are you saying the other people I've seen here, on this train, in this space, they're all victims of All for One? In an ominous tone, Owner said, not all of them. Izuku, hold on a second. Momotaro stood up from his seat and called out. How'd YA figure out who that wrinkled prune was? Sand and dust ain't the same. Izuku tilted his head to agree. True. It was a bit of a leap, but based on your reaction from earlier, there were only a few people I could think of that would be associated with the Imagine. I originally thought that maybe the stranger's quirk might have gone through some evolution in the future in order to create you guys. But, after hearing about All for One, it makes more sense now. How so? The boy explained, well, when quirks mix and match through the parents, for their children, their quirks always end up a lot stronger than their parents and sometimes completely different than you'd expect. It's probably the same thing for All for One. He probably mixed together a lot of different quirks to create the one that created you all. Maybe decay is the basis of it. Momotaro shrugged. Yeah, I guess. This ain't the kind of thing I think about. He reached back to grab his cup of sludge and brought it to his face to drink it. Only, he found it empty. He tilted the cup upside down as if he expected it to pour out. The Imagine looked around the room and saw Yuritaro's leaning on a booth with some red sludge smeared across his chin. UBSTRD. Momotaro slapped the turtle in the back of his head, catching him by surprise. He put Yuritaro's in an arm lock, slightly choking the poor Imagine. You drank my sludge, didn't YA? Yuritaro's denied it. Where's your proof? Momotaro's wiped some of the cream off Yuritaro's face with his index finger and presented it to him. What's this, 𝐤? It's been there a while now. That does it. Spit it out. Spit it out. Owner ignored the Imagine's fighting and returned to his previous conversation. Izuku. The boy turned around at the mention of his name and nodded to show that he was still listening. With a deep thoughtful look at Izuku, Owner asked, do you believe that any of the police and pro-heroes knew of the man who attacked your school today? Izuku raised his eyebrow. This question seemed kind of weird. Well, no. The officer I talked to didn't have any real reaction to my description of him. Plus, the man ran out of there pretty fast. I mean, despite my description of him, he looked pretty healthy. He probably could have been tearing through UA or other heroes with the power from All for One. Izuku stopped himself from speaking any further. His mind had caught up with his words. If the stranger already had All for One, he wouldn't have just destroyed the UA gate and ran like he was a regular criminal committing vandalism. Anyone with that power would most likely already have targeted All Might and countless others. There would have definitely been news coverage of a massive attack like that. Owner saw the worried look on Izuku and expressed the thoughts the boy was having out loud. Perhaps. There's a reason why the Imagine came to the year 2236 specifically. Before Izuku could go any further, at that point, the flag in Owner's pudding sunk to the ground. He put his hands to his face in indescribable shock. But, he sadly accepted it and headed out of the dining car without a single goodbye. Meanwhile, the Imagine were continuing their fighting. Yuritaro's was knocked down briefly near Eri's booth. As Yuritaro's dodged out of the way, Momotaro's lunged in and was met with a blind fist from Eri. The Imagine soon collapsed on the ground like a log, completely unconscious from the hit. Yuritaro's chuckled and clapped his hands together in amusement. Well done. You're the Imagine stopped talking when he noticed Eri. None of them in the car, Izuku included, had been paying attention to the young girl. Throughout the whole conversation, tears were falling from her eyes. Her right hand was touching her forehead as if she expected something to be there. Eri! The teen stormed out of the cabin, hoping none of them would hear her cries. She wanted to be alone. Den Liner, Eri's room, 4:54 p.m. As soon as Eri had left, 𝐒𝐿 made off in the same direction the girl had while keeping his eyes and ears open for any sign of her. The hallways weren't crowded. The other passengers were all in their seats. Because of that, it was very easy for the UA student to hear the muffled sobbing coming from one of the private cabins. 𝐒𝐿 had never been to Eri's room before, and so, the boy cautiously approached the door as he listened to the quiet weeping on the other side. The boy steadied himself and took a breath. He knocked softly on the room and calmly called out, "Ei." The crying stopped, but 𝐒𝐿 could still hear sniffling and accidental hiccups. Eri didn't respond to him. "Ei, it's me," 𝐒𝐿 said as softly as before. "Can I come in?" 𝐒𝐿 fought back the longing to barge in and hug his friend to stop her tears, but he knew he couldn't push her like that. But then, there was some shuffling around before the door was slid open an inch. Through the crack, a red eye that was redder than usual scanned the hallway. "Are the idiots here too?" The boy gave her a slight smile. "Don't worry. It's just me. I want to make sure you're all right." Eri slid the door open fully, showing 𝐒𝐿 the tear tracks and the traces of snot. 𝐒𝐿 sighed from seeing his friend so distressed and stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. It wasn't that special for a girl's bedroom. Just a normal-sized room with a medium-sized bed and a few outfits hanging in the closet. No decorations or anything. Very plain. Very normal. Eri stood there awkwardly wringing her hands and sniffling. 𝐒𝐿 had never been the one to comfort anyone. Usually, he was the one crying in the bedroom. But all he knew was that from his perspective, during his crying sessions, he wanted someone to be there for him. Someone who showed they cared. In the small bedroom, 𝐒𝐿 opened his arms and invited Eri to come into his arms for a hug. For a moment, her sad red eyes hesitated. As if she didn't know whether or not she deserved this act of kindness. But, soon, she rushed forward into his arms, nearly knocking 𝐒𝐿 down to the ground from the force of it. The green-haired teen wrapped his arms around his best friend who was sobbing on her shoulder. Snot and tears were staining 𝐒𝐿's school uniform, but 𝐒𝐿 didn't even acknowledge it. 𝐒𝐿 kept hold of his friend and moved them both to the bed. He gently sat down next to Eri while she clung to him. The boy rubbed the back of her back with one hand. He didn't stop until the girl's breathing returned to normal. "I am so sorry," Eri whispered as 𝐒𝐿 let go of her. "For what?" "I got your clothes all dirty." The UA student chuckled, glad to see she was doing all right. "It's okay, Eri. I always end up getting that on my clothes anyway. I do cry a lot, which is why I come prepared." He pulled out a packet of tissues from his pocket and handed some for her to blow her nose and wipe her eyes. He waited for her to finish before speaking again. "Look, you don't have to tell me what happened back there, but I think it would help." It was a full minute of silence as Eri collected her thoughts. Finally, she said, "I didn't want to think about it, but when you were talking about all for one back there, I couldn't help it." "Help what?" Eri hesitated. "Well, 𝐒𝐿 put his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "It's okay. Take your time. I met him, all for one, before I came to 𝐷𝐿, in my future," Eri admitted. 𝐒𝐿 held his breath but made sure to say nothing. 𝐒𝐿 thought Eri was born quirkless when they met, but if she actually met someone who could take away quirks. Eri continued with her confession. "I thought he saved me. At the time, I was scared. Alone. I hated my quirk so much I felt like I was cursed. I absolutely hated myself. Then he showed up out of nowhere and offered to take it away from me. I had no one turn to for this. No family, no friends. It was an impulse decision. I wasn't thinking. I just did it." The room filled with silence. Whenever 𝐒� would meet someone, he would be filled with enthusiasm and joy asking about their quirk, but the boy felt ashamed for asking his question. "What was your quirk?" I think it was called Rewind," Eri replied. "All I knew about it was that it made people go away. I'd touch people and they just disappear." 𝐒� didn't need to know more details now. The boy thought, from the name, sounds like this quirk could reverse someone's time to the point where they didn't even exist anymore. "He left soon after that," Eri continued. "For the first time, I felt like I was free. like I could actually smile for the first time. Then, only a few days later, I was walking down the street and then there was this wall of light and it blinded me. I woke up somewhere outside covered in sand. She didn't finish her sentence, but Izuku didn't need to hear the rest. That was how she got here. That was when she crawled out of that quarry and found 𝐴𝐴. It's my fault. Eri said, barely a whisper. He used my quirk to make the imagine. I'm sure of it. Izuku opened his mouth to try and say something, to deny that her quirk wasn't, in any way, responsible for the imagine. But it would have been a bold-faced lie, and that's what she didn't need to hear right now. If I just said no, none of this would have happened. Izuku immediately stepped in. He absolutely refused to let her blame herself for this. Don't think like that. I don't know much about this villain, but I know that if you said no, he would have forced it out of you, one way or another. You could have been seriously hurt or worse. Eri shook her head in denial. But I. The boy grabbed her by the shoulders. There was nothing you could have done, no matter how much you want to. You did your best. And, think about it like this, if that hadn't happened, I probably wouldn't have met you. Eri turned to look at the boy's tearful eyes. Izuku continued, I've had thoughts like yours before. Growing up quirkless. A part of me always thought there was something wrong with me. That things out of my control were my fault. Honestly, I still do. Izuku grabbed her hands softly. But, you're amazing. Despite what you have felt about yourself, when you heard about what the Imagine were doing, you chose to help me become Deno, to help stop the Imagine. I would not be here without you. I'm glad I got to meet you. You're my friend. You're my hero. Eri wiped tears from her eyes, but she was smiling now. For the next 5 minutes, the two of them cried it out and comforted each other. Finally, after the mood of doom and gloom had been lifted from the room, Izuku asked Eri, you feeling better? The girl nodded with a small grin. I should be asking you that question. Izuku replied with a small chuckle. How about you eat dinner with me and my mom tonight? She hasn't seen you in a while. It'd be nice for you two to catch up. Eri gave a small nod and together, they got up and left her room and then 𝐴𝐴. At dinner, Eri and his mom dominated most of the conversation, with Eri laughing at some of her stories about Izuku as a kid. Izuku joined in the beginning, but his thoughts turned to something else later. He wondered if he would ever see the future all for one again and whether he would be ready for him. April 14, 2236 UA High School, Class 1A, 12:50 p.m. The next day, after lunch, the gentle sound of the school bell rang with a drowsy as ever Aizawa addressing the students for their heroics lesson. Today's training will be a little different. Me, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. Izuku wondered. 3 pros. Is that because of the break-in? In the next row of seats, Zero raised his hand with a question. Sir, what kind of training is this? The homeroom teacher held up to the class a large white card with light blue text of the word rescue. Rescue? You'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that. Kaminari smirked to Mina right beside him and commented, sounds like we're in for a big workout. Mina grinned back at him and pumped her fists in excitement. Totally. Kirishima leaned in his chair and joined the conversation. Real hero stuff. This is what separates the men from the boys. I'm shaking with excitement. Asui spoke her thoughts aloud. Finally, I'll get to show off how good I am in the water. Ribbit. Aizawa ignored the side comments and continued his lesson. I know you're excited about costumes, but keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet, and they might limit your abilities. The teacher clicked his remote and the shelves containing each of the students' suitcases slid outward from the wall. This special training's at an off-campus facility, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. Literally all of the students ignored their teacher's advice about costumes and stood up from their seats and grabbed their respective suitcase. Izuku was one of the last ones to do so. The teen quietly held in his enthusiasm. Rescue training, Izuku excitedly thought. If trained properly, this is something I can do without the Imagine helping. I can find a way to contribute more. I can't wait. UA school bus, 1:12 p.m. The bus didn't have a regular seating arrangement, which irritated Ida to no end, who already was taking his role as class rep seriously. He already had an entire seating plan planned, but instead of the students being grouped up based on their student numbers, they were now all jumbled up. Izuku, Seitu, Asui, and Kirishima were on one row of seats, facing Kaminari, Eima, Ashido, and Ida on the other row. The rest of the students were in the back of the bus. Ida was still grumbling about it. The bus's open layout ruined my boarding strategy. Ashido commented, Ida, you really need to chill. Izuku smiled at him as Asui added, if we're pointing out the obvious, then there's something I wanna say. About you, actually. She had turned in her seat to address Izuku. The boy questioned, oh, really? What is it, Asui? Call me Tsuyu, the girl said in a deadpan voice. Izuku nodded and gestured for her to continue. That quirk of yours. What exactly is it? Kirishima joined in. Yeah, I've been wondering about that too. I thought it was super strength or something like All Might's quirk, but then, you used that memory trick on Bakugo and Kuda. Those two things are not at all the same thing. Do you have both of your parents' quirks or something? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Well, no, not really, Some of the students in the back leaned forward to hear his explanation. Bakugo kept glaring out the window, but the person behind him, Todoroki, eyed Izuku curiously. Meanwhile, Aizawa was standing in front, but did vaguely pay attention to the conversation. When Izuku had originally submitted his quirk forms before enrolling in UA, Izuku had fun thinking of a cool name and description for it. Something that encapsulated how Momotaro's possessing him works. Then, he had to change it again when Yurotaro's possessed him. His mom had bought the explanation he had come up with, but this was the first time he was going to say it out loud in front of other people. He hoped they would buy it. Izuku exhaled to calm his nerves. To start off, my quirk is called Alter Ego. Alter Ego? Yes, Izuku nodded. So, how it works is that it uses my body's own energy and converts it in order to use a physical or mental ability. There's something else about it, isn't there? Asui questioned. Yeah, there is. In order for me to use my quirk, I basically become an entirely different person. Both my personality and even my appearance change based on the ability I want to use. Seitu scratched his head. That's definitely unique. The word he wanted to use was crazy, but decided against it. Ida cupped his chin. That would certainly explain some of the contradictory behavior I witnessed from you. On cue, Momotaro's voice ringed in. Hey, Izuku. Seems like a good time for me to talk with some of the other cool guys. Izuku nodded slightly and then spoke to the other students. Since we're on the subject, this seems like a good time for an introduction. So I can show you what this is like ahead of time. The boy closed his eyes and invited the Imagine to come in. Okay, Momotaro's. Don't overdo it. Momotaro's mind came to the forefront and everyone was now aware of the change, noticing the spiked hair and red glow of his eyes. Emizuku gave a slight nod to everyone. Yo! Kirishima awkwardly waved. Hey, my name is Ahiro Kirishima. Your strength quirk is really cool. Bet you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. Not unlike my quirk. The boy extended his arm outwards and with a clack, his skin became rough with many cracked edges. My hardening super strong and can destroy bad guys in a fight, but it doesn't do much else. It's not impressive. Emizuku crossed his arms. Momotaro said what Izuku was thinking, but in his own special way. Dumbass, your quirk makes YA a human shield. There's a lot of bad guys that can't get through YA. Sounds like a good hero to me. Put that with your cool headu and you're super manly. Kirishima couldn't help the gasp that came out of him and his eyes sparkled at the praise he just received. Ayama's eyes twinkled as he said, well, if we're talking the perfect quirks for a hero, then my navel lasers got the perfect combination of panache and strength. Emizuku rolled his eyes. All it gives you is a stomachache. It ain't that good, Twinkles. He leaned back in his seat and reached into Seitu's belt pouch. Hey, what are you doing? Seitu asked in an alarmed voice. You can't touch that. 𝐼𝐬𝐼ZUKU pulled a marshmallow from the pouch and popped it into his mouth. Bring more next time. Okay, candy bar. So, Kaminari started. Midoriya's personality now is just Bakugo's personality. Flaming CRP mixed with garbage. At that moment, Bakugo jumped out of his seat and both he and 𝐼𝐬𝐼ZUKU started yelling simultaneously, "What did you say? I'll kick your butt." Both explosive teens looked at each other in shock. Tsuyu chimed in, "Bakugo, your attitude is the reason why you won't be a popular hero. At least Midoriya has an excuse." As Aizawa told everyone to quiet down, Yuritaro's sighed in 𝐼𝐬𝐼ZUKU's head, "Senpai, that's not how you make a good impression. Let me show you." The turtle pushed the Imagine back to Den liner and the hero students around 𝐬𝐽𝐼ZUKU noticed the changes first. The glasses that appeared on the bridge of his nose, the gelled hair, the strand of blue hair, the blue glow of his eyes. "I'm sorry for what my other self has said just now." 𝐬𝐽𝐼ZUKU pushed up his glasses and addressed them all. "And, I'm sorry for surprising you all before for when I had to face Kaken and Kuda. I should have told you before then, but my words exist to reel in appealing things. Like you, Tsuyu-chan." The boy put his arm around the frog girl, his hand held her shoulder tenderly, his eyes stared into hers. "From what I've seen, you're thoughtful. You're observant. And, like a true frog, you can make someone's heart leap with passion." Tsuyu said nothing, but a blush spread up her neck. Ashido was on the edge of her seat, her eyes were intently watching 𝐬𝐽𝐼ZUKU as if she were watching a dramatic cliffhanger on a TV show. Uraraka felt a weird feeling in her stomach she couldn't figure out. The other guys were frozen, dumbstruck, processing how 𝐬𝐽𝐼ZUKU's current personality was so different from the others. There was one student, however, who was enthralled by what he just witnessed. "Oh, man. Midoriya's so cool." Mineta thought. "I must learn from him." In 𝐬𝐽𝐼ZUKU's head, 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐼ZUKU stopped Yuritaro's from going any further. "Okay, Yuritaro's, you're done. Please go back to Den liner now." Yuritaro's sighed. "Seems like that's it for me. I need to pass a message along from Onna. He said Den liner will be going through a tunnel soon." "A tunnel?" "Apparently, when Den liner is in the tunnel, you'll be unable to contact or summon me or Momotaro's. Will you be okay on your own?" "I think so," 𝐬𝐽𝐼ZUKU replied. "It'll just be rescue training. I won't have to fight anyone. But, let me know as soon as Den liner is out of the tunnel, okay?" "Alright, you can take care of the rest." 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐼ZUKU threw his head back and 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐼ZUKU returned to the forefront. As soon as he was able to, he immediately mumbled an apology to Tsuyu. "Oh my god, Tsu, I'm so sorry, that was all him. He usually likes to reel people in and it just happens, and if I made you feel uncomfortable in any way, I'm sorry, Tsuyu put her hand up, her composure back to normal. "Midoriya. Stop. You're okay." "I felt nothing." The boy bowed in his seat. "Thank you for forgiving me. I'll do my best to make sure that doesn't happen again. I'll just stay quiet for now." Some of the students chuckled at 𝐬𝐽𝐼ZUKU being all flustered about this. Ida decided to change the subject. "Midoriya, if you are comfortable now, I do have another question." 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐼ZUKU nervously answered. "About what?" "Your belt." Ida pointed to the item in question and other students' attention were drawn in. "It's clear I misjudged it when I first saw it. I wasn't aware of its capabilities. But, may I ask what support company made it for you?" "Oh, right," 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐼ZUKU thought. "The other part of my lie." The boy gave them a friendly smile. "It's not from a support company. A few months ago, I met this actual genius that worked on support items, but has never gained that much notoriety. This is his first real item that he's letting someone use." "Ooh, a secret genius, cool," Mina teased. "Where can we find him? An underground lab somewhere?" 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐼ZUKU chuckled. "He's not that big of a secret. His name is Sento Kiru. But, actually, he travels around a lot. He's not even in Japan at the moment. So, it's kind of hard to get in contact with him. Sorry." In all honesty, 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐼ZUKU hadn't met Sento yet. All of this was second-hand information from Onna. But, 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐽𝐼ZUKU looked forward to the day when he could. He had a ton of questions for how the Deno forms are created and how they are linked to quirks. As Mina started pouting, Aizawa called from the front, "Hey, we're here. Stop messing around." The students complied with a "Yes, sir." Though, Bakugu's response was actually whatever. USJ entrance, 1:25 p.m. Hello, everyone. I've been waiting for you. The students were standing in front of a large building with a domed roof. Waiting for them was the space hero, 13. 13 was a chivalrous pro who rescued tons of people from disasters all over the world. 13 was dressed in her signature astronaut-like uniform, an all-white puffy suit with a blackened dome helmet and yellow boots. Izuku had his hands covering his mouth to stop him from spouting out 13's entire hero biography. But he wasn't the only one who was geeking out. Uraraka bounced with excitement, commenting, "13 is one of my favorite heroes." 13 gestured for the class to follow her. "I can't wait to show you what's inside." The hero led the class up the stairs through a set of gigantic metal doors. Inside, the place was an amusement park. At the center, there was a water fountain with a dirt trail leading to other sections of the facility. Some of them contained urban marvels like destroyed cities and fire-painted domes. Others were recreations of spots found in nature such as the lake and the mountains. 13 introduced the facility as her own creation and told them that this training facility was to help prepare students for different types of disasters. "I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, but you can call it USJ." None of the students wanted to point out that this facility had the same name as Universal Studios Japan. Aizawa approached the space hero while the other students looked around. Izuku couldn't make out the conversation exactly, but had heard the words "All Might," and 13 held up 3 of her fingers. The homeroom teacher grumbled, "That man is the height of irresponsibility." Izuku sighed, figuring out the conversation from context clues. All Might had most likely used up his time limit for the day and wouldn't be able to come to class. Izuku wasn't sure whether he should be happy that he doesn't have to spend more time with All Might or annoyed that the hero isn't leaving the job to other pro heroes. "The clock's ticking," Aizawa called out, alerting the students. "We should get started." "Excellent," 13 said. "Before we begin, I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to SCK up anything and turn it into dust." "Yeah," Izuku answered. "You've used Black Hole to save people from all kinds of disasters, haven't you?" 13 acknowledged, "That's true, but my quirk could also very easily be used to kill." Some of the students gasped and went pale over the harsh realization. Uraraka had stopped bouncing with joy. "Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly. Even if you're trying to do something virtuous like rescue someone." 13 paused before continuing. "Thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And because of All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when against another person. This class will be different. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about." Some of the students smiled, filled with determination on the task ahead. The pro hero dramatically bowed forward, ending her speech. "That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening." The students gave a small applause to the space hero's speech. "Right. Now that that's over." Aizawa pointed toward one of the facilities they would use first, but then the lights flickered and bolts of electricity swept through the fixtures. In the center, the water fountain was malfunctioning, sporadically stopping and releasing water. But what was more alarming was the swirling circle of black mist that appeared and had grown rapidly. As if he had a sixth sense for danger, Aizawa turned around and noticed it first. Soon, the circle had taken another larger shape with 2 angular yellow eyes on top of it. From the middle of the cloud, a hand grabbed an edge of the fog and pulled himself through it. For a brief second, Izuku's heart stopped beating. It was him. The stranger from the gate. The future All for One. The man who would one day take advantage of his best friend's quirk and create the Imagine. The man didn't have his hoodie from yesterday, but rather a plain black shirt and breathes. The most noticeable thing about him was his arms and his face were held by severed hands. On his face, a single red eye could be seen peering through the fingers. Izuku closed his eyes in concentration. Momotaros. Yuritaros. Are you there? No response. They're probably still in that tunnel owner mentioned. Stupid Midoriya luck. 13, Aizawa yelled. Protect the students. More and more villains started pouring out of the mist. Has the training started already? Kirishima asked as he tried to get a better look. I thought we were rescuing people. Izuku considered going down there and fighting even without the Imagine. He was the only one here who had any idea just how dangerous the hand villain would be. He took a step forward. Stay back. Aizawa ordered. He put on his signature yellow goggles, readying himself for a fight. This isn't training. Those are real villains. A collective gasp came from the students, and that snapped Izuku out of his thoughts of all for one. He turned to look at the others. The frozen look of fear on Uraraka's face. The shocked wide eyes underneath Ida's glasses. The shivering of terror of Mineta's entire body. Right, Izuku thought. Everyone else here hasn't been in a situation like this. Most of them have only just started to fight other people a few days ago. Izuku stood up straight and squared his shoulders. All for one is a problem for the future literally. Right now, I need to act like a real hero and prioritize getting all of them to safety. Guys! Izuku called out, facing his classmates now. We need to get out of here now. If these villains are smart enough to break in here, they might be smart enough to trap us in here too. Kaminari. That jolted the electric teen out of his scared state. Can you contact the school? Kaminari fiddled with his support gear, an earpiece, mashing the buttons and settings on the side. He groaned, I'm getting nothing but static. Todoroki stated the obvious. One of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here, preventing us from alerting the school and turning on the alarm sensors too. Izuku said, then, we need to get Kaminari to the bus and see if he can send a signal from there. 13 nodded. She directed the students to the door. Midoriya's right. Everyone, head back to the entrance now. The students proceeded to evacuate. But Midoriya stayed behind for a second. One of the villains down in the crowd didn't look natural. Its muscular build towered over all of the regular villains. It had black skin, sharp jagged teeth like a shark, only it was in a beak, and eyes that bulged from an exposed brain. It was completely motionless next to the hand villain. Izuku thought, that isn't an Imagine, but I don't think it's human either. The scarf around Aizawa's neck came alive as it shot out around the hero. The pro-hero's hair was suspended in midair, showing his quirk was active. Before the pro-hero could jump down and start fighting, Midoriya turned to him. Sensei! Izuku hastily called out. I know this isn't your ideal fight, but don't worry. We'll bring the cavalry as soon as possible. And don't let that hand villain touch you. Pretty sure that's how his quirk was activated yesterday at the gate. The pro-hero paused, keeping that last fact in the back of his mind. Thank you, Midoriya, Aizawa acknowledged. But don't underestimate me. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. He tightened his grip on his capture weapon. Now, take your own advice and get moving with the rest of your class. Eraserhead threw himself forward toward the fight as Izuku rushed toward the entrance with the other students. He didn't dare look back at his homeroom teacher. He didn't want to imagine how long he would last in a fight. The students had stopped in their tracks and Izuku saw why. The shadow mist had reformed in front of them into a solid villain, blocking them from their escape route. Greetings, the ominous voice from the mist said. We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but we are here to fight heroism. And this is a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his final breath. Izuku, along with the other students, froze at that statement. Ending All Might. Is that something like that even possible? Unless they knew about his injury. Yet, I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Izuku analyzed that information fast. Change in plans. Izuku thought. That's why the Hands villain broke the gate yesterday. To create a distraction so that they could somehow grab All Might's schedule. but they didn't plan on him wasting his time in his hero form. Or, well, the mist continued. In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. 13 readied her quirk, popping one of the caps of her gloves open, for an attack. But then, 2 students rushed in and shot themselves toward the villain. They were directly in 13's attack range and so she couldn't attack. Izuku yelled, "Wait, stop." But it was in vain. Bakugo launched an explosion from the palm of his hand while Kirishima threw a punctured punch with his arm already hardened. As the smoke from Bakugo's explosion cleared, the mist villain was still standing, only a little fazed by the assault. "You should be more careful, children." Izuku briefly saw a metal casing inside of the mist. That might be his weak spot, Izuku thought. But that thought did little as 13 shouted at the 2 teens. "You two, get out of the way, right now." The villain declared, "I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades, and your deaths." The black mist grew as it shot out tendrils at the group and soon, it enveloped everything in its path. Like a crashing wave, it swallowed up all of the students and Izuku couldn't feel the ground anymore. He fell through the darkness. USJ, Landslide Zone, 1:33 p.m. Henshin. Platform's armor barely appeared on time before Izuku and Seitu fell on a rough sandy slope that extended for a quarter of a mile. The landscape before them were filled with large city buildings and trees partially buried by the rocky ground. "Oif!" Izuku groaned as his body took the impact. But he didn't have much time to recover. "Look who we have here to play with." Both Deno and Seitu jumped to their feet to face a whole crowd of villains climbing up the slope to meet the 2 heroes. Seitu glanced at the armored rider and whispered, "With our 2 strength quirks, we can take them." "Right. My quirk," Izuku thought. He called out to Momotaro's and Yuritaro's again, only to be met with dead silence again. But he didn't just stand around, waiting for them. Izuku pulled the attachments from his belt and formed it into the sword. Seitu popped a packet of sugar into his mouth and his quirk, Sugar Rush, activated, giving him a rush of power and strengthening his muscles. 2 villains rushed him, but he grabbed one of them by their arm and threw him over to the others. Izuku turned his attention back to the crowd and one villain was coming right for him. The armored rider swung his arm and his fist flattened the villain's nose. He staggered back. The villain raised his hands for his quirk and a flurry of balloons attempted to shield him from any more attacks. But Deno's blade connected through the balloons and with the villain's chest as Izuku swung. But more villains were coming. The 2 heroes in training fought their way through the villains, smashing and slashing. But the fight was going on longer than they'd like. Izuku knew he needed a plan fast. Pretty soon, Seitu's quirk would cause him to lose his cognitive functions and Izuku would be alone fighting a whole gang of villains without a quirk or Imogens to help him while protecting his classmate. "Okay, Izuku, think," the rider thought as he jumped out of the way of a villain's attack, which caused a villain behind Izuku to spin around uncontrollably. This might look like a destroyed landscape, but the fact is this is a simulation. There must be a way of controlling and maintaining it manually for all sorts of classes and scenarios. If you were going to put it, you'd put it in a place where it wouldn't be accidentally destroyed or buried. And the best place for that is. Seitu grabbed a villain with elephant-sized ears by one of his arms and flung him into a nearby wall. He shouted over to Izuku, "Why aren't you using your quirk?" Izuku did a high kick to a villain's jaw and ran over to his classmate's side. "Because I have an idea and I need to be myself if it has any chance of working." "What do you need?" The rider hesitated for a moment because the plan he had in his head was insane. But only for a moment. "I need you to throw me." A shocked Seitu turned to him. "What?" Izuku pointed toward the top of the slope. "That way, please. We don't have much time." Seitu could hear the rider practically pleading for him to trust him and against his judgment, he nodded. "Got it." "Thank you," Izuku said. "If my plan works, I need you to get to higher ground, okay?" Seitu gave him another nod and his massive arms grabbed Deno by the edges of his chest piece. He spun Deno around and around until he let go and the boy flew. Izuku couldn't help but flail his arms in the air and scream a little as the forces of gravity were dragging him back down. Thud. Deno crashed face first near the top of the slope. His body was sore. But he couldn't stop. He staggered to his feet and climbed up the artificial slope until he was at the top. The boy frantically searched, until... There! In a little crack among the landscape, there was a small gray console. Izuku hovered over the controls and pressed some of the buttons. The ground shuddered. And suddenly, the ground was sliding and shifting throughout the entire zone. More earth was being placed on the villains. Izuku was safe from his station, but he peered down to see the tiny specks on the ground. The villains suddenly stopped moving. After a minute of making sure he did all he could with the controls, Izuku jumped down the slope, racing to find his classmate and hope he was okay. A few minutes later, he found himself back where he was. Some of the villains from before were now struggling, their arms buried and trapped underground. Others were completely knocked unconscious from the shifting ground. Okay, I think I'm safe for now, Izuku thought. But, where's 𝐶2? Izuku listened and heard a low mmm nearby. He looked behind one of the buildings and found 𝐶2, eyes glazed over. The side effects of his quirk kicked in. 𝐶2. I got you. I got you. Deno supported 𝐶2 as best as he could with the height difference and slowly led him out of the landslide zone. The hero thought, I hope everyone else is doing okay. April 14, 2236 USJ, flood zone, 1:42 p.m. Stay back. Ashido yelled, throwing a glob of reeking acid to a villain floating on the water. The villain dodged it and the acid dissolved in the water. I got this, Gyro said, plugging into her speakers on her boots and sending it downwards from the boat the UA students were on. The sound waves jumped the water, creating waves around the boat. Keep going, Gyro. Shuji yelled. He was hanging off the bow, extending his arms to its full length to punch any attackers coming. We have to keep them back from the boat or we'll lose our only advantage. USJ, downpour zone, 1:42 p.m. It was a dark and stormy time as 4 hero students fought for their lives. Zero shot out his tape and reeled in a group of villains closer to Ida. Ida shifted into high gear and kicked them all with lightning speed. The villains fell unconscious. The engine teen yelled to his fellow classmates, everyone. How are you doing? Zero responded, this isn't the best place for my quirk, but I can handle it. The frog girl shot her tongue from above the ground and wrapped it around Minetta's waist. We should try to get back to the entrance soon. We don't know how many more there are. Don't worry, Zero said. We got this. This is easy. Suddenly, a villain's voice shouted out, I found the brats. Everyone's vision was soon clouded by a sudden mist. Minetta took some of the ball from his head and threw it in the direction of the voice. Oh, Zero, you idiot. Why you'd have to jinx it. USJ, conflagration zone, 1:42 p.m. Flames surrounded the streets as Ojiro wrapped his tail around a stoplight and maneuvered around it to kick an unsuspecting villain in the back, knocking him out. Ojiro, Tokoyami gasped. You have my gratitude. Ojiro jumped down from his perch. No problem. This probably isn't the best place for your quirk, I'm guessing. Tokoyami shook his head. It's not. But we must stick to the shadows and not be consumed by these flames if we are to return to the plaza. Ojiro nodded. Right, let's go. The two of them hid from 2 villains by ducking into a nearby alley. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami's quirk, popped out of him, albeit smaller than normal due to the flames around them. Fumi, can we get out soon, please? Dark Shadow, you must. Persevere through this. If the villains truly have a plan of how to defeat All Might, then we must provide as much assistance as we can. It is our vow. USJ, Mountain Zone, 1:42 p.m. The second Todoroki and Uraraka appeared in the mountain zone. Todoroki froze the whole landscape in thick layers of ice as well as every villain that was waiting to ambush them. Uraraka stayed behind the cold teen, slightly shivering from the cold breeze coming from the ice. The boy was ignoring Uraraka's suggestions on what they should do next. The half-cold half-hot teen was currently intimidating one of the villains. He hovered his hand over their scared face, frost already coming off his skin. At this rate, your skin'll rot away from frostbite. Luckily for you, I want to be a hero. So I'd like to avoid anything unnecessary. But I can only do that if you tell how you plan to kill All Might. That's the only way to survive. Uraraka thought, man, he's really scary. How does a kid become like that? USJ, Ruins Zone, 1:42 p.m., say goodbye. Boom. The fifth story of a destroyed building is filled with smoke coming off an explosion from Bakugo. The room of enemies is finished with Kirishima slicing a villain's weapon with his hardened arms before chopping him in the neck. The two hero students take a moment to breathe with Kirishima deactivating his quirk. Alright, let's hurry and find the rest of our class. If we're still in the USJ, then everyone else probably is, too. Bakugo, we gotta make sure they're safe. Especially since we screwed things up when we got in the way earlier. The boy closed his eyes in regret. If 13 had been able to SCK up that villain, then we would never have been separated like that. We have to make it up to the others. Bakugo dismissed the red-haired teen's concerns. If that's what you want, have fun doing that. I'm gonna go destroy that warpy BSTD. Hey. I'm gonna take him down because he's their way in and out. If I cut off their escape route, they'll be stuck here and have to pay for what they've done. We'll just have to figure it out. Unbeknownst to the two teens, a villain with a chameleon quirk was camouflaged and had snuck into the room while the two hero students were arguing. He aimed his dagger at the back of the explosive teen. The chameleon yelled, "You let your dash wham." From behind, the chameleon hadn't noticed the invisible girl holding a metal pipe and got knocked out as a result. Kirishima looked over Bakugo's shoulder to the now visible chameleon sprawled on the ground. Thanks, 𝐒𝐻𝐿. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 smiled though no one could tell. No problem. Bakugo bent down and held the chameleon's head up with his hand. Anyway, if all of these villains are small fries like these guys, our classmates can handle them. Kirishima wondered aloud, hey, since when do you act so calm and rational? Usually you're all like. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 chimed in. Like. She deepened her voice and put her hands into claws, doing a very impressive Bakugo impression. Die. 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 Bakugo snapped, I'm always calm and rational, you losers. Yeah, there you are, both Kirishima and 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said simultaneously. The explosive teen tossed the chameleon's body back to the ground. Go find the others if you two want. He moved toward the exit. Wait, hold up, Kirishima said. Bakugo stopped and turned to look at Kirishima and 𝐒𝐻𝐿, who had moved from her spot specifically to be facing where Kirishima was. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 spoke up. I'm going with you. Same here, Kirishima said, clanging his now hardened fists together. You believe in our classmates and that's thinking like a man, Bakugo. We'll follow your lead. USJ, entrance, 1:47 p.m. Run, Yorozu, run. The class deputy ran at her full speed toward the doors. Out of the 4 students who were left at the entrance, Ema, Kaminari, Kuda, and Yorozu, Kaminari and Yorozu were the only ones who could get outside and send a message to the main school. Maybe Kuda could too, but they didn't have the time to get a bird to decipher messages. And Yorozu did do better than Kaminari during the quirk assessment test, so she was the one who 13 told to try and escape when they had the chance. Kaminari made a promise that if he got out of this alive, he definitely would do more cardio. 13 had unleashed her full quirk, nearly skiing in the mist villain entirely. However, since 13 was a hero who mainly worked with rescue operations, she wasn't prepared for the mist villain's attack. The mist villain opened a portal in front of him. And behind 13. Her own quirk was used against her, practically turning her into dust. Which was when the girl had ran. When Yorozu rushed for the door, the mist villain stopped attacking 13 and proceeded to chase the creation student. Ema attempted to cover by shooting beam after beam, moving his hips like his life depended on it. Which it did. However, it did little to deter the mist villain from forming in front of the young girl. Kuda tackled him to the ground, but wasn't strong enough to keep him pinned down. It kept advancing. Just as it was about to swallow Yorozu whole, Kaminari charged forward and grabbed the metal casing inside of the dark mist with both hands. Don't know what this is, Kaminari grinned. But it means you got a solid body somewhere under there. And SCKS for you. Metal conducts electricity. Electricity flowed from the boy's fingertips, throughout his entire body. Indiscriminate shock. 3 million volts. The other students covered themselves and their teacher with insulated blankets Yorozu made for them earlier as the mist roared and its shape became very erratic. For a brief second, the dark purple mist had changed into light blue, but just as quickly, the mist composed itself and pulled away from Kaminari. It turned to look back at the door, but Yorozu was already outside, fumbling with a phone she made to call for help. The mist disappeared from the spot, going to tell its MSTR the bad news. That left the shy animal lover alone to take care of their broken teacher and 𝐒𝐭𝐴ZEMA and one short-circuited Kaminari with dim eyes, giving a constant thumbs up. Yay! USJ, Center Plaza, 1:47 p.m. Izuku and a now-recovered Seitu had just reached the exit to the landslide zone. They stood at the door and took notice of the plaza. Most of the normal enemies were already sprawled on the ground courtesy of Eraserhead. The only villains that were left were the hand villain and the muscular villain with the exposed brain. Both were in the exact spot Izuku had seen them before in the beginning. Eraserhead was breathing, getting tired from the long fight he must have endured, but there were no real injuries Izuku saw. Izuku thought, looks like he managed to avoid the hand villain for now. The hand villain was saying something, but Izuku could only hear the end of his sentence. I'm not the final boss. At that moment, the muscular villain moved so fast that he was a blur to Eraserhead. The hero tried to dodge, but the villain was just too fast. Its fist punched Aizawa's head, shattering his yellow goggles. The red glow of erasure was still active in Aizawa's eyes, but the villain wasn't using a quirk. It was just naturally strong. It slammed and pinned the hero's back on the ground with one hand and snapped his right arm with the other hand. BLD gushed from Eraserhead's head. Shards of glass from his broken goggles laid on the ground. What do you think of my secret weapon, Eraserhead? The hand villain taunted. The bioengineered, anti-symbol of peace. 𝐿. Seitu and Izuku watched in horror, too shocked to look away. It wasn't until a voice ringed in that the rider jumped. What kind of rescue training is this? Mutant PP fighting. Despite the situation, Izuku felt a rush of relief sweep over him. Momotaros. Yuritaros. You're here. Yuritaros mused, oh my, Izuku. Seems like your bad luck is terrible today, here. You have no idea, Izuku thought. But, right now, I'm going to need your guys' help to save Aizawa. Momotaros commented, yeah, we'll help. Letting your teacher die is probably an F in hero school or something, here. Izuku chose to ignore that and scan the area for his already developed plan. The word 𝐿 meant brainless. Which meant that if this thing really was bioengineered, it might be as strong as All Might, but maybe not so smart. Izuku just had to get it into position. Okay, here's the plan. First, Momotaros, I need you to tell Eri. Izuku laid out his plan to both Imagine and Seitu while the creature released a BLD curdling shriek as it crushed Aizawa's other arm. The cracking of bones could be heard. And Seitu, if you want, you don't have to follow my plan. If you want to get back to the entrance and help the others, you can do that, too. Seitu shook his head. Nah. I'm helping you. Your plan already worked once, today. No reason not to follow your lead again. Thank you. Now, let's go. Seitu crouched down. Izuku sidestepped a few spots away from Seitu and pressed the blue button on his belt. The familiar jingle played out loud for everyone to hear. Izuku exhaled and walked forward until the pale villain turned to face him, his eyes filled with a dangerous glee. It was then that Izuku hovered the pass over the buckle. Rod form. Blue and orange armor come out of the belt and snap onto his chest and shoulders. A metal creature slid on the front of his helmet and unfolded with a clang. Yuritaros took control as he supported his right elbow with his left arm and rubbed his fingers together. Mind if I reel you in? Deno said. A new challenger, the hand villain announced. You want to join him? Oh my, of course not. Being a hero isn't something I'm interested in. But, I couldn't help but overhear that this. Deno gestured to the 𝐿 looming over his battered homeroom teacher. Thing was supposed to be for All Might, not the skinny gentleman in all black. Yeah, well, the hand villain started scratching his neck. All Might ain't here and someone's gotta pay for that. I'm going for the side quest right now. However, Deno began. One of the students has already contacted the main campus. For someone who sounds like they want to play, would you really be allured by having to fight all of you, eh? Yeah, right, the villain sneered. As if I'm going to take the word of a hero brat. As if on cue, the warp villain suddenly reformed itself next to the hand villain. At that moment, Deno took off one of the attachments from his sword and placed it front of the others, turning it into his signature rod. Kurogiri, the hand villain said. Did you manage to kill 13? No, Tomura Shigaraki. The rescue hero is out of commission, Kurogiri said. But, there were students I was unable to disperse and one of them got out of the facility. Shigaraki took that news quite well. He flew into a silent rage, his body violently shaking and both of his hands now furiously scratching the sides of his neck. So much so that by the time he finally stops, both spots are completely red. Kurogiri, Shigaraki mumbled. You fool. If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. And, suddenly, he became calm. His hands sunk to his sides. It's game over. Back to the title screen. I was looking forward to finishing this today. Damn it. Hope started to fill Izuku, but Yuritaro's warned him, with a man-child like him, this isn't over yet. Let's keep going with your plan. Throughout the whole conversation, Deno had been sauntering around the villains. He made it clear that he wasn't going to the entrance. He'd been acting as if he were having a pleasant conversation with someone, not as someone positioning himself closer and closer to the flood zone. It was the only thing Izuku could think of. If the Numu was as the name implied brainless, then what it was doing was just fighting and attacking enemies on instinct. It couldn't think for itself. The plan was that Deno in rod form draws everyone's attention while Seitu sneaks around the back toward the flood zone on his own. Once the two hero students would be in the correct positions, Deno would throw his rod and wrap around the Numu's legs. Then, Deno would throw the rod over to Seitu and he would use his strength to launch the monster into the water. In theory, the Numu wouldn't be able to know how to swim or breathe underwater. At the very least, it would allow a few precious seconds for Deno to SWCH to sword form and use Momotaro's speed to get Aizawa and Seitu back to the main entrance with the others. Before we leave, Shigaraki curled his fingers and looked straight at Deno. Let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. Let's wreck his pride. He lunged straight for Deno, hand already reaching out. Change of plans. Izuku warned. Reel him in. Deno cast his rod out and the metallic string already started to wrap around his arms, but then in an instant, rod form's armor vanished and Yuritaro's had lost control. Damn it! Eraserhead was still holding on and desperately used his quirk to stop Shigaraki from decaying his student. Problem was that it also stopped Izuku's quirk too. Still, even through the shock of regaining control, Izuku threw a roundhouse kick at Shigaraki's face, hoping to end it fast before he touched him. But, something else was even faster. The Nomyu had Izuku's leg mid-swing, pinned against his muscular chest. The monster twisted. Arg! Izuku yelled out in pain. Midoriya! The Nomyu threw the armored rider in a high arc. He landed with a heavy thud, right on top of Seitu, who was rushing in to help. Crash! The sound came from the entrance. The dust settled. Every living thing stopped. They barely breathed. The remaining villains stood poised as if they were frozen on the spot. All Might, without his blazer on, stepped into the facility, came forward until he was clear in view for everyone to see. His voice boomed with each word he spoke. Have no fear, students. Because I am here. For once, he wasn't smiling.